All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is June 22nd, 2026, and we have an exciting week ahead. It's a full week. We've came back from the holiday, and over the long weekend, there was a little drama with the war. Everybody was awaiting all of the peace deal stuff. There was some bad headlines saying people were walking out, Trump threats, the back and forth. They said the Strait of Hormuz got reclosed again, but then you wake up this morning, both sides are saying that they have all sorts of groups that they've made. They're working together, got a communication method. They're looking for day 2 of talks, and oil is down, and futures are up. And you probably noticed a lot of those chip memory momentum stocks. You got Micron earnings this week, but they have woken up ready to go. Now we are post-expiration, and we are wondering, do we see the concentration? Do we get a broadening out? And where do we go to end the quarter fully and fully end the month of June? So, Chattadonia, we got an awesome day ahead. I hope you're ready for all of it. I hope you had a great weekend. But my friends, before we chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this country, God bless you and thank you for real. I hope whatever we do could help. I hope you get a long term, but man, I hope we could at the very least thank you for all of your guys' contribution to all of our collective freedom. I don't know if you support a war or not. You don't have to, but what I am telling you, you can never take away the honor from those who have chosen to give up and sacrifice so much for their country and people they have never even met. So veterans, the families, God bless you and thank you. We love you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Set the judge! Oh, it's game time, Chattadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy Monday. Thank you. We love Chattadonia. Oh, are you ready? How much time? We got 2 minutes. We got great time. We got great time. Shout out to the vets, baby. Happy Monday. Oh, yeah. So, Chad, get ready. Again, futures are up. Again, a lot of activity here in chips. There's a lot of biotechs as well. A lot of biotechs approval. You even got a little bit of M&A, so watch out for that. But I am going to be watching Intel. We saw that even from last week. Micron, they're the ones with earnings. Keep an eye on Skyworks and Amba. I don't think people are talking about these, but with the hype on memory chips, we even heard a little bit about Apple. Watch those. ONDS, it's a military or defense company. They got a $40 million contract this morning. Watch QNT. That was the one from last week. We've talked about their little IPO move, so going to be watching that. Then SMCI, they got to upgrade. That's like the shitty chip memory play everyone's been going after. Again, you should know the history with that. Then FRVO, they got a contract as well. Then XBI, and then EOSE and XLE. Just watch Energy. Energy was one of the worst performers, or one of the best performers last week, but some of them are starting off a little lower. Other than that, watch chips, see how that momentum plays out, and then really off the morning too. Whatever's up may quickly turn down, and vice versa. Whatever's down might quickly turn up, aka watch out for those rotations so we could find out whether or not things are broadening, my friends. So other than that, we got about 1 minute. We got 1 minute till the day begins. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We got time. We got time. Oh, yeah. Good morning. Enough time. Oh, Chad, go back to bed. If you don't want to play this more, go back to bed. I'm just saying. He wants to fight you, man. Oh. Oh, Chad. 20 seconds. Already went over the place. Buko. They hate AI art. Cause it's not really art. Oh, yeah. Great morning. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Wow. All right. I don't know where those damn Microns. I know Intel's gonna react a little bit. Jesus is king. And then, yeah, watch SMH again. We'll even go over those 5% days. Yeah, so again, a lot of things, even right off the open, if it didn't move, I mean, that first candle might have clapped it. Watch XLV, XBI's moving up. Again, biotechs, there was a lot of that activity. Damn, Broadcom. Okay, hello. Skywork, they all do it, Habibi. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You know this? You see these guys? Okay, that's not going to go. Google, yeah, Google, what was it? One of the guys left. So Google's like deep mind, one of the heads of there ended up leaving. Alrighty. Right. But yeah, I think they'll start to... Okay, those are already jacking up, so be careful. But yeah, not a recommendation. We'll go with one of the shitty chip stocks to start off. Q on the low. Hi. It is a young SpaceX. I know, Alan Greenspan, he did. He passed away. We heard about that this morning. 100 years old. It's a very, very sad, Habibi. Very, very sad. Let's see. Where's CBOE? Oh, and then those Intels. Well, I forgot about young Intel. Oh, do they have the Intel 200s now? Oh my gosh. Is it our time? Yeah, those Intels from last week are the same price, the free ones. You would have thought they would have, got a little more active. Crowd, where is software? I haven't looked. So software is actually still down. You're doing the inverse again, where pretty much software is down the same amount of chips, and then chips, NVIDIA, that one's still going up. Again, Micron. NVIDIA is actually the one running. NVIDIA is very strong, It's weird because the other ones started going down. But yeah, you even have, again, SMH just took a candle down, but then NVIDIA acted as the opposite. UMC's at 27. Ay, ay, ay. MSTR on the high. Interesting. Palant down too. Yeah, software is getting... Remember, software got worked on Friday too. And then watch value. Like I was saying, some of these candles so far to start off have been the opposite. So like I'm saying, chips start off green, first candle, big red. Staples start off red, first candle's a big green. We're kind of getting that dynamic. Again, the market's up a decent amount. Just keep an idea of where you're at right here. Nvidia.com. Yeah, bro, Nvidia just ripped $2. Let's see the Intels, bro. I can't believe it, you guys. Yeah, they have 200 contracts now. Holy, bro. They have 200 contracts on the Intels. So you could sell covered calls if you would like. Again, even Intel is kind of climbing back up here. Again, all the chips are doing good. There's Micron 52-week high. And then Sermal, again, Sermal, USAR, didn't they get mentioned on the China stuff this morning? And then ULCC, see if any of the energy names go up. And then SPY, just hold on, I need my VWAP. All right. Your long-term's 5th birthday? Oh, well, happy birthday to the long-term. I haven't even looked at the long-term. Again, even on Friday, we did a little good. I think, given how it all played out. Let's take a look. Yeah, Getty, there's another, remember, Getty's in a purchase with somebody, and that stock went up as well, too. Yeah, DFTX, that was a biotech. It's an anti-depression drug. But yeah, that was barely even moving, too, before that 40% pop. It was only up like 10 or 20 and was chilling. Well, yeah, it started going a little crazy there right before pre-market. 141, so Intel 50. I think Intel was higher pre-market, believe it or not. Okay, I guess it's ripping past there. Alrighty. Intel, I'm seeing. We had a pair of free ones on Friday. Then I'm looking at the covered calls right now. It sucks. I want to sell the covered call, but I don't. But I did say I want my 200. Yeah, Tesla, even SoFi on the high. Dude, Fidelity is so terrible. I don't even, I'm trying to open up an option, Jade. I want to see. All right, well, SPY's still working its way up. Again, a couple of energy names are waking up, and then small, like, electronic components, and they were a leader on last week too. And then oil still going down, and then Ford even on the high. HPE, now IGV and Microsoft, and then the SPY. So see if that wakes up software, then there's SMCI. Is this the one? Bro, why is this so terrible? There was a China added USAR to like a list of like US companies that got limited for like military stuff. Pretty much a retaliation for what the US was doing. Bro, I legitimately hate. Where the fuck is this thing? Oh shit, did it fill? I think it did. Wow. So Chattadonia, I did fill. I did a covered call on Intel. I have to do it on the other account, but it sucks. Because now on the other account, I would have to buy the shares. Well, let me see. So again, we have 90 shares at 2,400. Or at 24 bucks. So let's do the math on there. Apple's ripping right now. So yeah, so we did what? 24, 38 times 90. So we spent 2,194. So if I bought 10 shares right now, at what? What's it trading at? 138. That'd be $1,300. So then that would take our cost basis to what? 3,500 or take. So yeah, that would raise our cost basis to 35. All right, it works. What's going on here? Let's see. I need to get the shares. No. You'll see what I'm doing right now. I hope you guys are paying attention. So I'm buying more Intel. So I literally just bought more Intel. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Damn, I got 300 more on the other account. I got 58. All right. Ta-da! I did it so I could do a covered call. So you'll see what I did there. Do you see what happened? I added 10 more shares of Intel. And that raised my cost basis to 35 from 24. But then I was able to get back $55 a share pretty much. So, ta-da, my cost basis is now negative $22. So, yeah, I've done covered calls on Intel, meaning we have gotten back our whole entire investment, and then you still have another, like, what, 60% upside from this current price? So, yeah, I have now done covered calls, and now Intel is completely free. Ta-da! Yeah, I bought 10 shares to get me to 100. And I hope you see how I did the math. The whole idea was making sure it still made sense. So because pretty much I spent for 10 shares, cost me almost half as what I spent for the other 90. So what I was able to do was pretty much, as long as it raised my cost basis up by $10 a share, but then the idea was if I was going to instantly get back $55 a share, it still put me at a negative cost basis. And that's something I hope you guys saw right there. Because again, my cost basis just said 24, 23 bucks. You watched me do it here on the calculator. It said 24.38. Then I bought those 10 shares, and then it raised it up to 35. But then I went negative at 55 a share. So yeah, our cost basis is negative $20. So that means on Intel, our cost basis is they paid us $20 a share to hold this stock now at this point. Ta-da! But yeah, that way too. So now on both accounts, you know, literally, except for Colt's sister, I don't know how much she has. I don't even think she could sell options. I don't think she has margin. But yeah, on both accounts, I don't know what I'm going to do with the cash now. So on the big account, I got back like 12 grand. So I don't know what to do with the capital for now, but maybe if we want more Intuit or Microsoft, we can now. Let's see. No, it's not for tax purposes. It's just saving, what's it called? It's just making sure now that Intel, we have both upside, but then it's also securing a crazy move. So now at this point, I mean, even if Intel goes down 50%, we just secured a pretty good amount while, again, keeping it, holding the ownership, all of that. So I'm down with it. Again, I know I see these things go up. We did the same thing with Snap at one point, but we sold the Snap ones early. So I think we waited a pretty good time. Yeah, Quantinium's starting to run too. So you made sure your credit is more than your cost basis. Exactly. Ta-da. Amen. You see, if I was going to add more shares to do the covered call, I just calculated my cost basis. And that's exactly it. Coherus, a lot of things are running. Again, even ANET and a few others. Elon. Where did those go? Long-term alert. Yeah, I just sent one out. I don't know if I'm going to make a video on it. I know covered calls are a little bit more advanced, but yeah, I mean, it's something, especially just with Intel, with how much it's ran up. A lot of people were asking me about that. We've talked about this for all year. I finally did it now. I was saying I was waiting for a December 200 call. I did the 200 call. So I shorted the December 2028 $200 call on Intel. And they paid me $5,800 a contract. And then the small account, I only got 55, but yeah, the first account on the Fidelity, they paid me pretty good. I sold it like right at the high. You're going to buy your first Intel share now? I wouldn't do that. That's not what we did. So if you don't understand what I did, I would just ignore it. But if you only end up buying the shares, I pretty much shorted. I shorted an option, but I needed 10 shares to do it. Quantinium. Whoa. Intel strikes up to 390 on December 28th. Really? I don't see that. I've been watching these this whole time. But yeah, my December 28th, the furthest it goes to is 200. Upstart, GDS, Uber, and then Intel came down. CBOE's up, but barely moving. Where's financials? Financials are ripping good. SMCI is still up there. XLV, XLP are actually chilling too. I think IGV is the only bad one, but IGV woke up on that little pop. It's honestly not that bad, and then we're up by 0.3. Again, a couple of these areas of chips are doing good. Intel's crazy. We have now officially made Intel free. Is that SpaceX 52-week low? What? And then QMCO, isn't that another quantum play? And there's Adabe. Adabe's starting to wake up. Again, like I told you, last 10 minutes there, software kind of picked up after that really weak open. Is GLM a threat to American models? I don't know. We might hear about it. But yeah, talked about it this morning. I mean, you're going to hear people bring it up, but we don't know the extent of what it's really going to be just yet. City, and again, Adabe. AAOI, some of the photonics ones. Now XBI, there's your biotechs, AMD, DG. There's a lot of things moving. I haven't even taken a checkup yet. App, again, watch if any software, and then again, SMCI. That one started to run here too. What's the other one? Adabe. Marvel exploding. Adabe's going crazy, and then watch App, and then SYM on the low, and then Amazon on the low. Again, Adabe is actually picking up pretty big. All right, I made the SMCI free from this morning. Those hit 100%. That was a good early rip. We'll take one. Vivo on the high, and then Netflix, Kohl's, SNY. There's a lot of things running. Hi. And then SKM keeps running, and then AAOI once again. NXTS. I feel like we saw that one last week. And SPY's chilling. Even gold, actually, though. We'll see if gold and silver start moving. Data Cal, but where's software, Habibi? Again, Adobe waking up. That was the big one. See, Microsoft again, silver and gold, NXTS, whatever that is, SAP, BB. So again, a couple of smaller plays. I mean, high ticker is very active. And then let's see the breakdown. S&P 300 in the green, 200 in the red. Dow Jones 18 green, 12 in the red. NASDAQ 60 green, 40 in the red. Now SATS is on the high. SATS on the high. Amazon still with the red candles. Ford still coming up. The Intel covered call is legendary. I hope so, man. Making it free, yeah, that means I sold on the option. That was for that one play. And then we'll explain, give me a second and I'll explain the Intel one. We'll just chill out a little bit here. But yeah, we did something unique with Intel, but it's a little bit more advanced and I wouldn't yeah, I don't want it to like I'm saying, some people are already like, so should I buy Intel shares? No. We sold a covered call, making sure we get a guaranteed return on our Intel. I just don't know what I'm going to do with all this cash now. MITK, and then AMD now. So again, you just had your boy Intel do all of that, but literally AMD is right behind. AWK's on the high. Marvel, again, Nibis too. So again, remember Nibis and IREN last week. Like I was telling you guys, those energy plays, if those start kind of waking back up here. And now there's Tesla, and then Ouster on the high. Oh, what was that one from the morning? ONDS? I think they're the ones who got the contract. Again, AMD. AMD actually just took off. And Korea. Yeah, Corsair's up today. We got to hold. And then, dude, Quantinium. I'm saying these IPOs, I'm surprised SpaceX not getting more, but that one I'm down with. And then App, again, that's another software. And Airbnb. I mean, just keep in mind, any war travel place, those have been going hand in hand. A wise man said you should know what to buy before you sell. For real, bro. For real. I think in this case, I don't think I had a plan to buy anything before. I just had a plan at $200. So a little conflicting there. But, I mean, I do have something I want to buy, but I don't. I think with that money, I want dividends for sure. But, yeah, at least it gets us back up to I think, well, actually, how much cash is that on the big account? Oh, I didn't even think about that. That covered call would be the only thing that'll get the other account up in cash. Once it settles. Oh, wait, that's Cold Sister. You have 140. Well, if you're going to add shares to do anything on covered calls, just hopefully you calculate the cost basis, just like you watched me do, just so you make sure it actually works. Coherus again, Bobo. Again, now the Neo Clouds are running. Mara, Nibis, IREN, ClearSpark, Robinhood, that's separate, but starting to work. SPY might even go up. There's QNT again. Does it give me the cash? Yeah. Oh, holy shit, dude. So I have 8,000 or 8% cash now on the big account, on the mini account. So the middle account. So that cover and call on Intel got us 8% cash now. Remember, I was telling you, even then, I saved 3 months. I couldn't even get past 6% cash. I couldn't even get past 3. So yeah, we'll just add this to the getting ready here for the midterms. But if I get one, I mean, unless I get an equity discount, but it's probably going straight to value. All right, Path and a couple of others. Microsoft starting to move now. And now Coin. NVO, Hams, Rigetti. Okay, a couple more of these quantum plays in smaller caps. Yeah, they're all kind of on fire. I know IGV woke up. That's what I was saying. It started off decent. Fat red candle, but then that did a double flip real quick. IGV's up 1.5. Again, it was barely even up. It was down 0.8 at one point. The news on Google is one of the DeepMind people left to join OpenAI. Oh! Bradley Frizzle in the peach? Bro, I'm looking down. I was looking at another play. And Bradley on a Monday. Oh, Chadatonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. I knew it was a good day. I knew it. We got covered calls. Oh, you got opportunity, the momentum. Even IGV's up, and now Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Eco with the little pop. Oh, good morning, Bradley. That's what I'm talking about. I hope you had a good, long weekend. Bradley's probably responsible for the peace deal, too. Most people don't know that. Qualcomm popping. That's amazing. Toto, I haven't seen it today, but I've heard people talk about Toto stock becoming an AI stock. Bro, Allbirds, it went up again. Remember last week we started seeing that. Meta to explore new formats like episodic series and live on TV. Instagram for TV will now be available on Samsung. And then Google investing $75 million in film studio A24. You're like the third person who said it. They're saying Twitter's down. I don't think it's showing up on Down Detector, but yeah, you're not the first one to bring that up. There's Nivda. Hams. ISRG starting to take up, and then Google, man, kind of ugly. Yeah, Google's down by 4.2 now. Ugh. That's actually nuts considering NASDAQ's up by 0.6. Russell is up by 1.0, and then SPY's up by 0.3. Dow's up by 0.5. But yeah, that's not good with Google down 4. I mean, it helps with all the other guys running. Like Tesla's up by 2.5. I think Amazon's in the red by 2.5. Apple's up by 1.5. Microsoft was down. I guess they still are at 0.3. Yeah, Tesla's looking really good. And then Meta's down too, though. So most of your big 7, and then you don't even have SpaceX. I mean, that doesn't include the SPY, but a little bit of risk on XLY. And then Show, and now ups. You also have FedEx earnings this week. I mean, everybody keeps talking about Micron. But yeah, FedEx earnings as well. Staples are literally back to open. So that already unwound. I mean, XLV is up by 0.6, but that's coming down. And then IRM. Tesla's ripping. So is Bird. Bird is the word. Oh, Cerberus has its first earnings? Interesting. Well, it makes sense. Again, I mean, SpaceX earnings is literally right around the corner. And then Corsair new high, Snap on the high. Again, small caps are doing great right now. Again, Russell is up by 0.97. We saw a little bit of that moving last week. Value, no. I think Netflix is like its own little lagger from last earnings, but we had a lot of talks last week about like why I liked Microsoft more than like a Netflix or Meta. I still like Netflix or Meta, just, you know, those stocks are more volatile, and we've bought them a lot lower. So although I like Netflix, I'm not really too attracted to this price. Tesla again, and Corsair, and then App. That's another IGV name. I'm surprised IGV's not going. So Tesla straight up, Google straight down. Hershey's. Oh, if it ever is it, what was that? 140? Was it 160? No, it was it was like 150-ish. But yeah, Hershey's, honestly, that one's not too bad. The dollar is up. Oh! Yeah, dollar was ugly last week. And that's the thing. So dollar is continually going up. Bond volatility is coming down. Oil is coming down. And we just literally nothing has reacted. So yeah, we're still at it's a very weird lag, more or less. It's actually more weird for bonds than not. Usually big swings in bond volatility causes bigger market reactions. But yeah, as of late, that has not been in the game. Something's got to give. All right, well, even SPY too, man. Well, happy Monday. You're holding AAL starting to pop right now. That literally just started moving. It's kind of been melting up all day. But yeah, I mean, SPY's been near the high. It's about 0.3, 0.4. Again, NASDAQ 0.3 or 0.75%. Yeah, PayPal does pay a dividend now. Cerberus on the high. They ran last week. Now some SAP action. They're still in the red. Now went green. And now the Qs are on the high. And then STX. So CWDC, all those. And then Qualcomm. Chips are doing great still. So chips are up and IGV is up. They're kind of almost matched up now. And then even gold and silver are taking candles. I mean, see if oil drops on this. SpaceX mandated banks to arrange 6 fixed income investor calls that'll be held June 22nd. Potential offering of unsecured notes across 5 and 30-year tenures is expected to follow. Yeah, I mean, again, you're watching, again, gold and silver, dollar, oil, they're all kind of moving right now. See if there is a headline. I don't see one yet. But they are starting to move. And then, again, Google just still straight down. Did Meta react to the Instagram for TV? Yeah, it didn't really pop off of that. And then Wendy's. Again, small caps are still doing great. And then the Qs now. QQQ is going up. That's hitting new highs. The dollar is very high. The thing right now is just nothing's reacting. That's kind of more concerning than the levels, because now somebody's right. You know, either bond volatility is right or wrong, dollar's either right or wrong, so we are going to find out. RKLB on the low, and then chips 52-week high. So SPY is yet to do it, but I mean, remember, futures hit an all-time high last week, believe it or not. I mean, SPY is still off of the highs, but yeah. So that chip momentum at the very least, SMH, literally 52-week high. Again, I want to say Korea is following right behind it. Yep, 220. So happy Monday, and now there's your new high. Again, you're getting led by these memory names. There's Skyworks. I told you to watch that one in the morning. Damn, that one took off. Those are like the subtle names. Yeah, them and AMBA and then SMCI, those all went. And then UMC, I sold that leap too early. That was a couple weeks ago. And then STM on the high. Again, FedEx moving. That's another big earnings this week. Speculation on yen intervention. Oh, yeah. Hi. That's what that was. That move, unless there was a headline. Excuse me. Unless there was like some real, like actual material headline. That little oil, that little pop thing we just saw all across the board, it was probably the yen. Yeah, you had the exact same thing on Thursday. We were talking about wasting the 10 billion. Was it right here? It was one of these. But yeah, you just saw a lot of things kind of react there, and then you get this yen intervention candle. CVS, STM, again, Qualcomm, STX, Broadcom. Oh, where's TSM? Well, SPY just hit a high. More Qualcomm. And UPS. Netflix is coming down. Airbnb have a little more to go. Again, more space stocks on the low. It's weird. You're like kind of shifting here. You got like energy, infrastructure, industrials, travel, now communications too. Dow Jones. Dow actually gave up. It's at 0.6 now. Dow's matched up with the NASDAQ. And then Russell is the leader, and then SPY's just chilling at 0.3. But still 60% of the NASDAQ in the green. Again, DHT, more shipping stocks, industrial, CXW, get some prisons in there. It's like you get a burst of chips and then a burst of everything else. Again, AT&T with some candles. Yeah, the yen stuff's hitting the wire now. Say yen briefly erases drop in volatile trading. Velo. Banks are still killing it. Yeah, again, and then FedEx and UPS, that lasts like 5-10 minutes there. Again, the materials, everything is just right at break even. I think consumer stocks are actually the worst today, even though staples are barely in the red. More Google on the lows, more AT&T, that's just waking up. And then again, a couple more traveler plays or transports. And then Lightpath, Rocket Lab, Space, and then CoreWeave, that's on the low. But you still got names coming down. I mean, even then, there's a couple of chip names that are actually still in the red. So not only do you have Mag 7 in the red, and then now Netflix too. But yeah, you got a couple of names down 2%. Clack. Bye. It's weird. I think one of the volatility things hit a 52-week low. But yeah, so SpaceX hit 225 and then came back to day one. So now you're back within day one pricing. Again, SOX is still going up. What the hell is this? So yeah, the chip index is still climbing, as weird as that may sound. I mean, again, we're kind of just staying pinned up here near the highs. Oil's still going lower. You're watching a couple of names push and pull, but meanwhile, the chip index is literally climbing on all of this. Is it NVIDIA? I don't know what it is. I want to say it's like STX and Micron. Again, more banks. Those are going up. NXTS, I think that's your small cap runner of the day. Gold and silver came down after that. And Dollar's still up, Habibi. Okay, a couple medical plays. I mean, you already had biotechs doing great. Almost 2 for NVIDIA. The Vera Rubin, we need a new AI, like, invention. We need the next thing that comes after agents. Again, NXTS and then banks. Anything on the high right now is just non-tech related. And this is a little bit of the broadening out. Kimberly, and then Dio, and Constellation. So yeah, staples are turning up on this. Like I'm saying, you could see it. You could see it in the high ticker now. You could just see what's going up here while the low ticker starts to run. You got the names that are already in the red, but yeah, you're starting to re-rotate once again. A lot of little back and forths here to start off, so I think you're gonna keep seeing more and more of that. TXR, no, that's not the other one. There's one biotech this morning. Again, CVS, I'm starting to see more healthcare. Again, more rotationary names there. All that did, though, that little move there, just like you saw with a couple of names starting to ramp up there. Staples, that last 5-10 minutes. Iran delegation returns to Tehran. Oh, where is it? Intel. Intel. I can't believe it gave us our covered calls finally. The 200s. All right, well, SPY below VWAP. Again, oil stopped going down. Now more staples. Again, literally Altria to Chubbs and then Tal. And this energy, or am I tripping? Your long-term just overtook your 401k. Woo! Well, amen, man. Let's turn it to a crib now. Half a year's worth of deposits from that covered call. I know, dude. It's nuts. It's nuts. I mean, technically, it's almost 2 years. That's the nutty part. That's why when I looked at the YouTube account, I mean, I have not had 8-9% cash in a long time. But yeah, that's we had to spend a little bit there. But yeah, it's almost 2 years of deposits. So shukran, Habibi. Again, MO, Verizon, AT&T, you already had banks up, but banks are a little bit, they're actually really good. It's just a matter of, they've kind of already been up all day. But yeah, you got a couple more starting to rotate now, like literally going up. Silver coming down. So that was weird. You just had gold and silver. You did a similar move like that on Friday, actually. Or last week at some point. Where you had that gold and silver pop and then it gave it up. Yeah, I mean, IGV just gave up like, what, 1.4 there? It's kind of crazy how much it actually moves. So again, IGV was down like 0.8, then it was just said 1.7 or 1.4, and then now it's literally back to break even. I mean, so is the SPY. I mean, SPY's still up by a quarter here, but it's right back to where we opened up at. EHGO, another small cap runner. And now China's on the low. I sold the Intel 200 calls for December. Yes, I have already completed that transaction. SpaceX down 8. Any good names? Microsoft and Intuit. Those are the only ones that are down. I mean, Tap too, but you don't get the dividend. But you get at least a cheaper price. But those are my latest ones that I'm actually down on. Like, and those are actually fairly fresh. Do you sell the first contract at 50 or 100? It just depends. I mean, sometimes I'll do it at 50. Sometimes I'll do it at 100. Just depends on how confident I am in the play. And then also, too, the spreads and what will actually fill. And then if it moved, did it do it quickly or not? Because sometimes, too, some plays will move and it'll make a big move and then the option won't. Like, if I got a bad entry, I'm more likely to fill it quicker or get out at a smaller gain than not. XEL. All right, a lot of value pumped on that. I mean, that got staples up. Austin Tesla. ONDS sold the news. I don't know if Elon is still a trillionaire. I think, well, no, isn't it like 197? Yeah, my shit's lagging, dude. So Oust is moving. I'm trying to find one of the headlines on there. But my shit is lagging. But yeah, that's starting to move. I think you're kind of flying a little blind, though. Yeah, so speculation, Tesla spotted using LiDAR from Ouster. Driverless Canada. All right, well, let's see. We'll go over it. Let's see when this stops. And then we could go over the Intel covered call. I mean, it's been an hour. I guess it felt a little quick there in the morning. But yeah, even then, this little back and forth. I mean, the rotation's not clear. I mean, you have chips holding up. And then it does seem like every rotation candidate is kind of playing their role. I mean, you'll look at the XLPs, the XLV. Everything's kind of going to be in that weird middle where we're selling off from the morning, but like everything's still green. That's what a lot of these rotations, a lot of industries have moved, but they're pretty much still holding whatever they had in the morning. And then, yeah, not all the chips are up. The ones that are moving more are adding more to the all-time highs, but then they're still just kind of chilling too. So we're getting right back to the opening candle. You're about to hit the low of the day. I don't know what type of movement. Did we even get a gap up? Not really. I think you're still just in last week's zone. Did we ever fill that downside gap? I think we did. I think all gaps have been filled. Oh, no, except for this one. You still got to hit the 740. The Google news was last night, this morning. It was about one of the like DeepMind, the heads of their like AI division. He stepped down to join OpenAI or Anthropic. Yeah, users indicate problems with social media X. IGV. Chips are starting to come down here, so watch what XLV, XLV, or XLV, XLF, XLP. I mean, shit, even energy and industrials, they're in a very weird spot. But yeah, so you just hit a new low right there. And then I think SpaceX still selling off. 167 now. Oomp. Where's Unch? Unch is chilling. And then Intel. Iron on the low now. Ooh. Damn, again, Iron just had that flip earlier, started running up. So again, that even flipped. That's what I was saying, man. Some of these early moves, they'll look one way for 30 minutes and then do the exact opposite 30 minutes later, and then do the exact opposite again. Palantir on the low. Well, that one's selling off more. Again, software is right at break even. Netflix broke the 200-day. So anything non-chip momentum is still just getting work. Yeah, that did finally fill that gap there. Cake on the high. Cheesecake Factory, huh? Who needs a Netflix when you could have a cheesecake? No, the peace deal did not get scrapped. There was just drama yesterday. And then, yeah, there was like people reported on like some of the bad headlines. And then, yeah, there was a lot of people woke up thinking it was over. But both sides made agreements. They implemented new mechanisms. It's not fully over, but yeah, then, you know, futures, oil was down. Nothing really reacted. Giggle. All right, low ticker still active. 52-week low on Netflix. Couple of others might follow. And then again, industrials are starting to pick up. There's Ford. And then, yeah, SPY just hit a low. Oil's not budging. Dio. Bro, Google's down 5%. 5.5% now. All right, well, QQQ, even GLD, low ticker is getting very active to the downside now. SPY is now red, 0.02. NASDAQ's about to go red. It's only up by 0.1. Dow and Russell, those are about 0.5 right now. Russell had a lot more cushion, but now Russell and Dow are matching up. So again, first morning, I mean, we got like 3 back and forths on the rotations. Nothing really moved. And then now it looks like everything's starting to come down with a little bit of a bid to the rotations, but nothing too insane. Again, UPS, FedEx, you were watching that actually all morning. Oh, we did kind of start dumping after that yen intervention. That like helped things out for a second. It like caused that little move, but yeah, low key. More value, PG on the high now. So yeah, PG just went red to green. That's another XLP name. And now CL. Even the Estee Lauder. Again, Ford. I don't know where GM's at. GM's up 4% too. Netflix, Palant, Alcoa, Zillow, my two favorite plays. They're gonna 52-week low them. Yeah, those both getting clobbered. And then Google. Even Microsoft though too. Microsoft 373. Where did Adobe go? Bro, low ticker non-stop. $1 hasn't even budged. Again, bonds have came down. I mean, there's a little bit more volatility in them today, but that's it. So 746, or sadly 6 more points. Remember, this is all the Powell. This is all the Kevin Warsh zone. I actually keep forgetting about that. SpaceX down 10%. Third session of losses. But yeah, you have a gap to fill at 740, unfortunately. The Kevin Warsh low. Well, if the Japan intervention holds up, usually TLT goes with it. So there's just a correlation. But yeah, I mean, then again, too, the 30-year correlation has been a little bit different as of late. But yeah, I mean, usually if the yen intervention would hold up, the TLT would hold up too. But that one, you saw a big move up and then it already went down. I mean, same thing even happened on Friday or Thursday. FRO. Airlines, industrials, they're doing good. Oil's starting to tick back up too. I mean, you just moved about, what, 0.5%, maybe 0.75% on the NASDAQ without oil really doing much, and now it's starting to move up the opposite direction. And then again, dollar didn't really budge. TLT bonds are going lower. Is this the big move after the expiration? It could be. Again, like I said, you know, I wouldn't expect it to happen immediately, but next couple of days here, I mean, I think we're going to be more prone to advancing or declining. But yeah, I mean, pull out the chart, you guys. You'll see you're just literally smack dab in the middle of what we did on Thursday. B-Fly, that was related to that Mid-Journey news last week, if you remember. GFL. Is this the new box? You guys, it's been a 12, not even 6 hours. What is wrong with you guys? You guys say, is this the move now? Is this the box? You guys, we are right in the middle of power, 3 days in a row. I would not, you know, don't make a quickness conclusion jumping. Is that how you say? First hour? Yeah, we are literally. We're 2 minutes past the first hour. So again, that's why it stayed chill for a little bit. Now we're moving down, but I don't think you have anything decisive yet. But you guys are aware of the points. I think just you got to be a little patient, and we'll know our answers sooner than later. But yeah, for the most part, just like I said in the morning, it was getting one of those senses where we might look opposite of those earlier candles. FRO again. I see more industrial plays, and then you got your little Fords and airlines on the high as well too. AAP on the low. That's actually interesting considering the value names going up. Now Nvidia, and then Zillow again on the low. NASDAQ has gone red by a quarter now, and the SPY's down by a quarter. So the flush is getting a little bit more aggressive here. Again, 740, we fill the gap. Otherwise, I mean, this is what I'm saying. This sucks. I know it feels a certain way, but, like, you're literally just into Thursday's, like, the level of Thursday. So, yeah, I think if we break 743.50, or, like, 744, really, you break below there, then we might fill the gap. But, yeah, it's not, again, nothing really even triggered. It's not like you had a headline or any crazy development on any of this. Just some movement. A prolonged closing of straight? No. Like I said this morning, I would not fall for the Hormuz hype. I think it's over. I mean, I don't think we have the full end of the war, but I mean, yeah, just just again, like the weird part about last night was that, and this is where I'd encourage all of you to kind of, I don't know, like read between the lines a little bit, where it's like I've heard a lot of people like hype up bad news over the weekend on the peace deal, but then I look and oil is at $74. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't really fall for it too. I wouldn't be so quick to on both sides, you know, like good news, bad news. I just wouldn't be so quick to jump to a conclusion there, or like run to the war headlines. Whereas right now, I think, again, we're coming into big earnings this week, at least as far as like the AI narrative. And then now we got the expiration out the way. There's a lot of positioning, and then it's seasonality, and then also the little overhang of Kevin Warsh. I think that's another one above all. But yeah, this isn't I wouldn't necessarily say we're moving on war stuff right now. I think this next week we have less stuff in our way, and now we pretty much are going to digest the last couple of weeks, and that's why I think the market, you know, give it its room to run. But if you are paying attention, you'll see it. There, like I'm telling you, like all these chips, all the memory, Korea, you're watching little pockets already start to move right now, and it's kind of giving you an idea. But remember, there's heavy concentration, and the market is already split in many ways. What's Sky Q? This thing's starting to pop. Another small cap runner. I mean, small caps are still doing great. Everything came down there, but Russell's still up 0.5%. NASDAQ just went green. That just bounced a quarter. Sky Quarry. It's a scam. Launching crude oil in Nevada. And then more airlines. So watch Ford too. Airlines, Ford, GM. Again, industrial. Zillow just keeps printing. Why are they doing this to us, Zillow? XPAV, Zoom on the low. Booking now. So watch, see if, again, it's weird with airlines up, but watch what some of the travel plays do. SanDisk now. So again, speaking of momentum indicators, that's what I was saying. That's what was happening on Thursday. We weren't moving, and then literally SanDisk would hit a high. We wouldn't move, and then Micron, or we'd come down, and then another one of the chips would start to move. I know, even fucking Intel. Intel's at 140. All right, well, let's give it a couple more minutes. Let me actually go to the bathroom. Hopefully it could do its last flush and bounce, and then we could talk about our covered calls. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I will BRB long term. Tell him, Jamar. I'm excited. Long term, man. We made another long term move, man. June has been very active, so we did some covered calls today. Woo! All right, but I will BRB. Google, DeepMind, and A24 announced first of kind research partnership. Let's see. I'm sure, I don't know if you got to hear this weekend. Where is it? Okay, I'll BRB. Yeah, Sandy. This is what I'm saying. This was happening on last week. They like get these moves and then let memory do its thing.
contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. 'Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. 'Cause I already paid my fee. Turn my stress to peace when I made that contract free. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy.
VKTX.
Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free.
Free, 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 free. All right, so we're chilling here at the low. I mean, watch, see if you get a little VIX spike. That'll probably tell you everything. Again, a lot of names, if it already had weakness, it's kind of just continuing, and then you're watching just random little pops here with chips. And even though it feels like there's a lot of movement, not much is going on. It's Monday, and we're getting used to no more catalysts, my friends. So get ready. And then earnings too. At least one set of the chip earnings. But yeah, so let's talk about the long term. Again, literally NVO now too. All these weight loss companies. And now Abivi, but literally the GLP-1s are starting to move too. Again, even the Pfizer off of the bottom. Free contracts. All right, well, SPY, another new low. Again, low ticker's still very active. So yeah, do you guys want to talk about it? What we did for the long term. So I want to make sure you guys understand it, but also too, if you don't understand what we did for the long term today, I would not try it. I would not do it until you know what it is. The yen again? Oh my, see, bro, I want to explain this, but yeah, another yen intervention. So again, that first little yen intervention, we started dumping from there. So look, 707. This was the last time we had the little yen intervention. 2 minutes later, you hit the high, and then we started dumping. So again, here, once again, at the low, you're getting another one of these /6J pops. Again, the yen futures. They are reacting. And then, what's it called, too? Those GLP-1 plays keep moving. Well, look at it. I mean, you can see it. The yen is barely even up, though, after all of this. CSX. Would GLP-1 skyrocket in value in a food shortage? Very interesting question. I think so. That's a very fascinating way to think about it. See, I mean, listen, if the yen holds up, the market might bounce. Because like I'm telling you, the last two interventions, it's been faded every single time. But yeah, if the market, then again, the futures, you could argue, if the yen could catch a bid, the market might follow along. Again, it doesn't have to. All right. So yeah, let's look at what just happened right now. I sold a covered call on Intel. So we'll use the big account since this one was the easiest and less confusing. But essentially, we bought 200 shares of Intel at $23.77. Right? So total, we spent $4,753 to buy 200 shares of Intel. Does that sound familiar? That was our long-term purchase of Intel. Okay? So what I did today is I sold the December 2028 $200 call on Intel. I sold two of them, and I got $5,800 a pop. So I own 200 shares of Intel at around $23. By selling this contract, I collected about $12,000 up front, which is about 3 times as much as we put into the stock. But now I have agreed to sell my Intel shares at $200 a share. So the same shares we bought at 24, by taking this $12,000 today, I have agreed to sell those Intel shares at $200 a share in the next 2 years, pretty much. Are you all following? That's what I did on the big account. So before I explain the other one, is there any questions on what just happened? This is awesome because now our cost basis is negative. So like I'm telling you, I spent $4,700 for all 200 shares. Based on the move I did today, it got me back over $11,500. So you're seeing where I got all my money back. I still own my shares of Intel, and then I have agreed to sell my shares of Intel at $200 a share. And then I'm probably not going to. I'm probably just going to keep rolling it over. But yeah, that's the general idea. So then that way now I collected the cash up front. I still have upside. Yeah, no, I have that money. I have so now if you look at my account, I'll have pending activity 11,598. That's going to be cash. So once this settles, I have the cash right now. I could go use that cash and buy a stock right now if I really wanted to. Why 2028? So I could take advantage of the high premium. That's why. And then, damn, yen hit another high. So again, if this holds up, that could be good, but SPY stopped moving. Just get ready, though, these yen intervention moves. I mean, we might. So far, it's been following along. What would rolling it over do if it was over 250? It would just help us get more of the value, so leave less money on the table. So that's why I did it with Uber and I did it with Snapchat. So we've sold covered calls and then it blows past the price. So then sometimes you'll just be leaving money on the table, where if you roll it over, you could at the very least just gain more profit that you had above whatever price you agreed to sell it at. But yeah, with enough time and, if you actually play it, you could low-key roll them for days and find a way till it becomes profitable. They do get annoying to handle, but yeah, for the most part, it's more manageable than not. It's not a free money glitch. It's just that the shares could be taken from you. So again, ask anybody who sold covered calls on Intel at $100, right? Like you guys, we were hearing people talk about this. Again, Intel's up hundreds of percent in a short amount of time. So like if you sell the covered calls too early, then you get exercised. You'll end up leaving money on the table, or again, you just didn't make as much. You can't sell your shares for 2 years. Oh no. I was not going to sell them for 10 years. So that still meets my plan. But that, yeah, think about that deal though. So I'm already going to hold for 10 years minimum. We had a killer investment. Again, we haven't even held Intel for less than a year. You know what I'm saying? That's the crazy part about that one. But yeah, like think about what just happened. I'm walking away with 200 shares with upside, and I have just collected about $12,000 up front. That's a stellar deal. Again, so is there any other questions before I move on to show you what I did with the other account? Low ticker still active. SQQ on the high now. Yen is still going up. Yes, there's 40,000 of upside on that play. So even if it goes to the 200 price where I agreed to sell it, my shares will increase by $40,000. That is correct. Dollar tank. I think it's off the yen. That's why I keep putting, yeah, it's literally the yen, bro. There's no way. That's the only thing that made the dollar move. The shares can get called away, but that's why I sold shares with enough premium and further out, where that's one of the rules I tell you with covered calls. You should sell them way further out of the money. So someone could call my shares away now, but they're going to give me $200 a share. The stock's at 140. It doesn't make sense for them to do that. But yeah, they could call it away, but that's why in the worst case scenario, my call away price is $40,000 higher than what we spent. So that's the good part. $200 Intel would have to be $1 trillion company? No way. Nice. SNY, J&J, again, Microsoft, more software selling off, Palantir, a couple of these biotechs, and then yen and the dollar, and then now more staples. Again, SPY, NASDAQ, both back to red. Dow and Russell barely hanging on. You could only sell covered calls if you have 100 shares. Yes, which we'll talk about next. So it seems like you guys get it though, right? Are you guys all... That one's easy. Like I'm telling you, I mean, this was not every day you get a crazy play like this, but you know, we spent $4,000. We got back 11,500. We have upside. We now, again, literally think about it. We put $4,000 into this account for those shares. We now have 11.5 just in that account in cash. So, you know, we still get to have the equity. You get the upside no matter what happens. You know, it's starting to, it's making sure that even if Intel dropped today, we're at least guaranteeing and walking away with something. Palantir ad, Google's getting pulled. So that's the first one. Okay. Second one, White House quantum hype. Third one, White House quantum. What is this? My shit won't load. My Twitter's still fucked. And by Q, we mean quantum. Stay tuned. Interesting. CVS on the high. Japan, U.S. finance ministers expected to meet. More NVO, more CVS, again, biotechs, and then everything else coming down. I mean, again, IGV's already backed. Where's chips? Yeah, chips are only up by 0.4. Again, low ticker picking up very aggressively now. You have broadly everything. Anything that's not catching a rotationary move now. Even the rotation plays are not really going, per se. They're just not dying. That's kind of what's happening here. You're watching big tech go down, and then anything that's a rotation, it's not going up. It's just not going down. Habibi. A covered call and a long call is that a covered call, we own the shares. So we own the shares, and then we're agreeing to sell it to somebody through an option. A long call, you're just making a long call without owning the shares. And then core weave again. Maybe, though. I think the U.S. and Japan, maybe because that's the only way the dollar comes down. And then again, the White House is helping up, or they're hyping up some quantum stuff. Yen depreciation returns to 2-year level. Finance Minister Katayama and Besant hold emergency online meeting. So emergency online meeting for Japan. TBS. That's interesting they're labeling it that. Maybe we get a little flash crash. You know, reset some things. CVS again. All right, well, now you guys get the first one. But now, here's the second thing I did. I also sold a covered call on this account. Does it say my trade price or no? Oh, it should. It should tell you my negative cost basis. But yeah, long story short, this play, I only had 90 shares of Intel. I don't know if you guys recall. So I only had 90 shares of Intel. So what I did this morning is I bought 10 more shares to get to 100 shares, and then I sold the covered call. So even though I bought higher and I averaged up, I did it so that I could get my cost basis back. So essentially in this case now, my cost basis was about $23. I bought 10 shares, which raised my cost basis by $10 a share. And again, you see 100 shares, $35 a share, but then selling 100 shares, the right to it, I got back $55 a share. So my cost basis now, even on the small account, I collected $5,000, almost 2 years of deposits. And then I got back the $5,000, and we still own the stock and got the right to do whatever. And again, it's also higher than what I paid. That was the idea. But in this one, same exact thing, smaller, but since I didn't have 100 shares, I had to do the math and make sure that 100 shares, if I bought to get to 100, it would still be less than what I was selling for the premium. But yeah, Intel is somewhat fully secured no matter what, or we'll deal with that play in a couple of years now. So GG, and I am going to use the cash to buy something. I just, I'm waiting a little bit. I have one target if it could actually open up the door, but till then, add this to the midterms, getting ready with cash. What would I do if I had 50 shares at 20? Well, let's see. So if you have 50 shares at 20, $1,000, so your cost basis is $20, but you spend $1,000, right? So if you bought 50 more shares right now at 138, that would be 6,900. So then that would be what? 7,900 divided by 100, because that's how much you got and that's how much you spent, right? So think you take your first set, the 50 shares for 20, that's $1,000, and then if you had to buy the other 50 to get to the amount, That would be 6,900. So now both of those would be 7,900 for those 100 shares. That would turn your cost basis to $79. So now if you sold that covered call that I did for $55, you would be spending more money. That one, it wouldn't work in your case. Do you see why doing the math is so key? I'm glad you asked. I hope you guys see from that case. Because now if you had 50 shares, if you bought those other 50 at that price, your cost basis is $79. You're only getting back 55. So in that case, you averaged up and spent more money to still have risk. You see, in my case, I put down $1,000 today to get those 10 shares, but that got me a negative cost basis. So even though I pretty much raised my cost basis by 50%, it gave me, again, an extra $30 above my share price. In this case, you would be negative by $20. So you would still have risk on the table. Exactly. The ideal would be ultimate upside, cash up front, and zero downside, zero risk is what I'm looking for with a covered call. All right, well, those little yen emergency meeting could be good, though. Think about it, though. If they're freaking out in Japan, remember, when central bankers freak out, that's when the market calms down. $191 is 9 worth, or just do it with 100. You could do either or. So if you have 191 shares, you could either sell one covered call, or you could add 9 shares and do 2 of them. But that's what I'm saying. Just do the math like I showed you. But it might be worth it to add the 9 shares. Because like I'm telling you, the premium on Intel is the highest it has been in you're getting paid an extraordinary amount. That's what I'm saying. Like, the fact we just collected back almost $12,000, I think is insane. If it does break 200 or you feel like it's coming before 28, would I close the covered call? No. Once it gets in the money, or if it goes near the money, then I would look to see if we could roll it over. That's it. And that's the whole idea, is like if it let's say by 2028, it's near 200, I'm probably going to go look for the 2030s and see if I could get paid more than 5,500 for 2030s. And then that's it. Just keep rolling it over. Or until I'm ready to finish with the stock and turn it to a house. The worst case scenario is that the stock goes up to $200 and somebody takes our shares. But then again, even in that case, the worst case scenario is I lose the shares, but I would be compensated. I would be getting $200 a share for them. Plus, I get to keep the $12,000, the premium that we got. Yeah, I have a bunch of videos. SpaceX signs deal with Reflection up to $6.3 billion. No plays for Baba. No. I mean, if it ever came back below our price. Yeah, you could buy them back. I mean, the good part is if you have watched, I mean, I've done this a couple of times. I did it with Uber. We did it with Snapchat. And both of those instances worked out. So it's like, even if it goes in the money, you could refinance till infinity usually. I mean, again, as long as the stock still goes up. As long as it doesn't end in the money and stop moving, that would suck. But as long as the stock keeps moving up, you're going to have your opportunity to keep refinancing. Well, they're saying Japan and America are doing an emergency meeting right now between their treasurers. Prudential popping again. They were up earlier. That's why, too. Bottom right is /6J. This is the Japanese yen. It looks like they're intervening. Yeah, that is the best case. So then imagine, too, come December 2028, if Intel closes at $199, oh, you'd love it. Because then you would get all the premium, you keep your shares, and then, yeah, just rinse and repeat. By 2028, you would need 5,000 if I wanted to roll over. Yes and no. Theoretically, you would, but, you know, you could open a trade at the same time. So, like, theoretically, if I needed to buy back one, and then I could go and sell another one at the same time, and then it would be a credit or whatever it would be. That's how you would do it. So even if you had zero cash in your account, you would close out one contract and then reopen another contract in the same one. So imagine when they add more contracts. Whenever December is not the max contract, there should be another contract with similar or more value, essentially, and you should be able to roll to it. Futu, why is China brokerages on the high? That one's interesting. And then CoreWeave, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Apple. Dude, all of Big 7 is in the gutter right now. A Big 7 and then everybody even in between. And now biotechs, though. Yeah, no, Google's really bad. Again, Google, their big loss was just, again, they lost homeboy to from DeepMind, one of the heads, to Anthropic or OpenAI. But yeah, Google it. Man, I think all of them now at this point. I think the video is the only Big 7 in the green. But yeah, those are getting work now. Do you get the dividend after a covered call? Yeah. At what point would you roll over? No, when there's near 200 or less time, but yeah, I mean, the best thing you guys could do now is just, I would decide if you want to do a covered call. If you don't know what it is, don't do it. And then, yeah, everything at this point is just going to be a matter of time. I would just say, wait and see. Because it's the same thing. And now it's just same thing. I'm going to ride it. Remember, I'm on a 10-year plan for Intel. So I was going to hold Intel for 10 years. This just makes sure, you know, after big volatility, a big move, I'm actually getting some more flexibility and some cash out of it while still executing the plan. But yeah, you know, the next move on this isn't going to happen for probably a year or so. Does that make sense? Like, so this whole idea, should we roll over? Should we do this? Should we do that? It doesn't really matter. I mean, we're not going to probably have to deal with this for another year. It's probably important to explain not to buy back covered calls if you're down on them. Yes, 100%. It's a value. So once you sell it, the value is going to fluctuate. But yeah, remember, you don't lose anything. All we did is agree to sell the stock. So if the price moves around on that covered call, even if it says you're negative, you're not really negative. So be careful. That's what I'm saying. If you don't understand a covered call, do not do this, because you might be tempted to do a covered call and then it'll go down a little bit and then you'll be like, oh, I'm going to close it. And then, yeah, you took a loss for no reason. You'll try it on sweet greens. Well, don't try it. Just understand it first. I would paper trade with it. It's a super simple concept if you truly understand options, right? Right to buy, right to sell. So that's it. That's you own the shares. You're agreeing to sell it to somebody. That's it. So, but yeah, I wouldn't, like I'm saying, if you don't understand it and you put a real trade on and then they're selling premium and other exposure, it might backfire. 7 years ago, led me to trade school for HVAC, just became a journeyman, got my promotion and new truck, and still trying for Love Island. Oh, let's go, Jay. Horda. Oh, our Love Island candidate. But he's also a hard worker. Making moves, baby. Hey, man, you know, we got a couple of HVAC chads, bro. Have you seen the chads, bro? They got HVAC. They've turned their HVAC trucks into workstations. It looked like a little Wall Street floor. You don't feel me? I didn't go over how to do the covered call. I have old videos on it, but we were just talking about what happened here because I did do a covered call on Intel. I thought it was time. On a stock I'm red on? No. Unless the premium paid a extraordinary amount. But no, ideally, that's the thing. You don't want to sell a covered call and agree to sell your shares for less than what you bought them. Because someone even asked, they're like, what's the worst case scenario? Like I'm telling you, it's like if Intel goes up, my worst case scenario is that they pay me $200 a share. But yeah, the moment you start doing those deals to get less than what you paid, it's usually a bad deal. I know I was worried about this Pandora's box of covered calls. That's why we talked about this for a while. Everybody was asking me about it as Intel was going up, and I told you I was like, I do like the $200. I think that's a fair price that I'd be willing to take for it. But yeah, that's why it hit. I had to do it, unfortunately. I did a covered call on Intel for December 2028. I shorted the $200 call. Hershey's bouncing. You guys brought that one up earlier. And then CRH. Well, Google just had bad individual news. Oil's taking another candle lower. So that's at least good. Oil 73. Didn't we hit 72? Yeah, we hit 72.80 on Thursday. That was still crazy as well. Covered calls on dog shit is bad because premium is bad for the risk. No, just take a step back. See, this is why, this is why like all the ideas could get confusing or when people throw it into the conversation. But just view it it doesn't have anything to do with the stock. It does, but it doesn't. Just you have to really why are you going to agree to sell your stock for less than what you paid for it? That's it. Just start there. Just start there. That's one of my easiest covered call rules. I always tell you guys, if you're going to sell a covered call, it should be at least 20 to 30% higher than what you paid for the stock. So that's why too. So it's like if you're down on a play and you're agreeing to sell the stock for less than what you paid for it, a guaranteed loss, and then it's not paying as much, or even if it pays you a lot of money to take a guaranteed loss, that's usually not a good idea. That's where a lot of people I see make the mistake with covered calls, because they just see the premium amount, the money, or whatever it may be. But again, at that point, worst comes to worst, if you're agreeing to sell at a loss or break even, it's usually not worth it. Like I'm saying, any covered call you guys have ever seen me sell, I think I've sold them at least 50% higher than where the stock was trading at, or at least where we bought it, for this reason. That's why think about it. I sold a $200 call. That's almost 1,000% higher than where I bought the stock. You see what I'm saying? So it's 50, 60% from where we're at now, but it's literally my cost base is $23. So you got to think about it in that sense, where it's like, just don't agree to sell your stock for the same price or less. You should be doing it you should be getting paid up front a lot of money. Think about it. I got paid $12,000 to agree to sell it way higher than what I paid. Yeah, technically with the premium that I got, my break even on Intel is 250, 258. That is where, so at 258, that's the strike price plus your premium, which again would be over 1,000% on the equity trade. All right, SPY, stop moving. Where's the yen? All I see is Zillow on the low every 5 minutes. If it goes above and it expires, do they always get your shares? Yes. When you sell a covered call, you want the stock to go down. That would be ideal. I mean, because then you get the premium, you get high premium, and then you get to keep your shares. But either way, either way, as long as you're, it should be in a way where it's a win-win. Like I hope you see in my case, like Intel goes down 50%, we still win because we walked away with money. And then if Intel goes up 50%, we still win. We just may not make as much money, but we're still going to win. So the idea should be a win-win scenario that both sides are kind of like very good regardless of the outcome. No, I just did a covered call for December. That's it. 2020. I've talked about this for a while. Every single day Intel's popped. A lot of people have had this question. We first got tempted at it when I think the covered calls were like 140, 130. Do you guys remember that? So when we first started seeing the December contracts, it was literally a 140 for about $5,000. That's when we started looking at some of these. So yeah, that's why I said, 200 strike I'd be down with. And SPY still pinned near the low ticker, very active. SPY, NASDAQ, both down about 0.3. Russell is up by 0.5. That's a lot more stable. And then Dow Jones up by 0.29. Intel in 200 is crazy. Isn't it wild to say? I don't believe me. I didn't even want to sell the covered calls, but I mean, at some point I just felt like that would have been a very bad deal if I would have regretted it looking back. That's what I'm saying, is that the numbers on that type of play are just like, we're talking about you're collecting 300% up front, still got crazy back end. It's too perfect. So yeah, I'm glad, but I like the ride up, man. We did really good holding it this far without getting in its way. But that's why sometimes if we're the ones who get in the way, we could be the biggest risk to the money. High ticker, I don't know if it's rotation or if it's trying to wake up. You have 180 Ford. You never understood it. Well, I'd look into it, make sure you guys understand it. But this is the first thing I said with Intel a couple of months ago when people started asking me about it. Not every stock you should be selling covered calls on. More instances than not, you shouldn't be doing covered calls. Why? Because there's no real incentive. The difference is that Intel is literally up 200-300% in 3 months. You see what I'm saying? This is peak volatility. So we're selling a covered call into one of its highest equity prices after one of its quickest run-ups ever. You see what I'm saying? So the premium that it's paying out is a lot. You want to sell covered calls into high volatility. Essentially, that's the problem, is that you don't want to sell covered calls on low volatility stocks, because then you might collect the premium, but if the volatility on your stock picks up, it's gonna end up backfiring for you. So I mean, I'm not looking at an IV number. I think you could just see it. Like, you get what I'm saying? So like Intel, just look at that chart. That's gonna be volatile. Ford 2 weeks ago, that was the peak of selling premium. You see what I'm saying? So, and Ford's not too bad because it's moved up here, but like I'm saying, like, if you want to go sell a Kimberly-Clark premium, no fucking way. Doesn't make any sense. Even if you're like, oh, I could get more than what I paid, there's no volatility in that stock. You're selling, like, you're bored. You're just trying to get premium. Yeah, let's see. IBM a couple weeks ago, that would have been the peak. But like now it chills out here. There's still some volatility, but not the same. So like I'm telling you, look at where I'm selling a covered call. I'm selling into the all-time high. That's where we're after a massive stick. Again, SanDisk, Micron, those names going straight up, those are more optimal. It's not that you need high volatility. That's just where it's more optimal. You see what I'm saying? That's where I'm telling you, like, you shouldn't be looking to sell a covered call all the time. And some people want to, but like I'm telling you, look around the market right now. It's not as if, into a rally, into a bubble. It's not necessarily like you want to sell a covered call, but you do want to take advantage when the volatility does get extreme, especially if, again, I want to keep holding Intel, but, it's hard to deny that's been the biggest move ever. It's the best name in the world. But it's like, yeah, we got to, at the very least, there's more in our favor than less in our favor. When you're selling a covered call into high volatility, it's going to be easier for you to win than selling a covered call on a stock with no volatility or no movement. So MU holders should sell covered calls. Yes, if you bought it low enough. And that's what I'm saying. We bought Intel low enough where it's like we still have our hand in the cookie jar. We have upside, and then even in the case of it stopping tomorrow, we're still going to walk away with something to show for it. Why December 2028? Make it shorter term, rinse and repeat. Just think about the amount that I collected. I just collected $5,800 a contract. So even on the account, the smallest account, that's almost 2 years of deposits. So that's what I'm saying. The premium, you can't match that. That's why I like selling premium to sell premium. You know what I'm saying? Like, you do August, like what? Maybe we could get $600. I'd have to do that 10 times, and that still even takes 2 months. So, do the math. It should come out to the same thing. But ideally, I want to sell more credit. High volatility, high price, high time. All of those check the box. I'm selling premium, literally. I'm trying to sell the most amount of credit that I can. Because, again, I already own the underlying at a very, very affordable price. So no matter what happens, it's going to give me that wiggle room. But, yeah, I don't want to... I think the trap is selling premium less than a month. Or even less than a year, to be honest, when it comes to covered calls. Because I don't think you're getting paid as much, and then you're still running the same risk. You're agreeing on numbers, all of that. GMed? We're still chilling at this low, bro. Low key, it looked like it wanted to wake up. You sold on your covered call on Roth because the Roth and that your deposit for this year is bigger than the 7.5 limit. Interesting. kind of smart, because then you get all that cash in the Roth, regardless of your deposit, your contributions. Yeah, somebody said it though. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of it hit me with the it was like one of those it was like Peter denies Jesus moment when right when I sold the covered call and I said I don't know what I'm gonna do with the cash, and then Dan was like, a wise man once told me, don't sell until you know what you're gonna buy. And then the rooster crowed and I said, oh my gosh, he's right. Because again, I mean, I did sell without knowing what I'm going to buy, which again, I do have a plan for some of the end of the year, and then I had another plan with the two, right? I said it, I told you guys, right? When it hits 200, I'm going to be selling the covered call. But yeah, like it is all that capital, you could put it to work on the next play. So, I mean, that is generally the idea here in the long term. Would you sell in the weekly? No, dude. No. I'd be very careful, you guys. If you're going to try to like sell covered calls or sell puts, and if you're doing it on short time, that's a trap. Because the whole idea of selling premium, selling a call, selling a put, is that the only reason why people would ever do that behavior is that they get incentivized. Is that they're getting paid a high premium. So that's up to you to determine that. But that's why I'm saying most people, what they end up doing, they're willing to take this big risk, but then they're not, the premium's not a lot. Like I'm telling you, it's like, so if you're dabbling, trying to sell premium for what? Like what's the premium on a daily? Like 5 pennies, $30, $40 in a day. And then it's, when we're talking, you know, committing thousands and thousands of dollars of capital, it's not really worth it. So if you are going to try to do any premium selling strategies, if I were you, I would sell things with at least 30 to 60 days of time. And that's minimum. But when you start getting into low premium, low time, and then selling premium, a lot of people fuck up. A lot of people fuck up on this. I'm telling you, high selling premium is a high strategy. Higher probabilities, it's a great strategy. I'm not saying selling premium is bad. It's actually better than not. But I'm telling you, most people, they take a good strategy and then they implement it and execute it in a fucked up way. And this is how they fuck it up. They go and they take high probability and they take all of the advantages in their favor, and then they do it in a way where it lowers their advantage. That's what I'm saying. They're like, oh yeah, I'm 90% success rate selling premium. Let me go sell the contracts with the highest probability of change and then the lowest premium. That's the daily. It's like, it doesn't make any sense. So that's, just be careful. And that's what I'm saying. These strategies are great, but you have to understand them. And then be careful trying to yield farm. Go look at crypto. Go look at Michael Saylor. Go look at Cucumber Boy, Sam Bankman. Anybody who tries to yield farm gets in trouble. Don't try to farm yield and be like, oh, I got cash. Let me over and over again on weeklies. Oh, I own a stock. Let me sell the monthly, the daily over and over. You're trying to farm, right? You're trying to yield farm, but most of the time people get they get blown away off of that. FITB, high ticker. You got an Aragachi headline. Tata Electronics identified cybersecurity incident a few weeks ago. Includes Tesla and Apple secret files. Don't risk your shares being called away for 2 weeks of premium. Amen. It's not, dude. It's even for nothing. That's the crazy part. They're giving you a fucking nickel. It's like Cain and Abel. It's like it's the parable of the brother trading in his blessing for a bowl of soup. That's what selling premium on short times reminds me of. Because that's what you're doing. You're saying, yeah, here's my capital, here's my shares. Give me a bowl of soup. And it's like, what? Why? Like, do you understand the back end? So it's like, if you do, like, you should get a lot more than a bowl of soup. You know, like I ever told you, if you're gonna sell your soul, you better get something for it. You know, I mean, that's the problem. Some people will sell their soul for nothing. I'm like, you might as well get something out of it. Oh yeah, Jacob and Esau, my bad. I guess I had murder on my mind. Cain and Abel. If they tell investors they'll start to give out drip, would we get out? No, because you don't owe the dividend unless you get exercised on the share. So that's the beauty of a covered call, is that you get to collect the dividend. You own the dividend. You still own the stock. All of the ownership is yours. So you agreed to sell it, but that ownership doesn't transfer until they take your shares. So they have to get rid of the contract and exercise those shares. So the only way you pay the dividend is if someone takes your shares. But you're not paying it. You just don't receive the dividend. But until the dividend or until the shares are executed, all the dividends will go to the shareholder, which would be you in this case. I got murder on my mind. I am not buying Baba. That's a good way to ask it again. But yeah, I'm not buying Baba. Into it. SMCI just got an upgrade today. And then again, I mean, a lot of the memory chip hype was very palatable this morning. It still kind of is. That's what just sucks with kind of how the market's moving around. Netflix becomes attractive a lot lower. A couple people picked it up today. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of it, unfortunately. I think it could be a good trade here in July as we get into earnings, but just like I was saying, I mean, just comparing Microsoft to like Netflix and everything else is just, you know, like Netflix and Meta, they move a lot different than like a Microsoft. High tickers going again, but I mean, again, the index is still a victim of the concentration. Because like I'm telling you, man, chips are killing it today. Oil below 70. I don't know. That's the problem, right? We don't know a lot of things. Again, oil, dollar, bond volatility, a lot of them have moved, but like the reaction is very lagged right now. That's the odd part. Again, oil's made a very big move. Again, bond volatility skyrocketed and then fell. SPY did nothing practically. So this is kind of the whole something has to give moment. That's why I don't know if it'll happen today, tomorrow, who knows? But I mean, we're more likely to move now that the expiration is up than not. No one's ever seen that. The RSI on SanDisk is the highest it's ever been. I think it's literally the highest historic one on record. Q. Again, Futu again. Skyworks. We should have ripped that one too, bro. We ripped the SMCIs, but that one really went. Iran says no nuclear issues discussed with U.S. Asmil kind of flushing. Big volume down. Maybe about 10-15 bucks on that candle. Micron and Sand. China is starting to move now. Very weird. So again, more of these China plays are waking up. I mean, a lot of people have been posting Baba in the chat. I've been noticing Futu, but now K-Web and everybody else starting to wake up. That's a very random one. Again, Yen second intervention headline. I mean, where SPY's even been the same. Azmil, maybe a probe. Talk of their machines in China's hands over the weekend. Oh, it could. It looks like it. I mean, again, that's too big volume. It's not triggering yet, but Azmil is a very big stock. Oh, Habibi. Yeah, too expensive. Yeah, but that volume's looking like something. Again, 2% on a stock like that. There's nothing to balk at. Software, I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think everything is live now. That's why I'm post-expiration. We've gone post-events. Like I said, be patient. Maybe give it a day or two. That's definitely in the cards as well. But, yeah, it's just a matter of, I don't know if it's going to be earnings, vibes, again, Kevin Warsh, the dollar, but at this point, it's just a matter of the momentum actually arriving and going. For now, though, I could definitely say momentum is still in chips. Momentum and concentration and AI, chips, all of that is still going. That's what I've been trying to say these last 48 hours here, but it hasn't really spread to anything else. Wake up in the morning, I got long term on my mind. All these angry elves are hating, knock me off my grind, but I can't let them know. If I had SanDisk, would you sell a covered call on it now? I mean, if I had 100 shares, I would look at the numbers. That's it. Because again, I mean, I had Intel the whole time. I didn't sell Intel till now. So in my case for Intel, like I'm saying, at $55,000 a contract, $200 strike price, I made sure I'm getting 1,000% on my equity. So for me, that made a lot of sense. But I also wanted more upside. Again, I liked Intel. I was telling you all year. I said I didn't want to add a covered call until it got to these crazy levels. So, and I'm glad we didn't. But yeah, I'm not that is a personal decision in terms of what your plan is going to be. So especially something like SanDisk Micron, you just got to run the numbers. KC now. Baba, all the Chinese players are waking up, and then silver is getting dumped on. All the plays on the high are literally biotechs in China. Let's see. I mean, see if Google actually. Yeah, then there's Merck now. Speaking of biotech, that's starting to wake up a little bit more. The CC because of the price or the speed, both. That's what I was saying. 200 at that. If it gave me like $5,000, that got me near 1,000. And then that's what I was saying. I was baffled by Intel's speed a month ago when it, again, that was already history. So Both of them kind of checked both boxes. High IV, did it fast, major high price, and then, yeah, that's it. I'll tell you what, if the market goes down, those covered calls will make your portfolio go parabolic. No, it wouldn't. It would just keep us stable. That's it. We just secured pretty much what just happened here. Like I'm telling you, I mean, even on this small account, that one covered call was 2 years of deposits. You guys don't think that's crazy? I think that's insane. That's why. So that's the best part about it, is like, worst case, if Intel goes down, you're not going to give up all of the money that Intel is worth right now. Essentially, your portfolio will have a little bit of defense now, just in case Intel doesn't go straight up. And that's something people have been saying, right? You know, somebody like, oh, when Intel goes down, you guys are fucked. Well, not anymore. This is you were right up until then, but now we've defended against both sides. So that's what I'm saying. We make money if Intel keeps going parabolic. If Intel comes down, unless we put that money into something that goes down as well, we have at least, again, you just put 2 years of deposits in cash in your account now through a play like that. Bro, China. All these China plays. And then the yen is back to like the first, like in between that first intervention candle. SPY right below VWAP. Dow and Russell, only ones in the green. You two didn't put the cash in the tap. I was thinking about that. In my case, I think I'm just going to hold the cash for, just play it as part of the midterm plan, but I am tempted to buy either tap Microsoft or Intuit, some of the stuff we've already been working on. SCHD, Labu, more biotechs. Jeez, all right, SPY going up more again. NVS, Merck. I want to take off the yen, but it's hard to shake this feeling that they're not all linked. Now Met, now XLV. That was doing nothing earlier. Now you got like BMY and a couple of others moving up. Himix. What am I, Delta? I don't know. It's not even updating here. That's what I'm saying. It should show. Maybe you have to give it a little bit. Maybe by tomorrow. But my cost basis should show up negative. That's my favorite part about it. So like literally, you do the math. I mean, our cost basis is negative. No, I have in the CBOE, same price. Why not put that in fixed income? Well, it is now technically. I mean, so now, you know, again, 12 grand, and then we're getting 3.5%. So it's like 11,500. Shit. So we're getting $400 a year if I don't touch that cash and just keep it in money market. So there's some plan to it. Otherwise, that's what I'm saying. It's not, I should have known what I was going to buy before I did it, but I was a little distracted following the original, give me 200, I'm going to sell a covered call. But now it's just falling into my midterm cash pile, which I depleted about a week ago. So it kind of worked out. Let's see. Well, let's show it here. Pfizer or TAP is way more discounted, but Pfizer, I feel like Pfizer was TAP earlier, if you think about it. at one point. But yeah, it's I think it's a little bit I think Pfizer's a little bit better quality wise, but TAP has more value. Would Japan let the yen sink or lose its free floating currency status? They've been letting it sink. They just don't want it to sink too much. They're trying to play the middle. Everything's managed in Japan. They want it to be managed and free at the same time. It just, again, their situation is causing this. Yeah, but it doesn't show up. See, I want it to show up on here. See, but this is what I'm saying, though. Because I want it to, so this is the play. Here's the negative cost basis. But it should show negative here. But yeah, same thing. Cost minus. So we're at like negative $20 a share pretty much. And then, but this is what I'm saying, though. I have the money now. When was the last time you saw this account with $4,000 in cash? 4,141. Habibi. So yeah, that's a 27,000% increase in cash today. But now I'm at 8.6%. So now even the small account, a year of deposits, a little bit more than that, it only takes us to 8.6%. That's what I was trying to tell you guys with all the other savings. But yeah, we got some cash now to deploy. Valero, more energy plays. Hi. Keel. I think Fizzer's an interesting like turnaround play, but until it actually turns around on earnings, it'll probably still be guttered like that, unfortunately. Again, BMY, Abivi, still more biotechs. I was saying in the morning, bro, XBI, but that stayed hot. That's up 3.8. Oh, yes. Tesla has those dailies. And I explained the midterm plays. Like, what does that even mean? You're expecting a pullback? I will, but Sarah, you have to explain to me how I see you every day sometimes, and then you'll just miss it. You've been doing that to me for like 3 years. But yeah, my midterm money glitch, pretty much, I wanted to have cash ahead of November, but then coming November, I'm going to use all of the cash. So the idea is not have any cash by November. But then also the same respect, the idea is have some cash ahead of November just because the midterms usually brings things down. But we've already hit our low of the year, so there's no necessarily guarantee. But the idea is have a little bit of cash, and then by midterms, you want to use all of your cash because the 6 months after the midterms, the market is always higher. Kroger, not necessarily. I like Sprouts and some of the discounted big box ones, but just very easy to get overexposed in those names. So it just depends on what you're holding in your long term. But I do which one? I think Target, that probably would have been the best big box one at the bottom. And SPY coming down. So again, you just had maybe 10 minutes of going up, 20 minutes of stabilization at the low, but once again, we are moving our way downtown. Low ticker is very active, actually. That candle is getting bigger. Disney's starting to sell off. No Toy Story saving? I thought Toy Story was good, bro. Yeah, TLT, even TMV's on the high. DeepSeek of the West, Reflection Inc.'s major compute deal. I like CRM. I just think it's going to take time with the earnings. You need an earnings turnaround. I don't see anything. Oh, I guess Europe. Oh, wait, we should have done push-ups. European close was 20 minutes ago. BTQ Ionic. Executive order aimed to issue quantum tech as soon as this afternoon, according to person familiar. Yeah, we had that first headline earlier. Are any of them moving? They kind of are. What's BTQ? Golubov has traveled to Oman, not Tehran. End phase. No, BTU is called BTQ. It sucks. I got my Quantinium play. That's the one I like, but that could be running off of it too. The Netflix ain't streaming the World Cup. They never, I mean, again, the World Cup and the TV rights, that was, remember, that's how you even got like Fubu. End phase through the high. That's starting to pop up. I did not watch Toy Story. No, I didn't know it came. I watched a lot of the World Cup, dude. My girlfriend made me watch every game with her, but it was really fun. I actually enjoyed it. Shout out to Egypt. We got a dub. What's the difference between Qubit and QBTS? Aren't they all the same? Our first ever dub. We talked about the energies like a month ago. We were saying if you want, at that time, Constellation was lagging. I think they came back up, but we were talking about if you want to top blast energy. So I just don't like how they've moved up, but like if you're okay with the 3-year gain, this is at least better than not. So it's not my favorite, it's not the worst. I just don't like the whole energy top tick, but Constellation's a very big name and they're tied into all of it, and then it's not as crazy. Okay, I'll give you one. That's for the quantum stuff. And then what's R fill? We had that headline earlier, just now these quantum plays. I like Quantinium. So again, I was telling you guys, even on Instagram on the video, and we talked about that one from last week, but yeah, there's a couple of these other quantum plays in the background. Habibi. Lulu Burry takeover note. They're going to be taken out. But what Homegirl said the no. Remember, the company denied it off of that headline a couple weeks ago. I think Burry just wants it to happen. What day was the quantum thing? The first one? Airlines are going nuts right now. Delta, Southwest, American, they all just popped right there. Muhammad or something. 50-50. Dude, I forgot about that. What up, baby? Good morning. I know Disney, dude, Toy Story 5 numbers were insane. But yeah, the stock did not. Bro, that's whack. Well, I'm not going to walk. Bradley already arrived. I mean, we thought the airlines are running on the energy stuff earlier, but yeah, they've kind of been doing it all day. But low-key still going. Because Google still worked? J&J on the high now. Sentinel getting work now, too. I mean, IGV is still into the low. LAZ. None of those is going to work, Habibi. Rocket Lab military exercise in space underway with barely anyone noticing. No. See, these could all be a couple of headlines today. I feel like would be worthy of the lagger. So just keep these in mind too, because again, we've kind of been responding all day today, but it's not like you had any like real development as much as you had just movement. Aspen, Palantir, 52-week low. I mean, a whole nother set. Microsoft, like a whole nother set of software names, bro. The low ticker just going, brrrah. Yeah, you're fully maxed out on the low side. You're getting back below the lower end. Oil hasn't budged. Why do they make these so expensive? Microsoft, dude, 369. Well, maybe he is returning home. So remember, about like 358. That's why I took it at 380. I didn't think how much lower it'd go, but yeah, that 350-ish level. That's where I started clamoring about it. California sues Trump over sending state Congress vehicle emission rules for potential repeal. KMI, what about KMB, XLP? So XLV, that was only one that moved recently, the biotechs, but yeah, everything else coming down. HQ on the high. Let's get a market checkup. 9 o'clock. Dow Jones, 18 green, 12 in the red. That's still the same. I mean, Dow is still up by 0.3. NASDAQ is in the red. Now it's 53 red, 42 in the green, or 48 in the green. So yeah, NASDAQ's down by 0.6. And then SPY, 320 in the green, 180 in the red. 20 names went green. You can't make this shit up. So yeah, even in this whole process, 20 names went green on the SPY, and you were going lower. So again, SPY's even down by 0.4. NASDAQ is the worst on the day, so I think Google and a couple of the outsized software and bigger tech sell-offs, except for the handful of chip names that are up, those are dragging you down a little bit. Microsoft, yeah, bro, you're like right within the level. Remember, 3 points to fill the gap to the downside. More cruise lines. Zillow, Microsoft, Palantir, all washed. CBOE's chilling. Same thing with Quantinium. It was actually still holding. Petrobras CEO says they want to explore critical minerals. Habibi. Stock's not really reacting, but see, again, that's what I'm saying, man. There's a lot of headlines today where I think we're kind of still just playing the push and pull, but yeah, there's a lot of headlines that like things aren't reacting to, which is not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. That just means you might get more delayed reactions tomorrow. Oh, SPY near the low. Oh, where is tilt? BBY. What's HQ? I've seen this like 3 times. And then is China still going? Palantir, another low, 121. K-Web chilled out. Let's see. Airlines are still up. Where's the dollar? Dollar came back up. Ugh. Yeah, the yen started coming back down. It seems like, again, if the yen, if they intervene and it comes down, the market does not like that. But if they intervene and it stays up, the market did somewhat decent until the yen came down. So more staples, MO starting to move. Yeah, it's a 52-week low for Plant. Again, there was some headline on Google. I just think it's the software stuff too that is dragging them down. Yeah, see, Wells Fargo now. Actually, where's Bank of America? So yeah, banks are going up. Some starting, at least the big banks are moving. Netflix is looking juicy. I've heard that a lot today. I've heard a lot of people bring up Netflix. I think, again, I don't know, was it you? No, there's another chat that said they bought Netflix for the long term. Apple, actually, they're chilling. And then Microsoft's still going now. Lower, Palantir and Zoom both down. And then, so you had one set of banks go up, and then you're triggering the healthcare names again. XLV. Again, we're just still into this low. I mean, in a weird way, we haven't moved in like an hour. So like 7:30 to 9, hour and a half, you've pretty much been in this little range. It just sucks because you're literally one quick move down from a low or one quick move right back below VWAP. Again, banks are starting to move up. For an account, what would I deposit to make a consistent income solely off of trading? I would make a long term, put 10% of your income, start with the long term, and yeah, I would not try to make a living off of trading. I mean, it's not that I don't believe you can. It's just one of those things where it's like, if you try to make a living off of trading, you probably won't. And then if you don't try to make a living off of trading, you probably will. It's like what somebody told me in my early days of getting into business. They said if you ask the good investors, if you ask good investors for money, they'll give you advice. And if you ask a good investor for advice, he'll probably give you money. So that's kind of how I view it in that sense. But yeah, 10% of your income is the long-term budget. And then once you can establish that, you can work around a speculative budget from there. Where's Intel? I'm still happy about that one today. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. I don't know what's going on with Netflix. I think Netflix, it's been like this all year. Let's be real. I feel like everything everybody's saying today, we have heard all year, have we not? I remember beginning of the year, everybody asking me about Netflix. It would drill down and they would be like, Netflix, Netflix, Netflix. Then it popped back up. And then Netflix, they're like Netflix value. So I don't know what it is. I don't know how to compare it to I just think it's a high flyer. I mean, I especially remember last year Netflix was going up while everything was doing nothing. Netflix was awesome last year. So, but yeah, I don't know if it's FOMO. I don't know what is really the driving factor of all of it. But like I'm saying, my only problem with Netflix is like I'm still up a couple of 100% on it. And that's the part that I think kind of sucks. Portillo's on the high? Portillo's? Hey, yo, Portillo's, 0.3. This thing usually fades, but maybe we'll get a hype play. You don't know where to buy it? Well, check out Microsoft Intuit. Check out the plays when I post a video on them, assuming they haven't moved too much. But yeah, Microsoft and Intuit, those are both some good areas. I mean, I've already added to them. They're lower than what I paid for now. So it's not bad. Texas AG investigating Carnival Cruise Line. No, next Friday? Maybe. I don't know, but not this Friday. We finally get a full week. THC, Estee Lauder, more banks. Market is a voting machine. Sure, Netflix is great, but if the others are grabbing attention or growing, it'll be forgotten for the short term. Am I wrong? I don't think you're wrong. I just don't think that's not like, I don't know. That's not what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying is like, I think there's a fuck ton of reasons why people are like they want Netflix right now. Because it was one of those popular names, and it was the voting machine last year, and it did very, very good, and then now it's came down, and I think people see the value. My problem is this whole time with Netflix, I've just been saying, although this looks like value, it's not really value. That's where I stand with it. So I'm not looking at it about popularity. I'm not even looking at it as if it's a good company, even though I'm kind of inherently accepting that as the foundation, because I do fuck with Netflix and I think it is going to be around. But at the same time, I just think this is fake value. That's kind of why from the beginning of this year, when people were asking me, I'm like, no, even like, doesn't matter. Every low, I've been like, it's lagging some of the tech and other performance, but this isn't like real value on Netflix. It's coming back to where a little bit below where it started last year. But like I'm saying, I mean, my cost basis on this stock is below $20. So that's why I'm like, it looks like it came down a lot, and you're like, wow, this was a high flyer, winner turned loser that's still doing good. But, and again, people have so many reasons for it. People are either playing as the leader, the lagger, they're playing it's the best company. They're playing all sorts of reasons. And again, I think there's a lot of appeal for many reasons on Netflix right now. But in my mind, I'm just saying this move of $100 to $70, it's not like, it doesn't scream value in my eyes right now, especially considering how Netflix, where it's came from, and then how it moves when things are playing in a certain way. So yeah, I think Netflix is just bringing out a lot of different theories and emotions from people, especially based on how it moved and how it's moving now. All right, little computer work up here. We've been pinned, bro, for almost 2 hours on a Monday. I agree with you 1,000,000% at the end. That's what I noticed on Friday. At the end of the day, people are still moving money into chips. I agree. That's the thing that, like, again, the Palanters, the Zillows, those shits aren't working. A lot of software is not working right now, but that is something momentum you could see right now. Money is still moving the chips. It's advancing. That momentum is still continuing. So that's a good sign, at least for one bubble metric. But yeah, that's why it's like we could play these games of what play here, Netflix, this, what's lagging. But at the end of the day, the one factual observation is that it objectively, the money is still advancing in chips. I mean, shit, even Intel hit a damn 52-week high today. All-time high. Okay, more banks. Again, you got that little move and then a whole nother set of names that's already drilling, just drills again. Intuit, 254. Habibi. Well, yeah, I mean, Intuit's had a lot of these 5% days, but even the market. So that's what we were talking about this morning. And usually, I mean, last time this happened was near the topping process, but essentially the chips index has had more 5% up days over the last 2 months than any point in like the last like 10, 20 years. Why does it seem like they can't make up their minds on rotation? It doesn't rotate back and forth. It's just hedge funds. No, it's a big boat turning. That's why. So it's just a lot of money moving, and it's every single day. It doesn't happen just in one day. So that's why that's why by the time you realize it, it'll be culminating into something. But yeah, it's going in stages and waves. It's not like they're going back and forth every day, the same people. It just, think about turning a big boat. It takes time, and it's a lot of energy behind it. That's why you'll kind of see where it ends up, or like halfway through the rotation, you'll kind of see where it's pointing. That's why like XLF, XLV, financials, we've been able to kind of see how it is 2 weeks in, but it's not fully complete, but you could kind of get an idea. But yeah, it's a big process. I mean, that's like kind of what I was saying with like Capex, like the sheer, like just moving lots of money. It's hard to wrap your head around it sometimes, even myself. Just like it's hard to conceptualize how much money we're talking, and move it. It doesn't move in one order, doesn't move in one day. It's kind of this process. So that's what I think is happening here, mixed in with all the catalysts that got in the way, and then that triggers computers and algos, and then that gave you another set of hiccups in between. Hey, Common Young Jeezy. Bro, core weave. Into it. And then J&J and Merck again. ZH software bounces over. Bro, right after ripping us and giving us the they gave that 19% in 3 days, and then they took it right back. More Microsoft. Well, then again, we are watching the Anthropic stuff chill out too. That could be another thing to keep in mind. Intuit dividend almost at 2%. I mean, that thing at the Fed funds rate would be fire. And then Portillo's did nothing. CVX, again, they signed the deal with Microsoft today. And Caterpillar, 52-week high. A couple of things are starting to move. 30-second velocity. Again, more industrials getting a bid. Did it give back? No. Oh, I mean, it's still up a decent amount. It's crazy it hit. It just this moves a lot, but yeah. I guess technically it was up 10% more. But I like 66. I think the plays will come down if it drops below 60. But yeah, for now. But I wonder how this one's going to play with this headline. The government thing they're trying to do. CVX is pumping it, or CNBC is. I'm saying they had that deal this morning. All right, well, we've been in here for 2 hours, you guys. It's kind of crazy. It's almost 9:30. I do need to go to the bathroom. Would you guys like to do a push-up, too? We kind of forgot our first set, but yeah, dude, we've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. Get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Woo! Oh, man. Oh, I gotta get a good stretch in. Why didn't we buy Cat a year ago? Some people did. I mean, it was already too high for me. I was buying Intel. Why didn't we buy everything last year? That's the real question. All right, man. Stand up. I'm gonna get you a track. Oh, and then we could get some political. We could start out with the political prop. You know, get the bodies moving. You know, up bright and early.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
All right, man. I hope you moved around. I kind of want one more. Just one. I need to do butterflies. I need to move them hips around. You know what I'm saying?
At the size of his briefcase. There was one network even hokey enough to have a briefcase index.
God.
I know that Nathan remembers.
Hi guys. Joe stresses me out. All right, I'll wait to do my extra set. Get the right propaganda. It sucks though. I mean, it feels like I look at the high-low ticker. Feels like there's a lot of moving. All that's happening right now is software. So again, I don't know. I think people. I think it's dawning upon people this possibility software may be dead after this little wishbone over here. But yeah, I mean, all that's happening right now is you have more software names dumping. Anything not software is either holding up as a rotation or not, and then there's chips. But yeah, you just got in the middle. Software is doing terrible today. I mean, literally last like 2 weeks if you really think about it. And then mix that in with Mag 7, half up, half down. But then again, today's one of those days with Google and some of those others really rocked. Oh, there is the NASDAQ rebalance today. You're right. So that's going to, I think that factors in towards the end of the day. Yeah, Core Weave, that's another. That one's still on the low. Again, Palantir, Zillow, anything. Software, Intuit, Zscaler, Rubrik, SpaceX for crying out loud. And then again, industrial. Shippers are on the high and airlines. Momentum can, but if that momentum moves somewhere else. So just remember, that's what I'm saying. Like all these plays, like that's the thing I think people are forgetting. Just remember, like, because I still like the Palantirs and Zillows, but it just sucks right now. Because remember, we made those plays when software was at 108. You know, it was really, really ripping. So at this point, I don't know if momentum might just, if the momentum stays concentrated, if it doesn't go back to software, then yeah, I mean, you may just get momentum. You could still have momentum. It doesn't mean that software has to have momentum. Does that make sense? Because that's what it was like a month ago. We were getting the momentum, and then the momentum spread to software, and then it was software and chips both up. And now, I mean, software has already went negative. Do you guys remember I made that video? At one point, software went green on the year. That was at the end of May. So, and then beginning of June so far, in 2 weeks, you gave it all up. So yeah, we could still get momentum, but it doesn't momentum doesn't necessarily guarantee that software stays up. Do you think software is like the newspaper company? I think some of them will be, for sure. That's what we talked about at the beginning of the IGV freakout at the beginning of the year. But I do believe some of them will, they'll be able to acclimate quite nice. Yeah, day's not over, week's not over. It just, again, you could start to see this software, the amount of 52-week lows now hitting software. Now that Microsoft, Oracle, Palantir, who else? Workday. There's one more big leader that was doing good. But yeah, now those aren't at the lows, but everybody else is at the 52-week low. And then now the ones that added a little bit, they're starting to give back up. I guess IGV and China, they do go hand in hand, even to the downside. TE, why do I feel like this thing does the same move every single day? Has it advanced? Yeah, a little bit. Domino's, Copart. Oops. Down, down, and out, down, 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 out, out. My average on Oracle is 137 or 147, something around there. $149 on this account. Other account, it's 147. But yeah, we're still up 17% on Oracle, which is crazy. That's what I'm saying. It's like some of these, it all just depends on where. But yeah, Oracle's even on the low right now. U.S. allows Iran oil sales in dollars. They approved temporary waiver allowing to sell crude, petro, and petroleum through August 21st, 2026. Housing cooling off in San Diego. Yeah, it has been for like the last year or two. And then like rents, I don't know, we were talking about it last week, but I was saying there's, like if you wanted San Diego, you could find a cheaper place to buy a little bit outside. But I was like, dude, the rents are slashed in San Diego. Of course, they're still held up green, but that even did the momentum back and forth here. Am I going to average down on Microsoft and Intuit or let it ride into the sunset? We're going to let it ride for a little bit since I just made the play a week ago and it's a 10-year play. And now I have a lot of cash because the covered call. But yeah, we'll wait for a little bit. But I wouldn't be opposed to adding more. But it's not, I'm not, all I see with Microsoft and Intuit right now is that you guys could buy it below the price that I got it at. That's pretty much it. Other than that, same, again, 10-year time frame. I did all my deciding before I bought the play. So now we'll work from there, Habibi. I just don't really like communications. I think T-Mobile is one of the better ones, but yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of these comms. FedEx again, and now PSX, another energy name. The U.S. is deeply concerned by rapid support forces and allied are amassing near El Obeid, Sudan. I mean, SMCI, wasn't it? Yeah, dude, this thing was at $50 2 weeks ago. Remember before that offering? More energy plays. Devon, PSX, PBF. I think that's what's APA. That's what's lifted this SPY up. Because like I told you, bro, this little box, you had 30 names go green. I think it's just energy names that are going green, even though oil's down 2.8. I mean, oil is near the low of last week still. Oh, 71. Yeah, you're even about to break down below here on the CLZ contract, which makes this whole bond movement that much more fascinating. Yeah, TLT's even climbing again. More energy on the high side. The covered call ETF. I don't like them. I don't like the I like individual stocks, and I mean most ETFs, unless it's like a VU or a SPY, I don't really like the thematic ETFs where like you pay somebody to do a strategy. How is Netflix looking like for the long term? Dude, all I know is I'm so glad that I never I'm glad I'm not dating Netflix. You know what I'm saying? Because if Netflix and I were going out and then we broke up, you guys would not let me hear the end of it. You'd be like, yo, Josh, you see Netflix's Instagram post? Netflix looking mighty fine, Josh. Hey, yo, you see Netflix? You see where Netflix was at the other day, Joshua? So, yes. Unfortunately, no, I don't. I'm not too ecstatic about young Netflix. Do. Let's see. Are you enjoying the show? Refill your popcorn. You'll love this next part. American quantum dominance. The White House tweeting this again? So the White House is tweeting again with these QAnon jokes and then linking it to this shit. Netflix ain't loyal. Circle, not Oracle. And SPY still near the low. Catch the falling knives. We tried a couple. I mean, anything that looked like a good deal on software just got washed. So that's a problem with falling knives, because then it looks good when they're down and the momentum's there, but you see it keeps going down, and people are quick to say, well, maybe it's dead. That's what's happening in the software right now. That's the interesting part about it. And then Chad, they're gonna have to hold. So you got middle of the day poop break. Welcome to my new poop schedule of 2026. Okay, please hold.
They're up 20 from where we started, but down 30, and we're on the cusp, hopefully, of an agreement
follow me
in
on Instagram
Iran.
at the Trading
So
Fraternity.
we
BRB.
think the Fed is going to be on hold. You can buy some duration in here safely. Yields are elevated, and the data should start to work for you as we get into the summer.
All right, we've got just a couple seconds left here. Tactically speaking, where exactly do the best opportunities show up in your mind right now? What parts of the market?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity here for some duration, especially in and around the 5-year part of the curve. And then the other is that taxable versus tax-exempt opportunity. The municipal bond market, it's a quirky market, but there's tremendous value in it, especially on a tax advantage basis.
All right, so we're watching munis for sure here. Now, we're going to continue this conversation over at etfedge.cnbc.com. George is going to be joined by Steve Lapley, the head of U.S. iShares Fixed Income over at BlackRock. So a big conversation about bonds and rates. Scott, I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, Dom, appreciate that very much. Thank you, Dominic Chu. Coming up next, CNBC's first ever Elite Advisors List. Our Robert Frank is following the money on the top investment managers for ultra high net worth clients. We'll reveal it next.
They're having a wonderful day up on the year, especially when you could. That's good, especially if they have been making money for that long. I mean, that if they've been around for 10 years, deeply, but said very simply, they do make a lot of money. All of these companies are high earners. They've been making billions and billions of dollars. It's good profitability. These are things that we're looking for, a company that just makes a lot. Remember, you're investing in the business. So said simply and eloquently, they make a lot of money. Now, I'm sure you could see these are my simple, not sophisticated rules, but there is some similarities to the Ben Graham principles, adequate size, the earnings stability, all that. But we have brought up Ben Graham a lot this year. I mean, I think he said it best. All you have to do is avoid stupidity instead of chasing brilliance. And I think in this type of market, that has been the plan so far, and that has helped us stay ahead in the lead. So I did think, going about these plays, I think these were even closer to some of the Ben Graham principles than not. not. But again, even with Oracle, we're willing to color a little bit outside of the lines. But this has been one of the areas with opportunity this year. Software has been one of the bigger decliners. Even a lot of software has recovered, but some individual names like Intuit and Microsoft, they are the worst on the year and even worse of part of their little indexes. So I do think I am taking risk by buying 2 more growth stocks instead of value, but that Kimberly-Clark stack, that really did help us out a little bit, and I do like the last logic and the results from the Oracle play. Pretty much I put down 1 deposit. The way I was looking at it, Oracle can still drop more. I do believe the same thing with Intuit and Microsoft, but we're saying if we got upside, even Oracle went up as high as 50%, we're saying the upside would really outweigh the downside at worst case scenario. If Oracle ended up dropping that 50%, our portfolio would go down like 1 to 3%. So it wasn't like we were taking on too much risk. I mean, we have had a lot of growth out of Intel, so we do want to balance that in the future by getting some value while that's still cheap, because it might not always stay like that. But some of these growth names or software names like Intuit and Microsoft, these have been some of the only discounts so far this year. So I do still think we have some time looking ahead for the midterms. I'm going to be having some future deposits, but I feel the same way about Oracle, kind of how I'm feeling about Microsoft and Intuit right now. Good risk to reward. Start here with 1 deposit. In the future, these could be names we could add around. Again, they're not going anywhere, and at the same time, if there is any sort of recovery, you get a decent amount of upside with even a small deposit, and we can let this build around some of the growth while, or especially since we know we are going to be eyeing value in the future. So I'm hoping it replicates kind of how the Oracle played out, but we are also looking ahead for the midterms.
Elite
and just
advisor
remember,
list out today, highlighting the top firms serving ultra high net worth investors. Our Robert Frank joins us now with more. Hey, Robert.
Scott, good to see you. Well, they are the 25 firms that specialize in advising investors with more than $25 million in investable assets. CNBC's Elite Advisors list highlights the advisors who have the history, the scale, expertise, services, and the client base to solve the very complex problems of today's ultra-wealthy investors. They manage more than $2 trillion combined. They have headquarters in 15 states, offices across the U.S. and even Europe. They've been in business an average of 31 years. Now, with fees under pressure and the ultra-wealthy growing rapidly in both the wealth and numbers, advisors are all battling for the top of that wealth pyramid. That has led to a lot more confusion among investors. Now, the Elite Advisors were chosen through a comprehensive process in consultation with Cerulli and AcuPoint Solutions. You can find the full list, our detailed methodology, and the questions every wealthy investor should be asking their advisors at cnbc.com/elite advisors. Scott?
All right, Robert, appreciate that. Thank you. That's Robert Frank. New Edge. I hope everybody noticed on the wall that Robert showed during his reporting there that New Edge Wealth made the list. Congrats.
Thank you.
How long have you guys been in business now? What would you say is your differentiating factor that every one of those on that wall thinks that they have? Mm-hmm. And why do you think you made this list? What has enabled you to make this list?
First off, it's an honor to be on the list. Our involvement as a firm with CNBC, I certainly think was a factor. We have a reasonably prominent brand as a result of being on here with all these guys every day, and you being so gracious to have us on here. That's number one. Number two, I would say our investors, our leadership who drove just a tremendous outcome, our advisors.
Thank you. All right, 9:45. We're back. All right, man, my bad. Have you seen the list? Wow, you're on the list. All right, NASDAQ down by 0.5, SPY down by 0.3. Russell still up by 0.58, and then Dow up by 0.3. Again, nothing unfortunately crazy in terms of headlines. I mean, it's actually been quite dry besides your weekend drama. Everybody was, I don't know if everybody thought or if everybody wanted the peace deal to be over. Mm-hmm. PSN. Or the rest of the financial cores. Wasn't CoreWeave gonna buy them? How I considered being a part-time comedian for fun. I have. That's why I was like, you know, whenever I'm trading stocks, I'll just crack a couple of jokes and then we'll see what happens. Does that count? Does that, I feel like this is my part-time stand-up career. You know, I'm just trying to like incorporate it, you know, like a little bit more like naturally, you know, but yeah, no, I'm here, bro. Argentine, bro, I want to watch it. You guys, because isn't it Messi? Don't we get to see Messi? Or who am I thinking of? Who's on Argentina? Yeah, Messi. Bro, I'm telling you, this is the most amount of soccer that I've watched in my whole entire life. Do you know that? In literally 2 days. Dude, I'm telling you, bro. In 2 days, I've watched more soccer than I have watched my whole entire life as an American. It's a really fun game. You know that? And then now that they score, I feel like they rigged it, bro. That's my tinfoil. My tinfoil is that they want people to watch soccer, so they like rigged it where like they score now in the first like 5 to 10 minutes. I'm telling you, every game I've watched, bro, there's a score, and I'm like, fuck yes, it's exactly what I wanted. It's exactly what I was looking for, bro. No, bro, every single match, bro, it's been awesome. It's been awesome. I watched the Egypt one last night. It was great. Egypt, Habibi. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun, dude. I'm a soccer guy now. Yeah, literally Mexico first goal 1 minute. That's what I'm saying though. I like that. I'm down with that. Just give me the first goal in like 5 minutes, bro. Let it. You know what I'm saying? So then I'm like, ooh, when's the next one? But not like, oh, I have to sit there and then they just do nothing and kick the ball back and forth. But no, yeah, it worked. It worked. When are you expecting a Zillow rally? It might be dying. Remember, I told you guys, like, pretty much after Kevin Warsh, we're going to find out if these plays hit or not. I mean, I said I'm looking for end of June, but people are talking software is dead now. People are saying the software rally. So, unfortunately, we are kind of going to be a victim of that. That's where I was saying, you know, when we made the Zillow play, software was at 108. 2 weeks later, software is now at 87, breaking down from some of these key levels, and now software is down. So now they're all going down. So pretty much that's kind of the risk over the next couple of weeks. But so far, last 2 weeks for Palantir and Zillow, they're not looking good. I still like them, I really do. But like I'm saying, I did like them when other things were happening. But if software does die and we don't get software lift, it's going to make those plays extremely difficult. UNH is going up. Again, you just had CNC start to run up. Dana here. What's the other one I wanted? Yeah, see, a couple of things are starting to move that were kind of clapped. And then some stuff that already had momentum off the morning is still going up. Like SMCI, NVO. All right, SPY a little bit. Goals will work. MPC, GSL. Palantir touching the 100-week EMA for the first time in 3 years. VB. Photonics names. Talk about Zillow. Fuck you, Tristan. I just answered the question for you very specifically. And then you just spammed it and then are insisting I talk about it. So, unacceptable. I just gave you a really solid answer on Zillow. I'm shopping for another play right now, too. So, please hold. Going the Intel, of course. I hope that helps, man. I think Intel covered call. It's exciting. It's exciting. Let me check one more thing. I don't think that's gonna work. How about this? Excuse me. Excuse me. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, bro, those aren't... I have good idea, but I need it to work, Habibi. I need it to work, you know? There's no work good. That one's a new one. thank you. No, you didn't hear the coin. Maybe just some background noise. Yeah, it was my girl. She just pulled up. You guys weren't used to it. PLTSAM. Where is it? Quantinium. Kumbaya long term. Kumbaya. Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait. I already got one. We will wait. Oh, INFQ. Isn't that one of those quantum ones? I think that one's tied to the thing. Didn't INFQ get some of that money, actually? Now that I think about it. They just responded to White House, you're welcome. I don't know if that will work. Why do these all suck? Everybody is fully aware of the major weapons inspections to ensure nuclear honesty. Trump, Iran to accept nuclear inspections. People were looking for that to be one of the other, like, pretty much the success is if Iran lets us inspect weapons. Expensive, but yeah, I mean, just compare that to how all the other plays have played out. But there's another play I like for that, the first one we made already. That's what I'm looking for. I found one, but yeah, I just don't like the movement. About Zillow? Yeah, if you could wait, I could go over it again, but you got to give me some time here. I'm making a couple of plays. It'd be buy the rumor, sell the news. If you would like to go ahead with any of these. So not a recommendation. Which one did I get? Did the game start? Is Argentina on? What are we looking like? Why didn't those fill? I think it did. Vert. 1 minute in, it just started. Well, well, well. Vert keeps going, actually, and then Solventum on the low. Why GFS? Well, I guess I'll just tell everybody. GFS for the quantum headlines, because remember, the government, this was the only one the government took a stake in. They took 1%, and then GFS is opening a new quantum branch that IBM is funding, IBM and the government. So that's why, even though, and then again, they kind of track with Intel too, but that's why everyone's talking quantum event, quantum event. I'm going to GFS first. You want to be a trader for a living, but you said it's more likely than not being a trader will make you live off your trades. You're still hung on that? Why? It makes a lot of sense. It's like if you're, you know, the most people who set out to trade for a living, they end up failing at it. Whereas the people who kind of just get into the, you'd be surprised how many people they have encountered me and I taught them the long term and they were just there to supplement their funds, and then they ended up building a real career off of it, and they ended up getting involved in many ways. But like I said, it's the difference between asking for money and advice. So, and then yeah, Zillow, are you ready? Are you ready, Tristan? Can you handle the Zillow explanation right now? I like QNT, but QNT's already up. So I guess all these other plays are, that's why I was kind of worried with the other ones. But yeah, I do think Quantum's a good one. But yeah, it's just already, it doesn't really have a link though. Like I'm saying, GFS is already somewhat tied in with the government. Trump's doing some sort of executive order on Quantum. We don't really know. I think it's going to be buy the rumor, sell the news. Yeah, Rigetti got a contract too. So again, just go back to that a day with IBM. Those are the list of names who got pretty much paid. Yeah, low ticker is still moving. Again, oil. We just had the Trump headlines saying on the nuclear thing. You're ready? So yeah, like I was saying, is that the Zillow play, it's not looking good because we made that play when software was at 108. And now that software is slipping, some people are thinking software, that's it, the round 2 might be dead. So that's when we made that play. But like I was saying, till like end of June for Zillow, but the last 2 weeks have not been good. And like we were talking about, if the momentum continues, and sadly I think momentum's there, but in the last 2 weeks, momentum is now arguably, might even be dead for something like, what's it called? What was it, 8? Oh, that's why. So yeah, that's what I was saying, where it's not that Palantir, any software related play, If momentum is not up there, it's not looking good. We said we'd have an answer by pretty much post Kevin Warsh, and that's why I'm saying starting to materialize. I was playing the June thing, but yeah, just momentum in software has been dead. The only momentum that has remained has been AI and chips. That has still been going. You got laid off. You have saved 400K thinking about trading full time instead of commuting code all day. So like I'm telling you, I mean, it's not like it's impossible, especially somebody in your background. You might do good, but if you go about it the wrong way, you take 400K, put yourself in a situation where it's desperation. If it doesn't work, I have no income. You know what I'm saying? I have all this pressure. Now I'm trading with my rent money. That's what I'm saying is like, if that's all you have left, and then that you're like, I need trading to work, and then you go about for it, you just added a bunch of layers of emotions to a already emotional game. So that's what I'm saying. Like the people who've kind of set out to let the market supplement, and then they've supplemented, let it do its thing. They learn the game, and then they've kind of found their skill and their gift with it. That's been able to grow into something. So leave yourself that room. I wouldn't box yourself in. It's your life. You don't have to listen to me, but like I'm saying, I mean, it doesn't matter how much money you have. You could have all the money saved up in the world. You could have less, but at the same time, it's like if you it's however you handle it, and if you handle it a certain way, it could backfire. And I've just seen that allure of, I need to make this work. I need it to work. I need it to work. This is my new job. That adds a tremendous amount of pressure that most people don't realize till they get into it. Are they about to give Messi a penalty kick? What? No. So no, speaking of which, that's more software on the loan. He missed? Oh, my thing won't load. I tried to turn it on. But yeah, I mean, it relates to the desperation conversation. That's all it is. That's all you got to ask yourself. So it's like, why are you trading? Is it because I want to or because I have to? And that's what I'm saying. If you put yourself in a I have to trade situation, that's where most people, it does not go well. LAD. What was the other one? INFQ. Yeah, not all of them got contracts. So again, and we're gonna hear by that one still could be a dud. You just got to think about it. Whatever they announce after the bell, if it's not hyped or it doesn't lead to follow through, none of these are gonna move. Bell. TKO, that's moving up, and then CBOE finally. The White House post. It's so weird. You're 100% right though. I think the marketing of it is so weird that they're like doing it like, even if it's about quantum, why are they trying to get the Q boys in You know, just because it starts with a Q. Like, maybe it's that simple, but I do think the messaging behind it is very, very weird. It's easy to underestimate what Josh is currently telling you. Try to take what he is telling you as serious as possible. I hope so. I mean, if you want to. And that's what I'm saying. Those of you who really want to start a career in this or anything, if you if you have a real conversation with me and you're willing to listen to what I'm saying and then ask yourself why, I would love to help. And like I'm telling you, it's just, I've encountered a lot of people. I've encountered a lot of people both on the internet and outside of it. And a lot of people want to approach the market in a certain way. And like I'm telling you, just, I've seen it done well and I've seen it done poorly. And it just comes down to it where if you handle it the right way, I have a lot of confidence in some of you. But if you go about it and, you know, start cutting ropes, cutting the lifeboats, and then put yourself in a position that's very difficult, it's not a fun time. So like I'm telling you, if you can hear me and if something you really want to do, I would try to hear what I'm saying and ask yourself how you could build around that the right way. Not like, oh man, he killed my dream. No, like I'm telling you, find a way to get into the market without relying on it until you don't have to rely on it, and then you'll be able to do it whenever you want. It's a weird irony, you know. Whatever you chase will run away. What you don't chase is gonna probably come to you. It's just, I don't know. Do you have a dog right now? If any of you have a dog right now in your house, just start running after it. Tell me what happens. If you see a squirrel in the street, just start running after it and tell me what happens. Yeah, light. I mean, AAOI and some of those other ones were moving earlier. Yeah, they're all going. All the photonics plays. I think there's 2 more. Isn't Himix one? Is 10K a meaningful amount of money to trade with? Anything is. See, that's the thing. I like small. I'm a big believer is if you can't do it with a little bit, you can't do shit. I'm a big believer in that. That's why, like, I make a lot of plays and people will be like, why don't you put all in? I'm like, cause it's not, I don't think there's anything. I mean, if you could turn 100 grand into 100 grand, that's fun. But yeah, I'm big on, let's turn 5 grand into 100 grand. That, I think, so any amount, that's what I'm saying. And if you could actually utilize a small amount and you could keep it alive and grow it, and if you could do it with a little bit, you could do it with a lot. So, but I do definitely think that I think any amount is really there. It's really about your emotions and like the balance, plan, and stability. It's going to be, you know, how long will you hold that 10K, the 1K, the 20K? That's the real question. Light Ionis. We got a couple of things running. High ticker woke up a little bit. We're still in this box, you guys. Take a look at, man, where we're at. They dropped the bid? Coharris too. All of those are moving, and the SPY. Light again. Great call out on that. So yeah, Photonics plays just woke up. I mean, they're big and they're expensive. They're going big. I don't know if there's a headline, or watch if too if like Korea chips, anything adjacent starts moving. Some memory, Coherus, all of them. Hi. I saw the long term. Damn, my girl just texted me. She said Messi getting old. He missed the penalty kick. What a hater, bro. I mean, IBM should wake up with all the quantum shit, now that I think about it. That low-key might be the easiest one. I saw the long term. It opened up my eyes. I saw long term. Tell her he scored all 3 goals in the last game. Yeah, tell her to shut up. Just hater. Hater, bro. Nice. Alrighty, more going. INFQ. Alright. So yeah, on all of these, you need the quantum. If the quantum event's a dud, you're not going to make shit. All these plays will be duds. Quantum go good, all of these plays will go good for you, brother. Wow. The war is over, even if it goes to October. IBM earnings 7-11. Nice. Like, well, we'll see. I mean, it just depends what they hype. Remember, last time the IBM, the told 2 trillion, or what was it? 1 billion, 2 billion, 2 billion. That got things crazy. EasyJet and investors hold out for 600 more from Castle Lake. And then Trump to meet with defense contractors on Wednesday. Well, we'll see. I mean, even tie it in, some of this Trump stuff. You're getting, what's it called? You're getting your boy. What was it? Anthropic. They keep getting tied into some of these conversations, and then see what software's doing and all that. So don't forget about it. I think it is time for Philo. Would you guys be interested? Again, Coherus, all these photonic plays are starting to move. Oh yeah, you guys need me to save the market? Say less, dude. I got you. I got you. Do. Why is that song stuck in my head now? My hair? Alrighty. Wait, what? What the fuck is this? Hey, yo, 4 counterparties take $3.92 billion at Fed reverse repo. Previous was $251 million. So yeah, somebody tapped the repo market for 10 times, 20 times the size as Friday. I mean, I haven't seen a high repo number in a while. Interesting. Oh, you also just had the fucking... It's Bank of Japan. Think about it. We had emergency meeting. You have emergency meeting between Besant and Bank of Japan. We get 2 little interventions. Because I'm like, who the fuck... Why would anybody put up bonds for collateral? But then again, if all you have is bonds... Yeah, I think that is the BOJ. Japan inundated with over 200 million duty-exempt low-value import shipments. Fascinating. All right. Well, let's get our Philo. Let's get our Philo popping, chat Adonia. My Philo is popping. My Philo is cool. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Cheridonia. Oh, Cheridonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for Philo. So market's not really doing much. I mean, a lot of drama we came back to with the whole peace stuff. Oil's still down. We're still coming off of Mr. Warsh and everybody deciding we have no catalyst, nothing in our way, and market is chilling, even though chip momentum keeps going. So with the market not doing much, maybe we save the market, maybe we don't. But I do think we should talk about life. It's funny because I think I might even throw in a remix to today's Philo, just considering some of the conversations we've had today. It's funny because I had something that I was going to show you at another time, but you know, I figured it might work for today. But let's talk about life, man. I don't know if you guys have picked up on it. Can we just cut the bullshit already? Do you guys mind? Can I turn on the lights real quick? Can we just cut to the core of it, and can we stop acting cute? All these trading questions, all this stuff we're talking about. Like, come on. Do you guys not realize this is all emotions? Let's be real. That's what I'm saying. Can we just like cut the bullshit, please? Let's just like, what is this? Oh, I made a good decision with my money. I made a bad decision with my money. I made a good investment. I made a bad investment. Oh, why did I sell? Why did I buy? It's all emotions. It's it. So, you know what I'm saying? We could cut a lot of this crap out because I'm just telling you. Those of you that control your emotions will do better. Those of you who don't, it's going to be bad. If you direct yourself, my brother, I have zero doubt in where you will take this. My brother, if you do not direct yourself, I have zero doubt where you're going to go. I know exactly what's going to end up. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why, man, I do hope these Philos, above all, can give you guys some value. I don't know what you believe in. I'm not trying to force anything on you, but you do got to figure out, I mean, you know, your emotional involvement and your emotional regulation. Because I will tell you that is probably where a lot of your success or failure in this game is going to come from. So I hope you feel, bro. I hope you feel. So that's just the little mini part. But the first thing I'll start with the light one, kind of light. ICE is selling off. That's why I put up CBOE. But I'll just tell you, man. The common man lives for today and dies for tomorrow. The common man wakes up and takes day by day. Oh, that was a good day. That was a bad day. Oh, I'm going to wake up today and take a shit and eat. Oh, okay. Just living my life. The wise man lives in the shadows of history. Common man lives for today, dies tomorrow. The wise man lives in the shadows of history. What does that mean? My brother, there is a lot you could learn off of the past. We are not just living here day to day without any connection. Everything came from something. Everything is leading to something. Study how things worked and how things have failed. The average person doesn't care. The average person just cares about the outcome, and then that's it. The output. My brother, if you're going to be uncommon, you should care about all of it. Above all else, not even care about it. Learn from it. Study it. Study the fallen to learn how to stand. History is not a book. History is not a story. It is a literal map of the successful wars and the failed wars fought in throughout history. Whoo! I hope you feel me. guide, direct, and master yourself in your future. Otherwise, it will be mastered for you. This is something I will keep reminding you of. But as we get into the next 6 months and we look ahead to the future, my question from you is, what have you learned from the past so far? You want to learn how to stand, my brother, you should understand how many people have fell. So that's the first part. And now this is the second one, and before I get into any video, because I got some good videos for you today. And I got some really, really good ones, but oh, Chad, I love this one. I love it because it's something we've talked about a lot. But I could break down some of the answer to you. I could get a little bit more to the core. But change. That's the thing I was telling y'all, man. You guys, you already know everything. I'm telling you, everyone loved this philo when I'm telling them, because it's true. Why do humans make the same mistake over and over again? It's because we don't really learn anything. We already know everything. The only thing that really changes behavior is understanding. That's something I've been talking about. That's why I said, don't stop worried about what I have to do, what I don't have to do. Start worrying about understanding. You focus more on understanding, the behavior is going to follow from understanding. Vice versa. You never understand something, you never really gave it the chance to understand it, you're going to keep repeating the same thing. But I want to talk about change and what really gets people to change. This is where it gets interesting. So I'll start with the first one. Very simple. People only change when it hurts so much that they have to. That's the first one. Does that make sense? Let me ask you, how many of you have changed your life once the pain hit a certain threshold? I could put my hand up for that one. Oh, there's been times in my life I've been stubborn as hell until that pain, until the bill came, pretty much. That's what leads to real change sometimes. Sometimes, not everyone's different, right? But for some people, it has to hurt enough before they change. Think about it. You give me a little bit of pain, why would I change my behavior? Seriously, what if I told you the ultimate consequence to smoking a cigarette was you get a cough? Ain't nobody would stop. The pain level, the hurt is low. Why? Nah. But if I told you you're going to smoke it and die, you're going to smoke something, get cancer. Right away, the cost is high. And even then, people will still ignore it. But the whole idea is you will probably continue along the same exact route until it hurts enough. That's what we're talking about. Why would you change routes? Why would you change your route? You're not going to change your route until it hurts enough. That's why some of what I've been telling some of you in the last year, I'm like, listen, y'all think it's cute, y'all want to troll, or you don't know how to handle serious topics, so you got to troll a little bit because life is, and I get you. But that's why I said to some of y'all, I say, listen, the right answer is get a long-term, save 10%, go slow, ignore everybody, stop getting caught up with the world, and you'll be fine. Literally, look around. We could help you. That's the easy answer. But then what's the second answer? Some people are gonna be like, nah. There has to be a level of pain before they're actually like, okay, I'm actually down to change. Okay, and maybe we need to. That's why I've been telling you, if you don't listen to my first easy answer, what am I gonna tell you? I'm gonna tell you to do it. I'm gonna say go, then do it. You know why? Because the only real way to get a real change is you actually have to get to that point. We have to either hit the wall and figure out it's the wrong direction and turn around. Got to run through the fire and either get burned or not and see what happens. That's it. Something I've been saying a lot. Because this is how you get real change. My brother, if there is no real pain or hurt, you're not really going to change. And now here's the best part of what I'm saying, and I hope you all listen to me. This isn't a sentence. This is not a punishment. This does not say the only way to change is through pain. Are you hearing me? That's something I realize too. Especially if you don't change until you encounter pain. I hope you understand this right now. This doesn't mean you could only change with pain. Because that's what I realized down the line. I said, why? I'm just going to avoid the pain and make the correction right now. That's it. But one of the easiest ways to get real change is when it hurts enough. If it hurts enough, then they'll change. That's one route. That's one door that could get you to the other side of real change. Real pain. Okay, you want to know what the second one is? You want to know what the second thing that could inspire a lot of change? Or that could actually get real change out of a human? Is when they see enough. So if it hurts enough, you'll change to stop the pain. Oh, but my brother, if you see enough. If you see enough things, my brother, you're going to get inspired to what you just saw. My brother, go watch another lawn term get made. Go ahead. Go watch another person completely different than you with way less money, way different background. Go watch them go buy another house. Go watch another house, another example. Go watch another opportunity. Go watch another thing. Ignore all of what the world is saying, and you'll see how much everyone's lying. Go watch. See. You've seen enough, some of you are going to change, right? How many of you that has happened? How many of you have seen enough, good or bad, and it has fully changed your life and mind? I saw what these people on Wall Street were making. I seen enough. That inspired me. That inspired a different avenue of what I was looking for. I seen enough. Bro, I've seen enough nonsense out of people. It inspired me to turn the opposite direction. I know some of you have. Where are you going? I'm swimming away. But what you see, if you see enough, that will inspire you to change. Well, you want to know what the next one is? So what makes people really change? It hurts enough. They've seen enough. Or now, they learn enough. Now it's not just seeing and getting inspired. They've learned. They've learned enough, now they want to. Not inspired, not avoiding pain, but learning unlocks the desire. Let me ask you this. Did your savings in your long term, did it change the more you learned about it? I know some of y'all in the beginning, you were just doing it and going through the motions. Then you saw, and then you started learning, and then what started happening? You probably raised your deposit. You probably like, oh, now this is what I'm going to do. Again, you've learned enough from the long-term plays. Now you want to find your own play. And now you want to go about it in your own way. Now, you don't think it's weird? Some of y'all have learned enough. Now you want to save money. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You don't think, look how crazy that is. You don't think that's weird? Think about that. You realize some of you at this point, you're not saving money because I told you to. You don't think about how amazing this is. You're not saving because I told you to. You're not saving because you're a good or a bad person, right? Think about it. Think about all of it. You're not doing you're doing it because you want to. Because you understand it now. You don't think that's crazy? You're not doing it to avoid pain. You're not just like, oh, wow, I saw Josh save money, so I'm inspired to save money now too. No. Some of you have learned. So now your learning is affecting what you want to do. You saving money, you not blowing up an account, you not putting all your money in gambling. My brother, you're not doing this because somebody is cracking a whip on your back or bullying you or pressuring you. You're doing it because you want to. Oh, you don't think that's crazy? I think it's amazing. That's what I'm looking for, I hope. I hope you make your own decisions. Avoid some of that regret. Keep control. But think about that. You want to. Your financial change, your behavioral change, you have now learned enough. You want to do these things. You want to save money. You want to own stocks. You want a house. Look at that. That's all through learning. Like I'm saying, it's pretty funny if you think about it. Some people wanted a long term because they wanted to stop the pain. They're like, I don't want to not have savings anymore. And then it's funny, you could grow and then you see enough. You're like, whoa, Intel. Whoa, a Snapchat. JP Morgan. Whoa, it can go up and down. So think about it. Then you got inspired. Oh, but now some of you have learned. Now your learning is changing what you want to do. So then you want to know what the final one is? So like I told you, this is a principle of life. Like I'm telling you, I'm using the stock market, but you could use any example you want. This has to do with drugs, addiction, behavior, you name it. Anything. People only change when they are hurt enough where they have to. They've seen enough where they're inspired to. They learn enough where they want to. And now the final one, when they receive enough that they're able to. This one's a tricky one. This is the tricky one because this is where everybody says they'll change, right? God, give me $1 million. I'll give away $1 million. Oh, if God blessed me with everything, I would be blessings to people. It's like, well, why aren't you a blessing to people now? But that's part of it. Think about it. Have you seen people change from just simply having the abundance to? If you receive enough, you'll be able to change. That's why I said the irony is that most of the time, that mentality shows us a lot of the times kind of where we're stuck at. You know that. The thing where you're like, man, if only I had this, then I would do that. Oh, that's telling you more about yourself than you think. But this is a catalyst of change. That's what I'm saying. What are we looking at today? What causes real change? How do you get real change? Through pain. Through seeing, through learning, and then through receiving. You can have an abundance. That might be what you need to go over the edge. I mean, again, I hear this every day. They say, I'll start a long term. They're like, let me trade first. Why? You're saying, once I receive enough, then I'll be able to change. If I already had this back end focused on, then I would, you know what I'm saying? Then it'd be a lot easier to change. See, but that's the thing. If we're not really willing to change anything, we're going to keep getting the same thing we've gotten. That is the irony. So, Chad, I hope you hear what we're talking. And I don't know which one is you. And I think it's really cool to see, because at different times in our lives, a different need gets us to change. And that's why, too, I don't know if you've seen it. If you ever wondered why you change but don't really change, you should ask yourself compared to this standard that I just gave you. How come you're not really seeing real change in your life? Maybe are you seeing real pain? Are you seeing real inspiration? Are you seeing real learning? Is it all dictated upon receiving? You see what I'm saying? This right here will tell you a lot about yourself. So keep this in mind. And like we've been talking about, I mean, think about last Friday. Control, regret, front end, back end. I don't know what you're looking for this. I don't know. Let me ask you this now for the next 6 months. Do you want the next 6 months to play out exactly how it did, or do you want to not repeat that? So again, every single one of you, some of you are like, fuck yeah, I want this next 6 months to be exactly the same. Amen. And some of you are like, no, I want it to be complete. Whatever it is, whatever realm of change you are looking for, ask yourself if the necessary condition to actually change is there. It's going to be inspiration, it's going to be pain, it's going to be knowledge, or it's going to be in abundance. Receiving. That's what's going to tell you a lot. And like we said, man, very simple. If you don't learn from these things of history and use them to master where you want to go, everything is going to be mastering you. It's good though, because I think saying it this time around, it doesn't like I went off on this last time because I believe this in the heart of my soul, brother. But that being said, here is Jim Rome to speak a little game to you. I have another Miles one. We'll see if I have enough time for it. But yeah, this Jim Rome, I think he explains it very well. I'll let him talk about it, but just nothing good or bad. No curse, no blessing. My brothers, it does not just happen. FDMT up 12%. And then Insight with a pop. Whatever, FDMT and Rare, a couple more biotechs and SMCI. But yeah, bro, a curse or blessing, it doesn't just start. You know that? So let me have Jim explain it to you. He says it beautifully.
The formula for failure: a few errors in judgment repeated every day for 1 month starts the weakness, starts the disaster process. You can imagine what happens in 6 years. Now here's the formula for success: a few simple disciplines practiced every day. And you've started a whole new process called a whole new life. A few simple disciplines practiced every day. And if you decide today to go for the apple instead of the Hershey bar, I'm telling you, you have begun the process of turning your life around. And if you keep up that process, not only with your health habits, but with your money habits and with your communication habits, with your sales habits and management habits and every other habit that you got, if you'll start that process, eliminate the errors and replace it with disciplines practiced, I'm telling you, you can start this process of life change immediately. After today, you don't ever have to be the same again. The formula for failure: a few errors in judgment repeated every day for 1 month starts the weakness, starts the...
You get it? That's why he didn't say it, but I was telling you. You guys know a curse doesn't just start. A blessing doesn't just start. A lot of the things you think are blessing and cursing you in this life, I promise you, they are just either a few errors in daily judgment repeated daily, or a few simple disciplines practiced every day. That's it. Are you following me? You guys not hear what he said? What starts the down streak? What starts the depression? What starts the, oh, nothing works out. Oh, nothing ever works. I'm unlucky. What starts it? Beyond the desperation. Think about it. It's a few errors in judgment repeated daily. My brother, if anything is going to turn south for you, it's going to be this. A small error in judgment, and then repeat it. Do it on Monday. Do it on Tuesday. That's it. Small repeated errors, what does it do? It paves the way for the ball to roll downhill. And guess what? Vice versa. Super easy. A few simple disciplines, practiced every day, that will create an uptrend for you. That'll create you momentum. That'll get you excited. That'll get you in the game. You'll be able to brush things off. Why? Think about it. Small, good decisions. What he's saying, it's one of the simplest things you could do. Replace every error in judgment with a small discipline practice. All you got to do is find the repeated error that is holding you back. That judgment. And saying, you know what, instead of spending an hour on my phone, instead of getting mad every time I hear this, every time I see an orange man, anytime this happens, I'm going to just do this instead. Replace the error in judgment with a disciplined daily practice. This is how streaks are started, and this is how streaks are ended. You understand that, right? Few errors in daily judgment, or a few simple disciplines practiced every day. So, that was the one I wanted to show you. I hope you enjoyed it, but I'm going to give you one more from Miles. Because like I'm saying, I don't know what's happened. Like last week, did you guys notice it? A lot of people keep asking to like trade for a living. We had this talk last week too. And I said something this morning, and people are like, that doesn't make any sense. And I said, ironically, the people who want to trade for a living, they never trade for a living. And then the people who don't set out to trade for a living, those are the ones that usually trade for a living. And again, we've had a lot of different discussions on this, but it's just the funniest part about this is, like I'm saying, the whole desperation thing and putting yourself in a position where it's forced. But this concept has been around longer than I've been alive. That's why it's funny, because I'm like, man, it's funny how you could even tie this into philo. But come on, you guys. Uncle has a song. It's not out yet, but you've heard it. And he says, you can chase it, but I hope you know it runs. This is the concept. Bro, this has existed everywhere. It exists in nature. It exists in the world. It exists in the market. It exists with God. You know that, right? Even God tells you the same thing. He says what? Seek first what? The kingdom of God. And then all will be added unto you. He doesn't say seek first all and then you get the kingdom. He says go for the thing that you want, that you really want, you'll get the other things you would have wanted. And then vice versa. Put the wrong thing you want first, you're going to get nothing. You choose the world, you get nothing. Choose death, you get life. Do you not see this concept? That's why I think it's hilarious. Because I'm like, wow, this is an age-old concept. People are like, wait, I'm not following. Simple. If you chase something, it's going to run. Many people set out one way, and in their own eyes, they're like, yeah, that's it. That's the only way. You go out for one way, it usually turns out the opposite. You chase it, it's going to run. So here, I'll let Miles explain it, and you'll hear it. Because he's not talking about trading. He's not talking about, that's why it's funny. Because I'm thinking if you guys are really actually aware and listening, you'll hear it. So take a listen.
I wish I could convince you of that. If you forget about money and focus on serving God, money will chase you. But if you chase money, money will always outrun you. You will never catch it. We read a verse 2 weeks ago, and I think you would remember it. In Ecclesiastes 5, it says, he who searches after money and pursues it never has money enough. The raise you got, remember? No, you can't remember because you don't know where it went. It's never enough. You got promoted, you're still broke. Because the Bible says those who accumulate money, those who consume it, grow faster. So Jesus said there's only two motivations in our economic world. This is God or money. So kingdom citizens are admonished not to worry, he says, about material things, not to be mastered by money, but to seek first what? The secrets of the kingdom of heaven. Why? Because we need to seek a unique, abundant lifestyle under an alternative economy that is not motivated by materialism. The kingdom of God on earth. And that's why Jesus wants us to relearn the secrets of economics in God. I want you to read this again for me. For unto us, Isaiah 9:6 says, a child is born and a son is what? Given. And what's he coming with? The government shall be upon his shoulders. And he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. And of the increase of his government and peace there will be no end. And he's coming to reign on the throne of David and over his kingdom, establishing it with what? Righteousness and justice. I'll explain that a little later in the series, but that's very important. Two pillars of Jesus' economy. Justice, righteousness. Justice means what is rightfully yours, you get. And righteousness means you stay lined up with the government's authority. Two things, you do that, he says, everything is going to be taken care of. So he brought a government to earth.
Chad. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? I hope I didn't lead into it too much, but did you hear it? Because that's what I'm saying, man. I don't know. We have talks. We've had talks before. We'll have talks today. But, like, do you hear it? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Do you guys have that ability where you hear something and you know and it's talking about something? That's exactly what we've been talking about. And I'm telling you. When somebody said it earlier today, they're like, yo, man, I hope you take what Josh is saying seriously right now. Like, bro, for real. Can I be real with y'all? Can you all take this very seriously? Because I'm telling you, bro, there was a time in my life where mother effers would tell me this, and I would do what some of you guys would do. I would just nod my head. I didn't really believe it. I'm being real with you. This is what that's why when y'all get the little YOLO demon and you get that motherfucker in your ear telling you, I know what you guys are going to do because I've done it. This is what I'm telling you. I know exactly what it's like to be young, hungry. I want money. I want to grow. I want to do all of these things. And then I have somebody come up and what do they say? Forget about money and serve God. And the money will run to you. If you chase money, it will always outrun you. I would just nod my head. I didn't really believe them. Do you get what I'm saying? I believed it, but I didn't. Oh, brother, I believed it, but I didn't. But then one point in your life, all of you, you are going to have to make the choice to either really believe this or not. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm telling. It's kind of crazy because the moment I finally was like, okay, you know what? I don't want anything. Okay, yeah. Why am I going to wake up? What's the point of doing all this? No. Am I going to do it for the world in a paper? Or am I going to attach myself to something bigger in God? That's it. And then the moment I said, you know what? I'm going to do what I have to do. Doesn't mean I'm going to be lazy. Doesn't mean I'm not going to give the same output. But I've realized, I said, I'm not going to do it for money. I'm going to focus on something bigger. And that, my friend, there was a lot of changes in my life. Oh, you have no idea. But it's what we've been saying here, man. You keep desperation, money. You could chase it. I'm just telling you it's going to run. That's why you guys don't think it's weird that seriously, this is what I'm telling y'all. Like, just be serious for a second. I know if it gets uncomfortable, just don't fight this. I'm just saying, just like think about it. You don't think it's weird that this old ass book from thousands of years ago, how did it know there would be people who all they do is talk and care about money, and they will have money, but then they will still not have enough? How did it know that? You don't think that's weird? I think it's baffling. Oh, I think it's baffling. So you mean to tell me thousands and thousands of years ago the humans were still acting like this? Or you're telling me this way that money and wealth interacts with our psychology, you're telling me this isn't even a new thing from social media? This has nothing to do with a wealth gap, with capitalism. This has nothing to do with Republicans and Democrats. Nope. Nothing to do with inflation. Because even back then in Bible days, you had dudes stacking up, grinding, working, making all this money, chasing money, and still they never felt like it was enough. They would always be one bill away from doom. That's what it's saying. It's crazy. Baffling. So this theme, this is what I'm saying, this concept of you chase it, it runs away. You chase it, you get it, then it's never enough. This has been happening since before all of your parents and great-grandparents were even alive. This is the game that you were born into. Oh, y'all don't feel me, bro. You understand? This is the game you were born into. This is how people have been acting with money and psychology for so long, my brother. You were born into this game. You're not getting out of it. So think about it. The money is always going to outrun you. That's what the book was saying. It's always going to outrun you. And even if you get some, you keep playing this game, it's always going to feel like it's never enough. That's what he said, bro. He said you got to align with what's yours and what your mission is. That's why I don't mind. What's yours is yours. If I'm going to get it, I'm going to get it. I'm here to do the right thing. I'm going to do my work. I'm going to do a good work. Aligned with God and aligned with whatever you get. And again, I hope you're seeing it. He said it there too. You know, in the world, there's two things. There's two things of creation. It's either God or money. Which one are you going to align with? That's the thing. When I was young and I didn't get it, I thought money was the more powerful creation source. I understand it now. God is the most valuable, most important creation source on this planet. So what do you think I care about? What am I going to chase? And that's what this is telling you. Listen, I think you should all chase God first. I do. Why? That changed my life. But do you not get what this whole practical point is saying? Of all of this? If you take any goal, task, or whatever, And like, again, that's why you're like, oh, my goal is get all the money. My goal is trade for a living. Do you see the dilemma? Your goal shouldn't be to trade for a living. Your goal should be to be a successful trader. Do you see what I'm saying? Your goal should be something bigger than money. Not because you won't get it. Maybe you might get a lot of money, but the problem that history in the world has shown us is that if you chase money, what's going to happen? It's going to run away. And that's what I'm telling you. Focus on something bigger than it. If you make a goal bigger than trading for a living, you'll probably end up trading for a living. You make your goal trade for a living and then that's it, you're probably going to fall short of it. There needs to be a bigger chase. There needs to be something bigger that you're going for that doesn't end with money. That's why I'm saying when it comes to creation and power and creating things, unfortunately, the only thing that parallels money is God. So, Chad, I hope you make a decision. And like I'm saying, I'm speaking from how it's affected my life. I would love for you to chase God. I really would. But I don't get anything if you do or don't. I'm telling you this all in the way this philo worked in is so that you guys could think of where to align your goal. Because even if you don't end up at God, my brother, as long as you don't put money as your number one, I think you're going to get more money. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to help you with right now. To clear up your mind and get critical, accurate thought. That's what I'm saying. Cut to anything you chase is going to run. So maybe we don't end at God, but I hope we don't end at only money. Can we agree to that? Can you make a deal with me? I'm not trying to shove God down your throat. I'm not trying to make you end up like I am, reading the Bible. I'm not trying to do all that. But like I'm saying, you need to agree that you're not going to settle on just money. So if you're not going to settle on just God, like Josh is saying, fine. You can't settle on just money then. Find somewhere in the middle. You don't have to be Josh, but do not be the fucking world, for crying out loud. You find somewhere in the middle, I think you'll do better than not. But if you're going to tell me, oh no, I'm not going to really listen to this, and I'm going to make money the number one goal and chase the thing that runs away, at that point, like we said, the only way to learn and really change is pain sometimes. So, take it how you please. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list on my channel. First link for the Streamalots.
Cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. cheap, fast, and quality. Could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Long term.
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking cold.
Made a lot of money, hard not to be cocky, but I worked to get here. My name isn't Bronny. I am 5'6", but I still call her shoddy. I catch the dip, I do not catch a body. If the money quick, I will probably be cautious. You lever too much if the move make you nauseous. Difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't save money, I find that appalling. Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager and I'll tell you I'm legit. Sometimes you feed the haters, cause the haters make you rich. On everything, my words could change your life. How you so stubborn when you never got it right? Admitting that you're wrong is the hardest thing to fight, but it's a pretty deep hole if you think dark's light. Save time, let's get right into it. It's still the truth, even if I am a hypocrite. Blood on their hands, but they tell you that they innocent. That's why I don't act, I'm just waiting on my sentencing. So judge that, balance sheet Biden. They really not black, they don't really got cash. If you don't know accounting, you won't laugh at that. They can't match my swag. Intellectual, and I bought some property. I told them be themselves, but some of them just copied me. I'm really not mad, I enjoy all types of comedy. Even if it's irony, how y'all still trying me? That sounds tiring. Pull up in a brand new, damn, that's inspiring. Stand your ground, but understand that I'm firing. You grinder guys, I'm the type who not retiring. I curve a bitch like indifference. You're a hoe, that's an inference. Is it refusal or just ignorance? I'ma pray for your deliverance, gang. Wait, but long term is my slang. You buying Mad 7, but I bought it when it's fang. You don't really got the juice, I don't even think you tang. How you gonna call it change when you and black I think the same? You really fell for misdirection. I really hope that you're reflecting, but you don't wanna talk about it. Kinda sound like ivermectin, yikes. Shouldn't say that, Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between a Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man. That's a lesson, very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they subpar. A lot of people talk, that don't mean they got the cards. Use your head, gotta be strong if the head is always hard. Damn, like that. Never had a loss that I didn't get back. 1, 4, 5, 5x, quick math. I'm just talking minimums, a different blackjack. But I learned, waiting for my turn, bro. You would think it's crypto, the way they try to burn. Though they work but not pay, but they ain't on a furlough. I called it communion before I called it Merlot. Story of my life, I could write a book, but I'd rather show you live. So let it ride.
Long term. Amen. You don't save money, I find that appalling. Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager, he'll tell you I'm legit.
Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Oh, yes. Yes, we did it, Joe. And we have secured the long term today. We did a covered call on Intel, Chattadonia. A covered call on Intel. We got it free. Amen. Amen. Thank you for being here every day. Well, thank you for being here, man. I'm glad you get to get something out of this, you know? Like I'm telling you, even with the philo, you know, I like focusing on something bigger than money. And we have a bigger mission, even though we talk about money all day. That's why I hope these little talks can have an impact on you. So that's why, too, though, let's fucking go. You know what I'm saying? And if it has an impact, and if you know it, man, run. And y'all know it. And that's why I'm saying, bro, you know what it'll take to get some change. But at the same time, bro, I do think, you know, what we just talked about there. I think at the very least, man, I think just stop chasing. Stop, only chase what you don't want, okay? Maybe, but that's bad advice though, because it's like, if you don't want evil, I don't want you to chase evil, but you get to, I already know. I'll be thinking the counter example in my head while I'm saying it, dog. If Mythos isn't available, how can they benchmark? They have private benchmarks, but yeah, I mean, I don't even know, dude. I think Mythos is like, if you like, the range on Mythos is actually ridiculous. It's still, some people still believe it's marketing. It went from it's nothing to they're like, it could hack NASA in a day. It's not safe for the general public. What is a covered call? A covered call is when you own the shares of a stock and you sell an option. So this is exactly why I really believe that the more you guys understand about the market, it's going to really help you with trading options, because this is how I learned. This is why I learned about options in a weird way. And this is what blew my mind, because growing up in the market and learning all this stuff, I only knew about options because I knew about how they were used, like in purpose, and it was insurance. They were used as either selling puts or selling covered calls. So if you ever heard my first time I ever traded an option, I was shocked, because the guy who showed me the option, I remember he came to me and he was like, I made $30,000 and then I lost it. And then, but he literally, I was like, he said he bought an option, and I was like, on what? I forgot the stock. I think it was Netflix or something, but he didn't own the stock. And I was like, what? I said, you're buying an option, but you don't own the stock? That blew my mind, 17 years ago or whenever the fuck that was. It's kind of crazy to think about. 15 years ago, maybe? But yeah, that's, so ironically, covered calls are exactly how options and stocks should be used. The original purpose. Covered calls are ensuring a play, essentially. But yeah, so what we did is we owned the shares of Intel, and instead of buying an option, we sold the option. We used the shares that we owned to guarantee the contract, and then we agreed to sell somebody a call, and they paid us a bunch of money to agree to sell our Intel shares at a way higher price at some point in the future. No, this is on the long term. I did this on the long-term account. So yeah, I've told you guys I've done covered calls in the past. There's just not too many scenarios where it works out as well as it did today. We'll find out how it plays out in the future, but even at base level, choose your frustration. Think about taking control and regret, I do think this covered call puts us in a... The play was already bulletproof with how low that we bought the stock, but now it really just cash out the door. This play is now 1,000,000% secure. So yeah, that's but yeah, you can do it whenever. But that's a covered call. So I'll make a video on it on my Instagram, but it's fire, dude. Does it make sense? I have 85 shares. You want to buy 15? Give me the numbers. I'll do it for you. So give me, how many shares did you buy? How many shares do you have now at what price? So 85 share, and then look at how I'm doing the math, and this is how you could keep this in mind for futures. Because this is even like, obviously consult with your tax professional, but this is even showing you cost basis and understanding it. So that way you could pump any numbers you want. You could input any numbers and still be able to determine if you're rocking with a good deal or not. All the quantum and the photonics plays again. So I would only do it like I did it in this case. I bought 10 shares of Intel just so I could do it. But I am usually against buying something just to sell a call. So in that case, I would have done nothing, but like I'm showing here now, I ran the numbers. So in this case, it raised my cost basis by like $10. But if I did the transaction at the same time, and I did it all in one, it made sure that my play walked away with a negative cost basis. That's what I was really going for. So do you guys understand that? On Intel, after this covered call, our cost basis on Intel is negative. So on my price on Intel is negative $25 a share. Do you understand what that means? So we have 300 shares of Intel at a negative $25 cost basis, literally. So you know what that means? We literally got paid $25 a share to own Intel shares. That's what that cost basis means. It's legitimately negative. So that's why I'm saying it's control, regret, the future. I can't there's zero way. I don't even know how I could get mad at this deal. Like, we might miss out on more money above 200, but yeah, even then we're talking. A negative cost basis could have, every dollar is a big difference because your cost basis is negative. That's a lot of potential, but yeah. So back to the other one. You're $28 at 85 share. So $28. So you spent, so follow with me so you understand this. You spent $2,300. You guys want to get unbanned? Oh, yeah, if you want to get unbanned. Sorry. So $2,380 is what you spent, right? So now, if you want to sell a covered call, we got to get 15 more shares. So now the stock is at 140. Okay? So we're going to do 140.29 times 15. So that's what you would need to get 100 shares. So that's $2,104 today. And then you spent $2,380. So let's add these up. So the price of the new shares plus the price of the old shares, that brings us to $4,484. So I could see it right now without, thank God these were doing numbers of 100, but what is it? Can you tell me the cost basis right now? I could tell you right now. The cost basis is going to be $44.84. Just divide it by 100. By the 100 shares. Ta-da! Easy. So if you did that deal, you would be $44.84. That would be that's how much you spent for 100 shares of Intel. The cheap ones and then the ones today. And then if you did the covered call that I did, you would get back 5,400. 5,000, maybe 5,500 or more. So in this case, it still works. You would have a negative cost basis, but yeah, you're giving up pretty much another $10-15. But yes, you would still have a negative cost basis. And that's pretty much how you guys got to look at this. So I think the cutoff is if your cost basis goes above 55. because that's the price of the covered call. So that's it. Your cost basis, the premium we're receiving back on the covered call is $55. I think they're at 58 in the middle, but there's a big spread. So that's how you view it when it's all said and done, because that's telling you what you're getting back per share. So that's what I'm saying. Ideally, if you were already close to 100 and you still get like a sub $40, $30 cost basis, then you're leaving, again, you're getting back double on the option. But once you start running into like a maybe $50, $55 cost basis, you're just getting your money back. It makes Intel free. You would have a zero cost basis, but yeah, that's spending more today to round out the 100 shares. That's what it kind of fucks you up. Or you're not really getting that money. You're pretty much putting that money down and then getting it right back. Do people try to call themselves in a negative cost over time? If you do it enough, yeah, it can. I mean, with the right position and right time, but it's more like it's like one of those things, just like the philo. If you chase it, you're gonna fucking lose your whole portfolio. If you do it over time as volatility spikes and you take these easy deals, then yeah, over time, think about it, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, as these opportunities arise and you actually take advantage of them, you'll be able to, work your way down. But then also too, you see how like, everything we've been kind of talking about here or just like you just witnessed it today, it's an income source. All of a sudden, I just produced 8% of my long-term's cash in the snap of a fingers. That I was just sitting there, right? And it was able to actually get generated. So yeah. But if you missed out, if you lagged, I was saying it's just like the philo. If you chase it, you'll probably lose your whole portfolio. But if you over the years, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, as volatility rises and then you sell the premium on certain stocks, you're able to whittle down and generate income and then, lower your cost basis. So that's what I'm saying. This is the problem. This is that Pandora's box that every time we bring up covered calls, people get all sorts of ideas and then one idea and then the next. And like I'm telling you, one major error that people make with covered calls and premium is that they start chasing it, right? They're like, oh, I want to sell a covered call on everything. It's like, no, it's not a good time. They're like, oh, why let's sell a month, a day, a week. Let's do 3 months, right? And then before you know it, it's like you've run out of, you start tilting a good favorite of odds and everything in your favor, or, a couple of human customizations, the odds start to look a little bit more sour, or it just becomes non-rational, where it doesn't make sense that anybody who wanted to make money and not lose a lot would do that. Visa selling off and Clorox on the low. It puts your cost basis to 46. That's crazy. That's kind of a lot. But yeah. So you would be pretty much getting like $900. $9 would be your negative. So yeah, the more that number, the higher your cost basis goes up and then to minus 55 or 58, whatever the price is of the option now. I sold more than one covered call. I sold 2 on the big account, and then I sold 1 on the YouTube account. Visa and MasterCard now. So MasterCard's tailing along. Trump admin to cut oil drilling bond requirements by 95%. Is that it? No. I don't even know. Well, there's a headline on Trump and oil drilling. Add it into. Let's go, baby. Yalla, habibi. Joby's on the high, and then all those quantum plays, yeah, they're still going. But damn, what was that other one? Okay, not bad, Habibi. IBM's starting to work a little bit. I don't see any news on Visa. I'm saying there's this Trump oil drilling thing. I don't know if that relates to it. But yeah, I mean, credit card company. I don't think they're funding fucking oil wells on on fucking Visa, on fucking consumer credit. No, I don't see anything. I do as much time as possible on the covered calls. Believe me. Listen, I'm not the guy to listen to if you ask Wall Street when it comes to covered calls, but also, like, I don't fucking, like, lose at them, if that makes sense. Like, they're all stupid deals when I do them. So, like, I'm telling you, believe me, I think you sell time, you sell premium. I'm very boomer about it, very old school. So if you want to sell premium, I try to sell as much time as possible, and hopefully for the highest price as possible. That is, I do think the best way to do it. Because like I'm saying, even then, you know, I'm sure there's nuance, and you could find different edges and risk to reward, and depending on how you want to run it. But like I'm saying, it's just like most of the covered calls that I do, or if anything, with this kind of a high standard, it's actually like my real estate, to be honest. This is like, it sounds like I'm telling you guys, like my real estate deals with like a house flip, I like a fat margin. I don't like buying the off markets with a tiny margin. I hate that. A lot of, again, lending tips, he likes the smaller margin flips. I'm not a fan of those at all. So that's kind of what it's boiling down to, where I think you just go for the home runs when it comes to covered calls, and anything else is not worth the time or the risk. Just because it's just like I'm saying, you're not if you're going to sell the premium, you should get paid for it. You should be heavily compensated. Kodak. You go in the money? No, I'll go out of the money. Like I'm saying, I want the deal to be heavily skewed in my favor. So like the Intel is a great example, because we're telling, not only did we wait a very long time to sell covered calls, but like I'm telling you, my break even on the deal that I did today is over 1,000% on my equity, and then it paid me over 300-400% up front of my whole entire share investment. You see what I'm saying? So like my worst case on that play is I legitimately walk away with $258 a share. You see what I'm saying? And then best case, I walk away with 300% of my initial investment paid in premium. So if it somehow goes up, goes down, expires right at 199, you see where, like, what's the tail risk? What's the tail end? Right? If everything went wrong with this play, what happened? Like, where am I fucked up? It still leaves me with something that you would be like, how is that a failure? You see, that's what I like. That's why I like the big margin. But, you know, again, some people like to sell. Wall Street has many ways to sell premium. I bring up this topic many times. People be like, sell a month, sell a week. Why not do this? Why not do that? And I'm like, you can, but I'm telling you, my strategy with covered calls is fucking no-brainers. I call it just no-brainers. That's all. That's what it should be called. I think no-brainers all day. They should be no-brainer, good deals where it's like, again, we're talking solid home runs on both sides, where it's like, if the play backfires in any way when you do that, it should leave you ultimately way better off. There should be no-brainer, like I'm telling you, it's like, what's your max gain? Oh, like 50%, 100%, 500%. That's easy. How much premium is it paying you? 50%, 100% of initial investment. It's like that doesn't usually happen. So I do think that will go a very, very long way. I could make an updated video on that. I'll make a short one. I'll try on Instagram, because I think it's a fascinating concept. Just in the case of Intel, just because it is a good example. But like straight up, I mean, we got paid $25 a share now to make that play. So not bad. GL Dub, someone asked about that earlier. Do you get less money doing it monthly? Yes, just by nature of the premium, but go look. That's what I'm saying. You could see it. You know how contracts work. You know, usually more time costs more money. So that's why it's like, if we're going to short it, I'm shorting the thing with the most money. Because again, we're using our collateral. One part of the trade is already paid for. So I'm aggressively pushing that to my favor. We already bought the shares. We bought it much lower. So we're just deciding what price max we'd want to sell it on. I'm just saying, give me the highest possible. And I want the highest possible premium. That's it. I'm just a greedy bastard. But then again, I mean, you just saw it. They gave it to me. Habibi, you know, ask ye shall receive, brother. Mm-hmm. No, yeah, don't buy options in the long term, but we've done covered calls. I did covered calls on Snapchat back in the day. I did covered calls on Snapchat, Uber, and Abivai, actually. I used to Abivai when the volatility, but then, yeah, those don't pay too well. There's no real volatility with Abivai. But yeah, we've done covered calls. Again, even on Snapchat, that's what, we just sold Snapchat a little early, but Snapchat helped pay some money up front. Bro, GL Dubs 52-week high. And what time is it? 11:38, 120 left. Yes, the best way is to be up a lot on the stock. 100%. But that's why, too, it's like, or you need high volatility with the name. Because then you'll get good premium. But yeah, but that's why I tell you guys, like, if the stock is not up a fuck ton, you still got to, like, if you ever going to look for a covered call, you want high volatility, high premium being paid out on those options. And then you still, what price do you want to agree to sell the stock at? It should still be significantly higher than what you bought the stock at. You know what I'm saying? Because you can, like, again, that's the whole purpose of an option, right? The whole entire option chain is people making these deals. That's what I'm saying. Like, even Kimberly Clark, for instance, like, we could sell like a 160. You know, I don't want to. The stock pays a dividend, but that's like a 60% gain from where we bought it. Like, that I'm down with. You see what I'm saying? Like, but don't. There's people out there where I'm telling you, we'll have this whole conversation, and then they'll be like, okay, what if I sold a 104 for next month? And I'm like, you can do that, but again, that's a 4% gain on your share. No, this isn't worth it for all of that effort and work, and then the risk of losing the shares, and then the dividend, and all these different things. Like, you get what I'm saying? So it's like you get more on the back end when it's all said and done. But yeah, you do. You could do it with stocks that haven't moved a lot, but you have to keep in mind these principles. And like I'm saying, understand what you're doing, and don't settle for less when, especially if this deal is just like unnecessary. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're only gonna get a covered call if you know what it is. No one's making you do this. You know, that's the one thing about covered calls, which is really funny if you think about it, because nobody's making you do it. Right? If you didn't know about a covered call, you might be better off. But no one's making you go out and take this deal. Right? You're walking to the fucking option chain and you're like, I'll sell you my shares. Give me this for next month. Like, you're taking a lot upon yourself to go and do that. So like I'm saying, you could just avoid this flat out, or if you are going to do it, like, you know, if you're going to go out of your way to take a deal like this, just make sure that it pays you a lot of money. That's that is the simple, beautiful, eloquent way I would explain it. Do you go for further, or is it figure out which will be the most advantageous? You can, like, I mean, sometimes like a couple months earlier or later, will like where is it? See Intel. Because, like, if you did, like, the January 28th, How much would those have paid you? You got $1,000 less. So you could have done that and saved like 400 days. That might have been worth it. But again, that's still like 20% of the amount. But yeah, that's like sometimes like the 1 year between 2 years is a little lower. Otherwise, though, it's ideally maximize the premium. It's literally going to be the most expensive one. But then it should have an opportunity to roll over, but that doesn't depend on the expiration as much. Having more time will be good, but the rollover and how good of a rollover is going to depend on if it's in the money or not, right? So, because if it goes deep in the money, it's going to be hard to roll over than not. But that's the other part too, is that if the stock stays up in value, it'll be easier to refinance versus if it kind of stays up, but then, or like more up in the money, that'll be harder to get to roll over. And then if the stock drops, I mean, you might not even have to roll over and you just win. Because remember, all of these are already still far out of the money. I haven't used the Iron Condor in a minute, but you can. RSI. Bro, how do you guys feel about today? Do you not see this? Bro, we did nothing. We literally had the kind of chill morning, which lasted a little longer. Then the big dump on the little Japanese intervention, bro. And then we did nothing. 7 hours to bottom feed. It was nowhere, but we just kind of chilled right here. Starlink now available on SpaceX flights. ARM. ATEX. What was that other one? Oh, Global. It did feel very computery. It looks like it's very systematic. I mean, it's an interesting time here. You know, a little bit later in June. Tim Walsh. Oh, KPMG. That was someone else. Let's see.
I gotta tell you, when I think
Follow me on
back
Instagram,
on
at the
our
Trade
sponsorship
Fraternity.
of this event, which has happened over the last 12 years, the purse when we started sponsoring was about $2 million. It is now $13 million, which is almost a 500% increase, and we are just so proud to be in partnership in this event with the PGA of America and the LPGA Tour.
It's pretty amazing. Terry, I'm going to go to you with this one next because, Terry, the PGA of America is the group or governing body putting on this women's PGA Championship event. It is the second oldest women's major. It's full of history. What does it mean to have the biggest purse in the history of women's professional golf tied to this particular major?
Terry's having audio problems. Terry, the question was, what does it mean to have the highest purse in women's professional golf history?
Well, I think it's really just a testament to the momentum of the game right now. We're really excited and proud to have KPMG as a partner in the LPGA. You think about that purse, and it speaks to what's going on in the game right now. We're creating an incredible environment that the purse is one indication of what's happening in a sport that we're going to be here today, and we're kicking off a championship this week that we're at an elevated venue, Hazeltine. We're following up a few elevated venues from here. That's like the new standard for golf. We got a Congressional next year in Bethpage Black, but we're really putting on something that it really showcases the women's golf and the enthusiasm there. You're finding it in our broadcast and our broadcast partners. That's translating into just a product that people are really excited about, and I think the purse is just one indication of that.
You know, Craig, because I know that your audio is actually working, you and Terry are both relatively newly installed in your roles as governing body chairs or leaders of your organizations. What does it mean for the LPGA Tour to have the kind of elevation in terms of profile and payouts and purses that you guys are putting together? And what exactly is the next step to kind of capitalize while the iron is hot for the LPGA and the women's game in general?
Dom, it's a great question. There are quite a few measures of success, and purse increases certainly one of them. I'll tell you, as Tim mentioned, to have KPMG raise the purse fivefold over a 12-year period is remarkable. I'll also tell you that we've had 5 different sponsors this year actually raise the purse mid-season, and they tell us they're doing it for 2 reasons. Number one, they believe in our athletes and see tremendous opportunity. And 2, they believe in the future of the tour, and they want to be a part of it for years to come. There are a handful of other ways
I thought he was going to be talking
success
about
as well.
KPMG. I didn't think they were going to be talking about women's golf, but it just sounds like a great accomplishment. Seems like they made some moves. You know, proud of them. Proud of them. All right, is it power hour yet? No, I got 10 more minutes, 13 more minutes. But not bad, brother. Not bad at all, you know? Can make it work. One of IBM's Gulf streams landed in DC 2 hours ago. He hosted the CEO Krishna before the quantum event. Interesting. So I love you too, Jar Tizzle. So did you hear back on Love Island, or what's the status with that? As I look forward to, that'd be funny. But at the same time, I'm worried about you. What's the other? I already told you the other one's funny. The Temptation Island. That one just seems so unnecessary. Maybe you're too ugly. I mean that will hurt your chances on that show. Unless they listen, man, you could be like a Gucci model. That's what I said. I'm gonna do. I'm so ugly I could be like a Gucci model. You ever see them Gucci models and they put like the ugly Gucci models? So you could be so ugly you're gorgeous. It happens. It happens. It's like a circle. It's not really like a spectrum. You're not gonna do this, but I want it to make sense. I have 100 Tesla at 206. Can you explain the math to sell a call? It would be for it to volatile and go up, and understand what would make sense. I mean, it's the same exact thing. So if the volatility spikes and if you bought your Tesla shares, they're already up about 100% if you bought them at 206. So it's like, if the stock is up enough and then there's high volatility on the shares or on the just options in general with how the stock is moving too, you should be able to sell something that will get your initial investment back. I mean, pretty much. I would be looking at what the premiums pay. So none of them, even if you go out to December, none of them pay 206. So if you found an option that paid you out 206, you would literally get your initial 206 back. So even the furthest out the money, I mean, for 2 years out, you're guaranteeing yourself a substantial gain, but that gets you 50. That could lower your cost basis by $50. So that one wouldn't be the worst one, but that's what I'm saying. It's just like, this is what happens when the volatility is lower. So that's what I'm telling you is like, if Tesla went fucking $400 to $500 in like a week, all of those plays they would be paying you. I'm sure you might be able to get closer to your cost basis. If you got real volatility, this stock has pretty much been dead. I mean, think about it. Even then, for like what, you've been kind of the same price for a couple years. This thing's not moving like aggressively, so it's like this isn't necessarily the best time for it. But that's how I would look at it if I'm looking to see what my cost basis is and what would they pay me to take a substantial guaranteed gain. Is Nike going to be here in 10 years? Will they be a top brand? I don't even know if they're considered a top brand now. I mean, in my mind, they always are. But yeah, I think they will be. I mean, they're still kind of struggling, but I think a Nike short, man, is very good. Nike tank top, I use it every day, but they also say I'm a boomer. I don't know, man. Zillow just hates us. No. Wait for the AI shoes. Why? I didn't even think about that. I thought they were gonna make data centers, but like, what if they do have AI shoes? And it like records how you walk. How come Nike, why doesn't Nike do that? They should bring back, you guys remember, we thought that was fucking technology. You remember the Reebok pumps? You guys remember that shit where you like pumped up the tongue of the shoe? And that was like, whoa. Like, you know, and then didn't they have those like strings where you like turn it and then it like ties the shoe? SpaceX new low? SpaceX launches 20 billion bond sale to fund AI expansion after record 75 billion IPO. Didn't they have like a gadget? Like, wasn't there like a Nike shoe that would like record your steps? Yeah, SpaceX. SpaceX is gone. They said no. I didn't even know it printed that. I can't even tell if these candles are real. But I mean, it's just literally coming back. They spent 3 days up, 3 days down. That was probably them still just fucking circle jerking. Low key. And then SPY, I mean, I don't know. We have literally hit this level like 5 times today. But you actually just went below it. Okay. Hi. How are you? Okay, you got one more. You've hit this level twice today. So a little bit more. Again, still 3 points too. But yeah, SpaceX is selling off. And then T-Mobile on the high. Dude, Staples ended up coming down. Nike, even the Fiserv. Habibi. I know, dude. Elon's insane, though. Telling you, it's kind of smart because now ahead of this hype. We'll see, though, but like, is there really this much fucking money out there? I think there. That's what I'm saying. I think there is. But yeah, he is actually becoming cash flush ahead of all of these like crazy IPOs. So to some degree, he's going to have a very strong cash position. All right, well, you're bouncing here again. See. Well, Google, I don't know if it's necessarily moving with SpaceX right now. SpaceX is dumping, bro. Just took another $1 there. $2, $3. And Tapestry and CRK. Yeah, TPR moving. Boop, 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 boop. Is CRK still going? Where's Quantinium? Well, they did that move too, but it's less dramatic. SpaceX just sucks because it literally did 3 days up, 3 days down. I mean, it looks more like that was just them running the book then. Because it seemed like there was good natural demand. I mean, those options were exciting for a little bit, but yeah, I mean, a move straight up like this. Now it's either, I mean, it's either going to stay pinned or if it does do the decline, kind of like, again, the IPO drop and pop, that would be nice. But yeah, I mean, who knows how much lower. It has not dropped below its IPO yet. I'm still just blown away about the money. It's a lot of money. And then again, like we're saying here, imagine ahead of Anthropic, OpenAI, and then anything else in between. And then Elon and SpaceX, I mean, they just pulled out all of this money and they're the first one to run it. So, kind of nuts. Kind of nuts, Habibi. My name is Sam. I need more money. Me too, Elon. I need some too. Thank you. IPO flush to 100. That sounds crazy, but it did IPO at 150 or 130. Yeah, it just got excited. Dude, it hit 230 the other day. Fun times. A lot of this, though, that's the crazy part. I think the crazy part is we're, like, getting used to it. But, yeah, like, we've actually witnessed some pretty wicked moves in the last couple weeks. We're just so used to it. So, bro, you watch chips go down 18%, then come up 18%. Same thing with Korea. Then you have literally just these IPO moves 50%. But again, like I'm telling you, software 108, $80 to 108, and then back to $80 in all in the span of 30 days. Some of these moves are like mass. Again, the Oracle's 250 back down. Yeah, bro, these are like kind of massive. But that's what I'm saying. It's pretty funny how not like shocking it is right now. I mean, we've actually been doing this for many, many months now. I mean, SPY's going back below this level a little bit. I mean, oil's ticking up, but technically oil is closed. It's settled. Oil pre-war price range returns as supply glut fears replace war premium. Markets are shifting from Middle East disruption to oversupply concerns, with improving Iran talks, rising Hormuz traffic driving oil lower. Now they say too much supply. Zillow, SpaceX, Palantir. Bro, both of the plays I like, 52-week lows at the same time. Meanwhile, in the video, SanDisk is like 2,300. Who wants memory? Even Intel, too, but I'm happy with Intel. I can't get too mad at Intel. I mean, so see, it's like 743.64. Did something just happen in the game? I think I heard my girlfriend go, ah, 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 yeah. Would you average down on SpaceX if you could? What the fuck, dude? No, dude. It is 6 days ago. So, like, I don't know. Like, if you want, like, a real average down, I would definitely, like, space out the timing. For sure. That's why, like, you know, someone asked me even, like, Microsoft Intuit. Like, I'm not. It's the same. Like, again, if you're really long-term, bro, I would have a lot of time. Make sure you have a lot of time. Because, like, again, Intel comes down. Or Intuit comes down, Microsoft. I'm still planning on buying these in the future, but you know, even if they like kind of drop a couple more percentage points after we get them, I wouldn't necessarily be too quick to average down. I mean, again, sometimes it could reward you immediately, but I mean, if your plan is 10 years and you have time and all of that, AIG and Chubb takeover speculation. Oh, so Chubb would be the acquirer. Bedeville says AIG has received takeover approach. Messi scored again. Yeah, there you go. See, bro, I kind of want to watch it. Dude, I think I love soccer now. But this happened last time. Last time I downloaded FIFA. But, you know, I actually watched the games this time. I don't think you guys realize how crazy that is. Like, I could watch a full-blown soccer game now. Like, I could watch all of it, like all 90 minutes. SanDisk. Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. Momentum. So one area of the bubble really is what we should call it, because the concentration is still very, very strong, and that's why you're seeing those AI names. But everything else, I mean, there's been movement, but it's nothing in comparison. I mean, it's not enough to move the needle. France, yeah, Mbappe. It's good. I'm gonna watch some. I don't do these. There's a lot, dude. Doesn't this go on though till July 20th? So there's a lot. There's a lot. That's why I'm like, I look forward to like where the games mean something. I don't know if the US is gonna still keep doing good. I thought that was Bird again. IBM. Oh, Baba. I like Baba, but it's still higher than where I bought it. It's funny though, Netflix and Baba today. These are the names I was asked about the most. Which, I mean, rightfully so though. I don't think these are bad though, at the same time. It's better about being asked about names into the low than onto the all-time high. But yeah, like I'm saying though, Baba is closer to being a buy than Netflix, in my opinion. Because that's what I'm saying. I think a lot more people more attracted to Netflix. Damn. That's kind of crazy. I guess we got Baba real low. We got Baba in the 80s. It's been a long ride with Baba. And then Visa's still dumping? And then SpaceX still dumping? Yeah, bro, there's 4 games every day. There's a lot, and they're at like fucking 9 a.m. and shit. But nah, I'm a fan, bro. I'm a fan. They got me. I never thought. These are honestly, once again, they need hot girls. That's it. My girlfriend. I don't know what happened. I think she got propagandized while she was in Switzerland, and she was just hyped by all the crowds. And she's like, oh, look at it. It's so cute. They all dressed up. But then she started watching it, and then I'm like, all right, I have to now. Bro, SpaceX again? Habibi. That's even on big volume, too. Looks like you did 1 million on one of those blocks. I mean, overall, the volume is... It's a lower on the day, but still, I mean, 114 million shares. But actually, though, too, it's like half the volume of every other day. And then you factor in this is its biggest drop. They probably just turned off their buy algo. I mean, it's back to the IPO price. That's it. 160. You guys don't remember 160? At least on IPO day. Even the day after, even right before it ripped. It chilled. It was like 169, but it loved this 150, 160 range. PBF. $367 Microsoft. I think that's also what's killing IGV too. Microsoft's and Palantir. Both of them are really big components, and they're doing terrible. Like, Oracle's kind of doing better out of them. It's kind of weird to think about. Tesla, little candle down. See if that develops in anything or if there's a headline. Call it football now. I'm becoming a football fan. I call it football. I don't see anything on Tesla. Unless Elonia Musk do something. You know Elonia? Fatal car crash in a Texas home now under federal investigation. Oh, there is a headline. Wall Street Journal. Yeah, no, there is a headline. Wall Street Journal report on a crash. I mean, it's been a while. Well, be careful. If you sell out for the long term, you're not long terming. So that's why. I mean, that's why this too. You know, we bought Baba a while ago, but when it was a cheap enough price, you buy it once and chill, and then ignore it till it comes back down. But yeah, I mean, I'd encourage all of you, just be careful if you start adding things to the long term and then don't hold them for 10 years minimum. I mean, I would just call that another account. Yeah, you had a Tesla headline on that. It's funny because I thought Tesla, imagine SpaceX down 13. Tesla's not really like linked to it. It's kind of weird if you think about it. I mean, the SPY 2 generally, I mean, Dow is still green. Russell is advancing. Russell's up by 3/4. NASDAQ is down by 0.5. SPY is down by 0.47. But yeah, it's not like it's too crazy of a day. But yeah, like I'm saying, I mean, the SPY, risk assets, IPOs, a lot of everything looks different. There's just still zero correlation, but like I'm saying, it's kind of funny. SpaceX and Tesla, you could kind of try to say like they look like each other from here, but it's like, dude, one of them is up 1.3%. The other one is down 13.5. You got Messi, Brady, Michael, Otani, and then Josh. Let's go. Is that the list, dog? Wow. What about the Jesus? Huh? Hard. What about the Galabuti? How about the Galabuti? Hey, Galabuti. Fuck you, Galabuti. No, dang, I'm honored. I can't believe I made the list. With Otani and Michael Jordan and Brady. That's crazy. Brady. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Jesus number one. It's a different league of his own. It's a different category. Otani. Alright, well. This is literally this is its own little day. Because this is the lowest you've actually been since the morning. So we literally like just paused for like 4 hours, 3.5. And then yeah, you're actually kind of moving down. Like I said, everything's still kind of small at the margin. But you got a lot of different activity from some of these risk names selling off. No more really rotations picking up at all. They're all coming down. Energy's still up. And then yeah, oil's climbing a little bit. Dollar. SpaceX. whatever power quanta. The Roth IRA, not a bad idea, brother. Not a bad idea, brother. JCI. Yeah, CRM, that was asked about a lot today. A lot of names hit 52-week lows today, which again brings up this concentration, because you're not at 52-week highs for the market, but then again, I mean, a couple of chip names did. I mean, Intel, for crying out loud. Oh yeah, you're still getting that major push and pull. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, I don't know. Did the CVOEs actually, the leaps move? I know the short-term ones kind of suck, but those sucked even from the first one. So we got a good price from the other day. Very wide spreads, but theoretically they should be up. They move a little, you know. LPTH, chatter of a deal. Contracts with government. What's the source on that? LPTH. Let's see. Very exciting MOU announcement with Picket Defense. Trump meets munition makers. They were tagged on one of them earlier, and there was a bunch of volume. Oh, you got a Memdani headline if you're into that. I'm looking into this one. I had the little volume spike, but nothing else. WMB. I don't see it. There's not even any like weird options on it. You're seeing the Picket Defense thing. Yeah, it had the volume. I don't even see any weird options on that one, unfortunately. I remember they made the moves last week. They got tied into one of those other pumps last week too. We had that play. If you've been investing in your Roth but never invested in a traditional IRA, when should you consider starting it? I mean, talk with your tax professional, but what about like even a normal brokerage? But yeah, it just kind of depends on what your retirement plans are and like need for the liquidity, again, access for capital for a home, all that stuff. We'll see. And then you had JCI. I put that one up earlier. Again, some light path rumor, but the source is a little murky. We do not have the source on that. Where is a healthcare? They buy a lot of drugs today, Habibi. Is it power hour? Oh, Speaker Galabaf arrives in Muscat, received by Oman Foreign Minister. Fuck yeah, brother. Galabuti, MB Galabuti. Bagheer, Bagheer. Tim. You heard I ducked him in Switzerland? He showed up, but you weren't there. I never said Switzerland, brother. I said I meet you at the Strait of Hormuz. Very clear. Trump gives complete and total endorsement to John James for Michigan governor. Oh, where is the SpaceX, brother? 160, bro. Back home. Back to the price. The stock market kind of looks cooked. Do you know how many times I've heard that in the last 18 months? I feel you, though. I don't necessarily disagree with you, but looks could be deceiving. Looks could be deceiving. But yeah, I've heard that a lot, though. That is a sentiment that I've heard for quite consistently. At many junctures, it wanes and gets stronger, but yeah. PBR. I mean, there's literally a pocket of chips. I mean, Intel and AMD. A couple of others. I mean, financials and biotechs did well. I mean, some names were good, just not as exciting. I mean, Quantinium barely up. And then we had a good SMCI, but then anything else that we already positioned in did terrible. But to give it a couple, we let it wake up after all of this, but we have, I guess, a week and a half. Yeah, you have all full week here, and then end of the month is on next Wednesday. HPE now dumping. I mean, actually, where's Micron? Remember, that's not even an earnings. I keep wanting to keep up SpaceX. SpaceX 160 is now broken. This is the IBM. I mean, a lot of the quantum plays picked up. People got a little hyped on that. So we will see, brother. Well, we might have either a rotation or this, sadly, what happened today. It's either the concentration is going to remained in AI and chip stocks, or we're either going to rotate, broaden out, or kind of find a new mixed leadership. But that's kind of what we're waiting to see here after we've gone through all these catalysts now, kind of what shape the market takes without having to respond to the next event right around the corner. Yeah, the IBMs are up, just a fat spread. Yeah, I'm gonna keep up SpaceX here. I mean, it's quite fascinating now. 177 to 158. I mean, all great IPO moves, but 3 days up, 3 days down, and now you're literally straight up back to the opening price of SpaceX 1 week later. And I mean, at some point, I think you've traded the whole entire float like 2 or 3 times over. It's kind of ironic considering we're at the same price. Well, someone just asked me if they should average down on SpaceX. Again, someone even asked me earlier about like Intuit and shit, but I'm like, wow, I did not think, because like I know some people were really, really hyped on the SpaceX, and they're like, I'm down with this for 10 years, but yeah, we're talking average downs in 6 days. Just calm down. Gotta calm down. Did IBM pop? I was just saying those premiums. Yalla. I mean, see if we get another one. Yeah, that's actually starting to move a little bit. Did it fill them all? All right, well, I'm double dipping. I took a cheapie. Because that's moving different. You see what I'm saying? We were positioning on them when nothing was happening. No. I still have the other ones. I'm adding another one. Did the other ones go up? I'm sure. I got these ones. Let me see if I can make these free. I don't know. It's moving like, that's what I'm saying. It looks a little different. This doesn't move. It's not moving like the other ones. So yeah, something's waking up there, but they already got a little bit of a pop. There's no IBM news, no. We were just front running it earlier on this idea of this quantum stuff, but that's about it. Pow. PBF. That one's still going? Bro, SpaceX 158 and then AR. Isn't that energy? And Taro? Yep. That's actually kind of going vertical. I'm seeing a lot of energy on the high. And then healthcare is even starting to come down. I want to say all the rotations are. Well, yeah, and then this will be the lowest for the SPY still again. I mean, you've kind of just been hovering here. You actually drop below here, so you technically only have like one more point. The low of the day. That's literally right where we're hanging out. We have 30 minutes left too. Yeah, Trump is supposed to be going live here in 3 minutes. Again, IBM, that just started popping, but no real follow through on that one. But yeah, Trump technically was supposed to be live at 3:30. That's for the quantum shit. Kind of makes sense. It's right here. Powell. And then PBF again. Powell, literally POWL on the high. And then again, didn't they, was it PBF or PBR? One of them had an AI headline earlier. The White House doesn't have the Trump thing live though. But yeah, they had him on schedule for 3:30, but he is technically not there. No news on the Japan-US meeting, but I mean, that was odd. And I mean, you could still see it. Sucks that the yen came back down, but yeah, I'm sure we're going to hear more about that. But nothing came out since then. I was like, why does it sound like that? All right, NVA. The Ibamizzles. All moving. All right, little SpaceX off the low. The IBM front run. Well, we talked about a couple other places. I brought up some other ones like GFS, but pretty much the only like catalyst or thing that kind of developed, they were hyping up this Trump quantum meeting that they're doing, or quantum executive orders. But yeah, so just all day today, some of those plays started moving, so we made a few different strikes, but yeah, that was pretty much it. And then again, we haven't really heard from Trump. HD on the low. Home Depot. And then again, see if SpaceX goes low or not, but that bounced a little bit. Why is the market down? I think just because of the weighting, like the positioning. Because I want to say more names are green on the S&P. Yeah, NASDAQ has 43 names in the green, 57 in the red. SPY is 260 green, 240 in the red. So it chilled out a little bit, but... And then the Dow is actually in the green, so is the Russell. But yeah, just the names that are down are doing a little bit more. Again, some more Mag 7 ones. They're a lot lower. So it's, you know, one big, again, Microsoft, Apple. I think Apple's the only one up. Microsoft, Amazon, Google's down 6% today. So that weighs a little bit more. But yeah, a lot of chips did very good. Everything else, though, related to momentum, not too high, except for a couple of Russell names out there, which are holding up well, or at least half of them. And then, again, energy did well, too. And then a couple of just kind of pick and choose. Couple of winners from every industry that we've seen over the last couple weeks. But yeah, I don't think we're down. Again, considering the shitty part, this is all within the Powell zone. That's what I was saying today. Oh yeah, Bank of Japan too, honestly, might be part of today. We saw some weird things with repos, the currency. There was a weird meeting going on between Besant and the Bank of Japan. So, I mean, maybe. And then, like I'm saying, you're like right here in this odd middle of just when the Fed occurred. So that even like hawkish wash, you're chilling right there. PG on the low. And ow. Whoa, what the fuck is this? Why are staples are dumping? Hold on. And then GM, it's such a weird ass move. But yeah, like PG, couple of staples, but then J&J is going straight up, and then Merck. So your more healthcare related staples are going up. Consumer staples are going down. Fascinating. Oh, is that 10-minute rig? No, it's 12:30. Well, SPY even moving a little bit. But yeah, PG just took a pretty big dump. Again, we were just saying, like, look at some of the other rotations. XLV caught the wave off of that, though. I guess a little bit of back and forth between those two. All right. Yeah, the photonic stocks actually killed it today. That's the other area of momentum, you could call it. Yeah, I like Nike for the long term. I think you have like other quality names, but they're kind of at their zone. And then they're just not going to move much. It's either going to hit $40 ahead of earnings or not, but its bounce or going lower is all dependent on the next earnings, which should be closer than further. Now that I think about it. Yeah, Nike's in 8 days. Holy shit. So yeah, Nike's in a week. So yeah, it's either going to drop another, like, what, just under 10% in the next week or so. So if it's going to go below 40, it'll be off of bad earnings. And then if it's going to rip back up to the 50s or higher, it'll be on good earnings. Apple with a chicle, Habibi. We can't get any love, huh? So anything you had kind of holding up just started giving up. But it does look like it's rotating somewhere else a little bit. And then SpaceX, another low. It had a baby bounce, but not enough. Trump celebrating Colombian president, True Social. Pfizer now, but yeah, Apple's starting to dump. I'm surprised the SPY's not moving more. And then literally SpaceX all over the low ticker right now. Nike and Fiserv earnings, yes. And Sweetgreens, too. And Chipotle. A lot of those. That's why they like stay in their little ranges. Unless it's until they get momentum and that earnings favoritism or something to get people looking at them, they're all going to stay within their pretty much their respective ranges following the last earnings. Intel, I mean, it's the best chip stock in the world. I wouldn't expect any less. BKV? What's that? Why does it sound like a volatility index? BKV Corp? That 5%? That's like 2.5, but yeah, BKV, whatever that is, popper. Oh, 10. Oh, no, I'm thinking 10B. It's natural resources. Oh, that'll tie in with all these other energy material plays. It's nat gas. Bro, Apple. So watch out, though. So see, because if Google, but Nvidia's low, unless Google catches a candle, but I think they're all coming down. You have Microsoft kind of holding up. But yeah, literally all the big seven, but now Apple was keeping you there. BKV still going up, whatever that is. EQT, another energy. Kinder Morgan. Yeah, bro, all these like energy names are going up. Like dirty energy. Buy the dip and wait on what? If it's long term, I mean, I'd be down to buy anything. I mean, I have a lot of cash now. I might either keep saving it up here, but I do actually have one idea. Just I do want to kind of see how some of this dust settles from the last couple weeks. BKV again on the high ticker. Hi. Let's see. SDRL, QuantumScape on the low. Zillow and Palant. Absolute bloodbath on these. I mean, software 2.9, but then that moved again. Remember, software went down 0.5 to like green 1.5 earlier. Meanwhile, chips only up by 0.6, but yeah, they held again. And Apple's still on the low. So again, I mean, Apple held up green most of the day. I'm surprised this SPY is not reacting to it. So again, even though you had Nvidia drilling down and Amazon and Google stopped dying. Again, at one point, Google was down 6 and change. Yeah, the IBM ones, I think the ones with time are up. Very big spread. Very, very big spread. I don't know where the short-term ones are. They're up, but not 100%. Oh, wait. It just depends where they fill you, actually. Nothing with Trump. I haven't heard from him. I haven't seen anything. He was supposed to be live. We only got 20 minutes left. He was supposed to be live 10 minutes ago. The IBM plays, it was what we were talking about it all day. We made like, I think only other things I played besides SMCI was Quantum. But there was this report that there was going to be like Quantum announcements today. So we said they're most likely going to be buy the rumor, sell the news. But yeah, anything related to Quantum, we picked up a couple different plays. And IBM was one of them. Where is it? Yeah, I don't see Homeboy. We heard from Vance early, and then that was it. But yeah, bro, I don't know. Affirm. Or? That's on the low. SpaceX, MTD, nothing. Yeah, I think Google is what's kind of balancing out the Apple, but other than that, though, I mean, thank God, even though despite all these moves, we're like tripping. We're chilling. Nothing. It's again, you've actually got a decent amount of individual back and forth, but it's not really budging. All right, and then the IBM Julys are over 100. So either make those free or push them. And good luck. Sight on the low, and then TNC. I have no idea what these are. You think he is live? Donald, where are you tomorrow? It's only a day away. Long term, my long term. I don't see this guy. There's no White House. Usually the White House make a live video, you know? This time, nothing. They have nothing. They are so behind schedule. I've been working on the Trump voice. I do it sometimes when I'm alone, you know. I talk to myself a lot. So, you know, just got many times to practice. That's it. I was working on my Netanyahu voice. Oh, hello, people. Sometimes I have to hear him. I'm working on that. I've been working on my Xi Jinping. You want to hear it? What effect would a president dying have on the market? Curious. I do not want any part of your fantasies, brother. So you could do your little thing, you know, on your own time. But yeah, I'm not. I read your chat facts. Your other message was he dead. LOL. I'm not. I don't know, man. I don't know. We have had presidents die though before, surprisingly. Death is a common thing in this world. Rare. And then Dominion. All energy, I feel like, in the last hour. Dominion's on the low, though, actually. Hold up. Which one did I just see? Huh. I thought that was going to be into the moon. New low of the day, indeed. I mean, I think that one was all Apple, finally. And then everything else that was already weak. But, yeah, 7.4. It sucks, dude. That means you might have to either gap down tomorrow and fill this gap. But I don't like this tension. Can we just fill this gap and get over it? You know what I'm saying? Because this feels like, what's the point of it? It's just so slow. How much time? We have 15 minutes left. Even into the low, it's crawling. TSM on the low. That was a weird flush. Oh, actually, where's your boy, dude? And then SpaceX into the low. Where's STRC? Whatever happened on Friday, that was disgusting. Bitcoin's still up, dollar's still up, silver went down, gold went down. The market correlation is terrible. It's still, I think it's one of the lowest ever. It's at like 15 or 17% right now. But yeah, it's absolutely non-existent. So I'm saying, like, go look at Intel. We have names that are up today, but then yeah, just the you have like even a couple of winners from every industry, and then you even have a couple of people in every industry kind of doing terrible. SPCG up 30. What is this? Oh, this is SpaceX. Short. Interesting. That don't even hit a 52-week, I guess. mean, I guess technically it was lower. Wayfair. Yeah, I guess SpaceX is still going lower. I mean, you just hit a low of the day. Does this imply the same regime? It's the same thing as a couple weeks. We just don't. It's the same thing as a couple of weeks ago. But then now we've gone through all these events. We're trying to turn a corner now, but you know, things that we should have kind of dislodged this heavy concentration, but no, we haven't. So it's either it's gonna end for everybody, or we're gonna just keep working our way into a heavily concentrated environment. But then again, the winners might only be AI and chip stocks if we don't watch any software or any broadening out, or again, any change in leadership. So, but as of now, it's been pretty much the same thing as the last couple weeks. And then throw in that little momentum decline of last week, which, again, we were looking to see if that changed the leadership. But for the most part, nothing has changed. It's the same exact leaders. Again, that's what's giving us the same concentration, the same types of moves. That's why we're still awkwardly high, even though you feels like things are selling off. And then you have one set of names doing bad, then one pocket doing good. But again, the pocket doing good is the same concentration of AI and chips. So yeah, but I do think it's the same as the last couple of weeks here. Yeah, SpaceX 154. Bro, it dropped $10 in the last hour. And that's after dropping another 10 or 15 bucks throughout the whole day. It's just sad, brother. Small caps are up. That's what I'm saying. I think it's anything related to some of the winners and chips. And again, a couple of momentum factors are up, but just not everybody. And yeah, so it's like a couple of those, like the last rotations in the last couple days, those are still there. Financials, healthcare, staples. But overall, though, it's still chips, new highs. Those are the only things hitting new highs. Chips and AI and that concentration mix. Everything else is still kind of rotating a little bit, but still not as clear. But ultimately just not following along with chips, which, again, puts us in this weird market of all-time highs, but, like, only a pocket is hitting all-time highs, really. Coca-Cola, I don't know if this is because of staples or people were talking that court case they're on. They have, like, a $20 billion tax court case. EOG, SPY, we hit the low barely. Oh, what's this? 10-minute rigged. Okay, I said, wow. Yeah, the high day got a little exciting. This is all 10-minute rigged. I mean, again, you could chalk up today to a lot of positioning. I mean, that's really what it feels like here, but not too bad. And then, I don't know, I think you're going to have to wait till Trump after the bell, my brethren. Oh, is he live? No. I can never. Today, we got pump fakes all day.
There aren't too many. IBM CEO, Arvind Krishna, who's a great man, who's a really great job. What a job you've done.
I love Jesus, but I love Krishna, the IBM Krishna.
I really sold it when I became president. That was not a good move. And Inflection CEO Matthew Kinsella.
Oh, Inflection.
As well as Nobel Prize winning quantum physicist
Isn't that
John
INFQ?
Martinez. Great going.
Come on, what do you got
how many
for us?
years ago it was?
Well, about 40 years ago.
It's pretty good. And you still look good.
Thank you.
Great job. I've been waiting for one of them too. They don't think 8 wars is enough, you know. I have to do 12 or 13, I think.
The market on close, 1-1 to the buy side.
Quantum Technologies represents the next generation of innovation across computing, sensing, and networking with enormous significance for our country's economic growth, scientific research, and cyber security. It's really a big deal that we're doing today, and the country is doing really well, as you know. In 2018, I signed the National Quantum Initiative Act into law, which led to doubling
All right,
the
well, it's
federal
10-minute
government
rig, so
investment
I'd
in
wrap
quantum
these up,
research and development. I think you all know about that.
Is he just signing
that
the
helped
$2
unleash
billion thing?
billions of dollars of private investment in America's quantum industrial base, promoting significant scientific and technological progress like we've never seen before.
Yeah, I
actually.
sold
We
one
wanna
set
keep
of the
that
IBMs
positive
at
momentum
300%.
going in America with the
Woo!
orders that I'm signing today, and these
The
will really
cheapies,
have
the weeklies.
I think place it a big
I still
step
have the
forward.
Julys.
We're already the leader by a lot, and we're going to be now the leader by a lot more. The first executive order launches a national effort to produce a quantum computer capable of performing important scientific calculations and to develop quantum-enabled sensors and networks.
A U.S.
the
quantum
next 5
computer?
years, and we're going to be investing in American quantum leadership like never before to stay ahead of the pack. We're way ahead right now, and we'll keep it that way. The second order I'm signing directs federal agency to transition to what is called quantum cryptography. Do anybody know what that is? You're going to hear very soon, so you're going to find it interesting. Cryptography for their computer systems by 2031, and to lead the way for wider adoption of these extremely strong security standards. America is celebrating 250 years of ingenuity, innovation, and invention this year, and today's commitments to quantum leadership will help secure that legacy for decades to come. I just want to say before we
Crestline Lending tender offer to repurchase 5% of outstanding NAV.
Hormuz Strait. We took in more oil yesterday than has ever gone through the strait. You probably see that we have an oil gusher. The strait is totally
oil
open.
gusher.
You know that? And we're negotiating. We'll see how that all goes. But
is that whole nation crypto thing? Is that new?
Strait, and we have a country that will never have
a US
nuclear
quantum
weapon.
computer.
Will never ever have a nuclear weapon. So now I'd like to invite Michael Kratsios, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, to say a few words, followed by National Cyber Director Sean Cairncross and Secretary Wright, who's doing a fantastic job over in Venezuela and every place else he touches. Venezuela, by the way, has been amazing. We are really having a great relationship with that country, taking out tremendous amounts of oil. Far, far more than that particular war cost, many, many times. Sending it to Houston, sending it to Louisiana, sending it to lots of places. And Venezuela is also doing well. Venezuela is doing better than it's done in maybe ever. So it's been an amazing situation. Where did you ever hear of getting money back from the war by 42 times over, right, Pete? Nobody does that. And I think Iran, I can say,
they
sort
filled
of a
that too
different
quick.
scale, is in its own
All right,
way
I made my
working out
July
very well.
IBMs
Maybe
free, but they filled
hard
it
to say
instantly.
just as well, but maybe almost
I don't
just
know how I
as well.
feel about that.
And we're doing very well in terms of negotiating a fair and reasonable deal. One of the things that we are doing also, and it came up last night, is money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food, and the food's going to be bought exclusively through the United States from our farmers. And corn, soybeans, all of the things they need are going to be bought from our farmers. So our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were very happy about that. So now I'd like to ask Michael to say a few words, and we'll follow up by the other two gentlemen, or three gentlemen, and then if anybody has anything to say, and we'll take some questions at the end. So Michael, go ahead.
So, Mr. President, as you mentioned in your remarks, you were the first president in history to prioritize quantum as a scientific priority of the United States government in your first administration. And since then, there's been a big leap in the investment the private sector has made in this particular domain. And we're now at the moment where a lot of that research is starting to pay off into commercial applications. And what this executive order will do is turbocharge that. First and foremost, it's going to task the Department of Energy to create a scientifically relevant quantum computer, which is going to help pave the way for even larger computers for the private sector. Secondly, we're going to be focusing on sensors and networking. So agencies like the Department of War, along with the Department of Energy, are going to be doing a wide variety of sensing and networking work. So this is a big step forward.
Sensors and networking.
One of our two top
Keep that in mind for future plays, even tomorrow.
To kick things off today.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job, Michael. Sean, please.
Yeah, I knew they filled those IBMs too fast. They're probably going to double.
You be the most forward-leaning president in innovation in American history.
Is that all?
That's
Dead on.
But no, And while you recognize the tremendous potential quantum
Is that why? Maybe that's where. Maybe one of these LPTH ones is going to come true.
Cryptography.
Yeah, or House, one of those. But LightPath we've heard a lot about.
Recognize the security.
And then all those
as quantum
AAOIs
rolls
and shit like that
it
ran
will
today.
Challenge public key cryptography, which is what secures everything. It secures our financial transactions, our civilian critical infrastructure, and it secures the digital systems that Americans rely on for their daily life. And these two executive orders, which pair innovation and security, will address those issues. As we move forward, innovation and security have to be balanced. You recognize that. The actions that you take today will make sure that American systems are trusted and secure and safe moving forward. And I just want to thank our tremendous American companies with whom we've been working so closely. I think it's fair to say we have an unprecedented relationship in this. I want to thank our colleagues in the interagency who have been tremendous. It's such a mission-focused group of people. And obviously none of this happens, sir, without your leadership.
AMAT, I don't know if that counts, and then LRCX. A lot of things are running on the bigger side of this, like the IBMs, a couple of those other ones. Now MU too.
Mr. President. So
not just the momentum into the bell.
141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper.
Nobody cares.
Good point. Good point.
I never go back. And usually they won't catch you.
Nobody cares, nerd.
Recognizing the quantum behavior.
No, that was great.
That it came in quanta.
That was beautiful.
40 years after that, President Trump's uncle, John Trump, was a pioneer in applying light radiation and the reflections of it to develop radar at the MIT Radiation Lab. Critical in D-Day, critical in the end.
Oh, bro, they just scammed me.
That's the parallel.
I put an order in, but they didn't film me. They filmed the motherfucker.
John
Oh, come on.
Down there, pioneered taking quantum effects and building them into a device.
1 minute!
Last year for that discovery, that breakthrough. But 40 years, quantum phenomena are tough to harvest and tough to work with.
Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. It was kind of boring. We got to front run a lot of quantum today. It kind of paid off. So, you know what I'm saying? But wrap it up. We'll see if we get any other momentum or if the only momentum in town is chips, my friends. But Rapparooney, less than 15 seconds remaining. Happy Monday. Happy covered call day.
We will have scientifically relevant, meaning error-corrected.
Oh yeah, you got your SMCIs too. But 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Tatadonia. I need a GG. It's not a hype GG. Trump gets in the way, bro. I'll listen for a little bit. But good game, bro. They filled. I would have got 1,000%, but for some reason they filled the person before me. They filled my contract at 1,000%, but they didn't give me the 1,000%.
And 2 days ago we said
that's a non-adjusted 1,000.
Ever taken out of.
But good game, chat. Members, non-members, stream alerts. If y'all really contributed today. You really have fun. You really listen, man. I hope you took some of this to heart, man. Those of y'all ready to go for the long run, not chasing. God bless you, baby. And thank you. Thank you for your time. And thank you to all of y'all who held it down and really supported, bro. All of y'all carrying on the long term. That's a good game. And I hope y'all are ready for more. We have a lot more in store. All of this could go either direction. IBM again.
I have the honor that John
I knew they filled me too early, bro.
Member of the Commerce Department.
I knew it.
And Nix.
I knew it. That was way too fast. But Chad,
which is,
I love you.
If you don't think
God
the
bless
people
you.
in the Commerce
Have a good day.
Department
I'll listen for a little bit, but then we have to depart.
Nobel Prize winner,
but not bad,
of our team. You all know that invested $2 billion just a couple of weeks ago in quantum to drive it forward, and besides investing in the companies, we've also invested in fabs to build quantum for others so we can manufacture these quantum in America. Now you have Ruth Porat from Alphabet. They are doing amazing investing in building quantum. And you have Arvind right next from IBM
Howard,
we invested in his fab.
if you don't
He's got a
say
leading
fucking
fab, so he's
GFS
going to
right
be
now,
building
Howard, I'm
those
really
chips,
done with you.
Right, so that's that idea. And then lastly,
Oh, you fucking.
post-quantum cryptography, right? Once you have quantum chips, we've got to protect everyone in this government. Post-quantum cryptography, so NIST and the Department of Commerce is going to lead the charge.
Is he
to make
talking
sure all of
photonics?
us are protected and defended, so we know how to deal with quantum when it comes. We're going to lead in quantum, and we're going to make sure we stay safe. And these are both the things you're signing today, and that's why you have such an amazing team behind you, because you are leading the charge in quantum for America.
And Ruth, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you so much for convening this important meeting and these two executive orders. We completely agree.
He said fabs, quantum, and didn't even say
The U.S. is
GFS.
in the lead. We will stay in the lead.
One
At
job,
Google,
Howard.
we're really proud of our innovations. And thank you, Secretary Letnick. We've been investing for more than a decade in quantum. And back in 2019, we were the first company actually to achieve quantum supremacy. Didn't stop there. About a year and a half ago, we unveiled a new chip, the Willow chip, which is a great example of American innovation manufactured here in the United States. And what the Willow chip does, it enabled us to do a computation in less than 5 minutes that previously on the best supercomputer would have taken 10 septillion years, which is 1 in 25 zeros. So it's
That's
a lot.
pretty good.
It's a lot. And what's exciting about this is what it means for our
You
children.
know how bad Trump wants to just be like, Besant.
Nuclear fusion and material science. So we're really excited about the opportunity.
Besant. No one cares. Nerd.
Post-quantum cryptography and the work that we're doing there. Absolutely critical that we also keep America safe, everyone safe. So we have been deploying that across our products and services. And it's a critical opportunity. I think with these two EOs, it lays the foundation for one, protecting America, as well as continuing to benefit on the upside. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Say hello to everybody.
I absolutely will.
Arvind, please. IBM.
So first, I'd like to thank the President for both of these EOs. The role of the government is often underestimated. The role of the government in pushing innovation and technology forward is what both of these will achieve. Asking for the investment in quantum computing, asking that the departments all work together, will actually accelerate what industry does, because that gives us the confidence to invest even more, and that is what we commit to do, to get these systems out and to get what both the secretaries asked for, to get the systems out during your current term. So we will go and invest in doing that. And I'd also like to thank Commerce for the investment they made in accelerating the ability to build fabs so that we can actually make these in America.
Good. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something, Russell, about
Sure.
how well we're doing on the budget and things?
Well, we're making tons of progress. I think last year you had the most fiscally consequential year in history, a story that's largely been unwritten. But today, this is
They don't
about,
want to write it. They don't want it. It's true. Go ahead.
More savings.
You might
in
as well
history.
say it because they will.
More savings than ever before in history. Today is about the investments that we're going to prioritize. So we'll save in places, but we're going to do what's necessary to invest in the future, in industries of the future. That's what today is about. Quantum is one of those areas in the first term and now in the second term.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Any questions, please?
Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil today, sir? Treasury lifted sanctions on Iranian oil today,
Well,
sir?
I'm going to have to find out exactly the status, but if the sanctions go out, money's going to be put into this country. All that money's coming back in the form of purchases of food, which they desperately need. They have 91 million people. They can't feed them. So the money that we lift is going to go to our farmers, largely to our farmers.
Can you ensure that the Iranians won't use profits from oil sales to rebuild their military and just
Well, they're
prepare
not
for the
supposed to
next
be
conflict?
doing that, sir. We'll see, but they're supposed to use money to buy food for their people, because right now their people are very hungry, and they're buying it exclusively from us. Corn, soybeans, should be a lot of money. I hope it's a lot of money.
If the war with Iran could cause a worldwide depression, as you noted, Mr. President, are you willing to risk economic catastrophe and strike Iran again?
Well, not the way I'm doing it. It's not going to cause depression.
Yes, but if they don't abide by the memorandum of understanding.
Weapon supersedes depression. Depression is real bad. Nuclear weapon will cause depression much more quickly. The way we're doing it, we have the opposite of a depression. We're doing really well. the numbers are incredible. The oil is at a level
IBM,
nobody's ever
Habibi,
seen
I
before.
know. Global
Oil
Foundries
prices are
went
way
up.
down. I think they're very
I don't know. I
comparable
thought they
to
were
what
going
they were.
to do
Chris, I
better.
don't know,
But
pretty
yeah,
comparable
we got IBM was the last
to
one
what
to
they
grab.
were before we started.
They've returned most of the way
Fucking
back.
Intel's up.
So if Iran does not abide by the MOU, are you still willing for strikes?
And does it cause a depression? I said it could cause a depression, right? And I said that I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. That's a president I don't want to be because he, you know.
I didn't think it was going to film me, and then it filmed me too fast, and then I knew.
And
at that moment,
certainly a lot of bad
fucked
things could
up.
happen. That would be one of the
But yeah, we
things.
should
I don't
hit it
think
again.
would,
It filled
but
one of my
if it did,
weeklies
but
at
no,
1,000%.
if
It just didn't give it
Iran
to me
doesn't,
for some reason.
live
But
up
yeah,
to their
those weeklies
agreement,
should
or
hit
if they're
probably
not
tomorrow,
behaving,
and then if you got any of the July.
I will do what I
But then
have to
again,
do.
all those.
Does that give them leverage over you, Mr. President?
INFQ
Does that give
and
them
then
leverage, the
GFS.
Iranians
I think
leverage over
GFS.
you?
Oh, you're so.
I'm very surprised they're not getting more juice off of this, but they
Their
don't have
Navy is
somebody
gone.
here.
Their Air Force is gone.
But
Their
that's the
leaders are
company
all
the
dead.
government actually took a stake
Their
in
whole
last time.
country's a mess. Their economy is shot. The Times, the fake New York Times said, oh, it's about the same as it was 4 months ago. No, 4 months ago they had a Navy, 159 ships to be exact. It's gone. The whole Navy's gone. Their 250 airplanes, all gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. Their radar is gone. These guys love radar. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. Their whole country is gone. And the Times said, oh, they're about the same as they were 4 months ago. The reason the news is doing so badly, or let's put it another way, the reason that I won in a landslide, even though I got 92% negative press, all fake press, is because nobody believes the press anymore. And they have to start believing. When the Times and a couple of others, they're grasping for straws. When they say that Iran is about the same as it was 4 months. 4 months ago, they had a powerful Navy, they had a powerful Air Force. Most of their missiles are gone. Most of their launching pads are gone. Most of their manufacturing capacity for drones and missiles is gone. About 87% gone. And then I hear, oh, they're in such great shape. No, they're gone. And their first level of leaders, gone. Their second level of leaders, gone. Their third level of leaders, you have to hear the conversations. Who wants to be president? Well, I don't want it. Nobody wants to be president. And then we have to read that they're doing well. They're doing so badly. In the meantime, we're setting records. We have the strongest economy we've ever had. We have $18 to $19 trillion being poured into our country. We're building factories all over the place. We have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country at higher salaries. So when you ask a question like that, it's so stupid.
Here's
another beauty. Watch this one.
Well,
Here's a real beauty.
earlier today, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his forces are not leaving Lebanon. That is a sticking point in these conversations. He said it publicly in Israel today.
Well, we're going to take a look at it.
Well, what would you do to make sure that he doesn't
Well, I'm not going
sabotage
to
the
tell you
deal?
what I'm going to do, but it gets solved. I'm a problem solver. I get problems solved real fast, including with Bibi. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. What's the latest you've heard from the Vice President? Are you happy with his negotiations?
Yeah.
And can you share a little bit about what Secretary Rubio will be doing in the Middle East this week?
I think that they're doing a fantastic job. Our secretary is fantastic. I think he's maybe going to go down as the best ever. And I thought J.D. Vance this morning was fantastic. I watched his news conference, and from Switzerland, he's a very smart guy. Did a great job. When I look at the Democrats, I call them the Democrats. They're dumb. The Democrats. When I watched that, where one of them thought it was World War XI. She said World War XI. She meant World War II. You know about that, right? This is one of their potential leaders, Ilhan Omar, who married her brother to get into the country, by the way, illegally. But when I watch AOC, have no idea, on a simple question, what happened when she was over in Switzerland, which she probably never went there before, but she was. And then I watch somebody like JD or Marco. I said, what a difference.
What a difference! What a difference a brain makes.
Mr. President, the candidate that you endorsed in Colombia for
Sir, you've been quite critical of Prime Minister Starmer, and he's now resigned. Your thoughts, and who would you like to see as the next Prime Minister of the UK?
I was critical only from the set because I think he's a lovely man, but I said you're really messing up energy. You have windmills all over the place. In the meantime, you have the North Sea oil, and they won't let anybody drill. It's one of the great fields in the world, and they haven't even found most. You know that the UK buys much of its energy. You know where? Norway. You know where they get their oil? The North Sea. The UK has a much better portion of the North Sea. They don't want to do it for environmental purposes, okay? And I told him he's a very nice man. I mean, sort of a friend of mine. I mean, he was not good to us with NATO, Pete, right? He said we can't use the island to land. That was the first. For a couple of weeks, he said, well, but ultimately I gave it to you. Now, that was a bad move. That hurt him badly. But I mean, I wish him well, but he's got two problems: energy and immigration and crime. But energy and immigration.
Do you have a preference on the next one?
And he's really hurt himself very, very badly. Please go.
Mr. President, can you tell us about your meeting with the defense contractors on Wednesday and what you plan to tell them?
The meeting coming up, because I've met with them before. We're building plants all over the country. They are not allowed to take any more stock buybacks. Do you do stock buybacks by any chance?
Do you guys still do that?
Because you want to invest in product. It's just an artificial way of raising a price if you're running a bad company. So they spent $51 billion on stock buybacks instead of spending the tinfoil plants. Now they're spending. They can't do that anymore.
Capex
now
boom
they're
is because
spending a lot
Trump
of
wouldn't
money.
have
We're
liked it
building
if
many
you bought back.
plants.
So you have to all
country.
pretend to buy AI.
They're dealing with General Motors. They're dealing with Ford. But I know General Motors is all excited about building weapons now. They have some plants which are going to switch over, and we're going to build weapons, including the Patriot, including the Tomahawk, and lots of other things. And we're really in a big, strong economic push to do the weapons. And some of the car companies, if they have any excess capacity, they're making a deal to build missiles and the Patriot in particular. We have quite a few of them, but we want to make sure we have always a lot of them.
Mr. President, on Colombia, the candidate that you endorsed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations on the quantum physics EO to all of
Thank you.
Vice President Vance said that there were mechanisms in place to make sure that there's not escalations with the Strait of Hormuz and with Israel and Lebanon. Can you talk about what those mechanisms are, and are you in direct talks with the Syrian leader, Mustafa Hamidi?
Look, here's the thing. As long as they respect us, I don't want to use the word fear, because that's an inappropriate word, but as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble. We have total control of the Strait.
So the mechanism is
we have a Navy that had a blockade. I think the blockade was more impactful than dropping bombs, if you want to know the truth. It was like they call it the steel wall. Nobody got through. Not one ship got through, able to go to Iran. They got through if we wanted them to go through. And we could set that up again in about 15 minutes. I would say, Pete, one phone call.
We made Intel free.
Half hour.
They're ready to go right now.
Without selling.
It'll be before we finish the meeting. No, we have.
You guys, isn't that pretty crazy?
As long as they respect us,
like,
we're
bro.
be fine. They don't respect us.
Like beginning of last year, this account was at 23.
Don't forget, we had presidents that should have done this for 47
Lows
years.
of Liberation Day. You were down to 23 grand on this
account. Obama gave them
account.
a road to a nuclear weapon.
That's a lot lower, bro.
Against a nuclear.
You know what I'm saying? That's a lot lower.
They'll never even think
But yeah, that's why I'm glad though. It's like, bro, we got
Colombia, the candidate.
Yeah,
El Tigre, Abelardo de Estrella. We know that you had a phone.
I endorsed him. He was in 10th place. I endorsed him, and he won the election.
Yeah, and we know that you had
no different than this country.
We might have to make a
You had a phone conversation with Abelardo de Estrella in the last hours. What can you tell us about that phone conversation, and what do you see? What do you anticipate?
You're from Colombia?
Yes, sir. I'm from Colombia.
So the most cash I've ever had in the long
last
term.
night,
That's the best part.
The endorsement. He won.
So if you think we've never had 8% cash, but like this amount, $4,000
and he won
sitting in cash.
handily.
Habibi.
It's just an honor. He was just a good man. I'd watch him.
It should be more. I don't know where they're. It's like 4,000 something.
You know, when people like me, I like them.
But yeah, I
It's
used
very
all the
simple.
cash
It's a
from
very
last time.
Simple formula, and I liked him. He said really nice things about me and the job we've done in the United States, and very, very powerful. And he won an election in Colombia that, I don't know, some people were surprised because he was a little bit further down the pack, but he won easily.
Yeah, I'm gonna
last
call
night.
it
He
a
won
day.
He called me at 8:30 in the evening just to thank me very much. And I said, you ran a great
4K.
campaign.
So, bro,
He's
any
an
amount,
LT
even
grade,
if you
right?
did half of that just
And what do you
consistently.
anticipate for the
That's what I'm
relation
saying,
with
though. It's like
Colombia?
that account, all those
Much better.
accounts.
It'll be better.
Like
He's
there
gonna
was
be a great
the
president.
time you don't see, like when I look back on that
Are the
chart and I
contractors
like,
who did
hover
the
over
initial
it on
work
the
of
mouse, it's
reflecting
easy
pool,
to
are
scroll
they
over
exploring
it,
for the
but
current condition, or is it
yeah,
the
that shit
vandals
took like
that you
a year,
mentioned?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
We have 100.
As long as
we
you,
have I think
big money's good,
290,
but
300
bigger
foot
consistency is better.
Right through it, probably a box cutter or a knife of some kind. We had people lifting up the basic, some of the. It's not a lot of damage, but we'll probably have to let the water out and refix it. They went in there with a knife. I was just told by the people over at Parks, they have 5 people are arrested, and 5 people are under investigation right now.
I hope you had a good Monday. We ended it really good with the quantum place.
You know, we put brand new, beautiful grass all around.
We'll see
they
if
put
we
these
can get
massive
any other
letters on the
momentum.
grass.
I look forward
You
to more
probably know about
answers
that,
on the broader market and where
they
all
think
these
86,
leads. We're
87.
making a lot of
They
long-term
probably got that
moves
from
this
the
month.
dirty cop told me.
So shout out
You know
the
he's a dirty
intel,
cop,
baby.
don't you?
Finger to the
Dirty cop,
sky.
he's a crooked guy.
To God be the
He destroyed the
glory.
grass, so,
And through
that's a
the
big thing.
grace
But we're gonna
of
get it back.
God alone.
National guards
Chatadonia,
have been all over the
have a
mall.
wonderful
How will these
evening. I
vandals
will
have
see
gotten
you
so
tonight
close
for the
to
watch
do
list.
something like that?
I will also see you, everybody else,
we didn't have
on
a lot
the
of them. And who would think
Instagram.
that somebody would
So
go
yeah,
into a
you be
pool
there,
and take a
and
knife
God
and
bless
start
you,
cutting
and
it?
God bless America. You could go tune in to Trump on your own time.
When you have
Yeah,
a
I think that's
350,
it,
I
bro.
think it's
IBM,
350,
dude,
not
is disgusting.
250,
I knew they robbed me.
350-foot slit
I knew they took those calls
from
to
one
her. It's
end
my
to
fault.
the other.
But it's okay.
Do you think that's proof?
I'd like
You think
something.
that's proof?
Reports
I
have
gotta
been down
go.
there today
I love
looking
you.
for that
No, I
slit
love
that
you. You hang up.
mentioned, and there's no evidence.
No,
All
you.
you'd
No,
have to
you.
do is
You
see
make
the
it
Parks
free.
Department.
Long term.
They'll show it to you. See-
Look at that. We made it
see,
free without selling. Isn't that
The
crazy?
secretary.
Man, long
But I
term.
saw it. They cut it. They cut
Stop,
it
you
very
go.
violently. The
IBM.
same thing with the floor. They cut it.
The fuck? No, Global
And then they
Foundries.
lifted
You go.
it. They pulled
No,
it.
you go. You go
and
next.
That's what it
Okay,
is.
you go.
And you know we've done over 50
No
monuments.
one's moving except IBM, bro.
Number one,
All
we
right,
start
no,
with
you go.
this is now a safe city.
Stop,
It's
you
the
go.
safest, as safe a city as you're going to get in
All
the
right, I love
country.
you.
And when I came here, it was a very dangerous city. And number two, what we did is the beautification with the parks and the grass and everything, removal of all the tents. And this is like a different place. One of the things we did is over
With the time
50
to end Monday. I got
fountains
you.
and statues.
Put your moderate to severe
Most of which
volatility
were in
Don't forget our
horrible
sponsor.
shape. All of them were
once monthly
bad.
savings
Some were
and high
just
quality
absolutely
ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.